You join us at the FIA Karting World Championship 2023. We are just into the first couple of laps of the OKJ pre-final, the road to the World Cup. And it's been a cracking start from the front of the field. The battle already joined between the two race winners yesterday, Dean Hoogendoorn and Jesse Phillips, as they try to take on the Dutchman Felipe Reis at the front end of the field, with Bruno Greek in fourth position trying to work their way forward. Jake Sanson and Guillaume Alvarez with you as the battle is already raging. Felipe Reis, Dean Hoogendoorn, Jesse Phillips and Bruno Greik are the top four as we head to the hairpin for the second time. And it is already going to be an interesting battle. As you can see, Reis, Hoogendoorn and Phillips are trying to pull a gap, with Greik coming along for the ride and the American star Asher Rockstein in for the kill.
The first of 10 races on schedule in Franciacorta for the FIA Karting World Championship, the pinnacle event of the 2023 season for single speed categories. As Reis indeed is trying to shake off Dan Hoogendoorn, the pole sitter of this first of the two pre-finals concerning OKJ, the first of the new two classes added to the scheme of FIA Karting for this season, on the road to the 2024 World Cup. As Reis, Hoogendoorn, Jesse Phillips, who took one win in the qualifying heats yesterday. Around the inside, there goes Jesse Phillips with the Car Republic machine. And already one of the first decisive moves, certainly, of the day, under the beautiful sun of Franciacorta here in the northern of Italy, as the response comes from further back behind, as Greek, the 556, is making his pace as well, as it's Dan Hoogendoorn, who fights back up to P2 in front of Jesse Phillips. Those two battling along. Watch out for Phillips as well. The British driver already trying to respond to the attack of the Dutchman, and it goes the way of Felipe Reis. Don't forget that there's one more race after that for this OKJ category, the final that will be taking place this Sunday afternoon, and the driver that gets to win the pre-final will start on pole position. But watch out for the resistance by Asher Rockstein, who from P5 is putting out the fastest lap in this race. The driver, the 542, has been very impressive throughout these two qualifying heats that took place yesterday. After qualifying, as well, the inside goes the CRG. This is Rockstein indeed on Greek. Bruno Greik is trying to respond. A little bit of a push coming to the hairpin, but he's having none of it. Not unshaken, Rockstein, who stays where he is in fourth place. Watch out as well, as those two on your picture are trying to work together. Dan Hoogendoorn, Jesse Phillips, the Dutchman against the British driver. This is the battle that we've been seeing and following through the course of this weekend. Each of those drivers taking one win in the qualifying heats, putting them at the forefront of the starting grid for this pre-final. But Felipe Reis taking the tow on the inside, coming to the turn number 2 and 3 with the pole sitter in front, was able to get past in the opening lap of that pre-final. And now he's trying to pull away, but look at Dan Hoogendoorn putting the resistance and taking Jesse Phillips with him.
Just the two retirements from the first lap, Kajsa Ziza and Vanessa Chukuniet, unfortunately, so they will be starting towards the back of the grid for the final later, but at least they managed to get through. Every driver in the OKN Road to World Cup will be in the final later today. Good duels so far between Hoogendoorn and Phillips, but how long does Jesse Phillips sit behind Dean Hoogendoorn? He's going to go for the move into second position. Hoogendoorn will make it as hard as possible, but Phillips does get through. The British driver makes his way into P2, manages to hunt down Dean Hoogendoorn and then get the overtaking move. Now he's trying to assert himself in second position to keep Dean Hoogendoorn at bay. They've got to be careful, because here comes Asher Rockstein in the CRG, the American driver, working his way further forward. He races under an Italian license, but Asher Rockstein from the United States pushing on here to try and work his way further forward. He's definitely a hot talent for the future. Need to keep an eye on young Asher Rockstein. He's getting himself into the fray here, having worked his way up from 7th on the grid. He's now into 4th place, and he's going to be trying to hunt down Dean Hoogendoorn. Hoogendoorn actually realizes that he's there and decides to protect the inside line. Meanwhile, up in front, the Dutchman Felipe Reis is just keeping it nice and tidy up front. He doesn't really need to do too much damage here, as again Rockstein is going to make the slingshot to try and get past Hoogendoorn, but Hoogendoorn protects well. Rockstein, Greek and Bosco Arias, the Spanish driver. Bosco Arias, the 6th driver in the mix, along with Tonalini and Marcella, still having a very good shot of it, and a good recovery drive so far as well from Iskender Zulfikari. So Iskender Zulfikari, the Turkish driver, now finds himself in the top 10, having started way back in 19th.
Now watch out from the CRG driver, a CRG factory supported entrant here, as well as a couple of drivers into that class. The involvement of the karting factory is of course very much the key to the success for this first appearance of the OKN and OKN Junior categories for 2024. This is pretty much a new step of entrance for many drivers from National Series to the OKN to the OK and OK Junior World in the FIA Karting scheme of things. And those drivers have been competing for the past few seasons on national ground in different categories as well. But this is the first stage of a World Championship event in the OKN and OKN Junior, taking place here as the first of 10 races to go. But we might see most of those drivers taking on the FIA Karting season next year, certainly. In the junior category, the OK Junior category, that we'll see is Super Heat A and B taking place a little bit later this morning. Welcome along if you're joining us for the first time, and welcome back if you've been with us since the start of that FIA Karting World Championship for the single speed classes, brought to you by Mondocar. On the inside, there he goes, JC Phillips on field race. There's the move we had been expecting with the British driver who had been building patiently lap after lap his attack, and watch out for the counter-attack of Dan Hogendoorn, because GC, unfortunately, Felipe Reyes went from leadership to P3, and he finds himself under the pressure of Ochstein in Greek as well for the back. For the CRG driver, yes, indeed, Ochstein just made his bit and now takes P4, so that is a bit of a disaster, unfortunately, for Felipe Reyes by the look of it. As Dan Hogendoorn was keen to really go for the battle. He didn't want to let GC Phillips take the advantage of that. With the fastest lap in the race, the Dutchman driver, that's going to give us one heck of a good battle to start the day with. And we have 5 up to 6 drivers with Bosco Arias in the same frame. But who can take the win at the end of lap number 9?
The latest retirement from the race looks to be Alessandro Carilla. So Alessandro Carilla, unfortunately, out of the race. There is the 563 kart being wheeled away by the mechanic, by the marshal there, sorry. Jesse Phillips leading with a very fired up Felipe Reyes riding behind him. Rice trying to go for it. Hugendoorn's got Asher Ochstein all over him, and then Greik and Arias are very close quarters as well. So 6 drivers all gunning for the lead of this race, with Iskender Zulfikari now moving up to 7th place from 11 places further back. So this is where we're going to get to see what Arias and Greik can build to the party, because Arias has now just got into 5th position. Phillips is trying to get clear of Rice and Hugendoorn. And if those two start battling, then that's going to give Jesse Phillips a much better chance. Up the inside comes Ochstein. He goes for the move on the inside of Hugendoorn, and I think Arias is going to try and follow in, but he can't quite keep the momentum flowing in his favour. So now Ochstein up into 3rd position. He now tries to keep Hugendoorn back. Here comes Arias battling in for the ride himself. So this is a chance now, as alongside comes Bosco Arias trying to go the long way round on Hugendoorn. Hugendoorn will not give him a lot of space. There was a tiny bit of wheel rubbing, but it's not malicious. It's just trying to keep his position. So Hugendoorn holding on to 4th position in front of Arias and Bruno Greek in there as well, the Polish driver. But it's a fantastic opportunity. And unfortunately there, no matter what Bosco Arias can throw at Dean Hugendoorn, he just can't get through.
Yeah, certainly the position he didn't want to find himself in, Dan Hugendoorn, that's for sure. Having to struggle to keep together a top 4 finish, as he had been battling for wins against GC Phillips in the qualifying heat. Oh, and one of the drivers, another one, joining the list of retired.
Oh, it's a rollover.
This is 2 drivers, Luca Esposito and Salvatore Sardo, rolling over indeed. Big hit over there. And 2 drivers, by the look of it, out of this pre-final. We're going to wait confirmation, but Luca Esposito and Salvatore Alfio Sardo seem to be the 2 drivers involved in that incident. As we're back here with the battle for the supremacy into this race for the back. This is a move from Bosco Arias on Dan Hogendoorn. So it goes from bad to even worse for the Dutchman, unfortunately, who was sitting on pole position, remember, at the start of this pre-final. I thought for a second that Felipe Reyes was further back, but they're wearing the same colors of the Antonelli Motorsport Racing Team, the AKM formation. But Felipe Reyes is still very much in this race in P3, trying to shake up, of course, GC Phillips. 2nd position, and we have a bit of a transponder problem with the 576 and the 511. Unfortunately, joining the list of retired drivers, Anna Filotto, who was having a good recovery with 5 places up to P14, but unfortunately, the race won't go any near the checkered flag.
Oh, and that's another one. That's the 510 then. So that is a problem for the Paralin driver. That is, oh, that's Luca Esposito from earlier on. My apologies. So Esposito was the other driver involved with Salvatore Alfio Sardo. So unfortunately, those 2 drivers out of the race. And as you mentioned, Anna Filotto now joining them. That's very disappointing from her point of view. We're into the final lap now, and Jesse Phillips has got 0.3 of a second on Felipe Reyes, so should be able to hold this to ransom till the end. But Reyes is still pushing as hard as he possibly can to give Jesse Phillips a little bit of a hurry up, and Asher Ochstein is not that far away in 3rd place either. So this is going to be about How much can Rice really afford to push down this 180-meter straight? He's actually going to have Ockstein on him before he gets the chance on Phillips. It's stalemate between them. Hugendorn's going to go wheel to wheel with Arias and try and get through for fourth. He's done it. He's nailed him in the final hairpin as Phillips will get the win. Rice will get second from Ockstein, Hugendorn, Arias and Bruno Greitsch. So a fabulous start to the day then for Jesse Phillips, just as he did in the second OKN Junior Heat yesterday. He now comes through for the win in the pre-final, and that sets him up for a crack at the road to the World Cup this afternoon. Great job from Jesse Phillips. Great work from Rice, Ockstein and Hugendorn as well. The battle will be joined in the final this afternoon.
Very solid performance for the British driver, as we've seen a couple of drivers fighting at the forefront. A little bit of an appetizer for things to come in the final this afternoon. As be with us, we're going to have 4 of those final races past the lunch break, with a big presentation involving all the drivers, and there were more than 300 of them taking part in this 2023 FIA Karting World Championship. But Jesse Phillips has demonstrated that he's certainly here to go and to take it all the way to the final and become the first driver ever to win the OKN Junior Road to the World Cup event in the World Championship. We're not there yet. There will be a final that will be of 16 laps, 20 minutes of duration this afternoon. So the biggest step is yet to come for the 36 drivers involved in that category. 69 in total for their first appearance in this event. Great success with 17 nations represented in more than 30 teams. Jesse Phillips and Felipe Reyes split by just 0.4 of a second on the line, with Asher Ockstein taking P3 from Dean Hugendorn. Bosco Arias, Bruno Krink is Kander Zulfikari climbing 11 places up to P7. From Christian Tonalini, Andrea Marcella, Davide Mizzoni P10, from Franciacorta, Paolo Tizzano, Thomas Macedo, Giuseppe Piccolo, as well as Billy Jordan Van Staveren in P15, followed by Filippo Donazan, Gino Rocchio, Pelmato Russo, Alex Molotta, Giovanni Toso, Pietro Lilli 21st, followed by Giacomo Giusto, as well as Maria Chiara Nardelli. 13 places recovered up to 23rd from Giuseppe Papillo, Salvatore Stanislas Piglio, Elia Zoin, Samuel Sottile, Kevin Battistani, as well as Clelia Sodou, that you briefly saw appearing at the leadership of the board, but due to a transponder problem by the look of things. A lot of drivers had to retire from this race, unfortunately for them, with Vanessa Siconete, Kais Aziza, another big blow for the Swiss driver who went through some trouble into this opening heat already, and now having to retire from the final. That means starting for the back end of the grid coming to the last race. We do have also Davide Iannone, Alessandro Caria, and Arthur Sardo, as well as Luca Esposito and Anna Filotto among the list of drivers that didn't make it to the checkered flag. Always nice to see people tuning in live on FIAKarting.com and joining us on location under the bright sun of Franciacorta. This is the second time that the FIA Karting competition finds itself in this beautiful part of the world. Last time in 2022 for the closure and the big finale of the European Championship in those single speed classes. Now, after only 3 years of existence, Franciacorta, well, welcomes its first World Championship event. Well done to them for the hard work that they've been putting through the years, and on this glorious, fast-flowing and technical track. We've had a lot of fun coming to this Sunday of racing. Big Sunday expected by everybody here, as 16 races took place on Friday, 30 yesterday. All those qualifying races to make sure that among the more than 300 drivers competing in total in all 4 classes, only a fraction of them will get to compete in the Super Heat and the final this afternoon. And as you can see, the schedule ahead with the presentation of the drivers live on FIAKarting.com, with all the official ceremonies and the presentation of the medals to the competitors in the OK and the OK Junior class. Be with us. It's always a very nice moment to for you to get to know the competitors, the actors themselves, and then we'll get ourselves ready for the Junior and OK final races. The podium ceremony taking place after each of those, putting an end to what has been a glorious season of kart racing in the FIA Karting season. So many races so far. This is the last one. A month ago, we were in Germany, Wackersdorf, to crown the champions of 2023 in the gearbox classes. This time, it's down to the single speed categories. In just a few moments, as you can see, the drivers of the OKN category are already ready on the pre-grid. The OKN, that's pretty much the equivalent of OKN Junior. The only difference is that this is a brand new concept brought to you by the Federation for the first season, allowing young drivers with a more affordable package to get their first taste and experience in the FIA Karting classes before maybe, hopefully for most of them, having a program and climbing through the ranks, starting with OK Junior and as high as possible for the years to come.
So we have Antonio Apicella and Francesco Marenghi that will line up on the front row of the starting grid for this first pre-final for the OKN drivers. Certainly there's only one pre-final. And then of course this afternoon, just as we have with the OKN junior class, they will be out racing together. Then Federico Rossi and Nicolas Tomasella, they'll be together on the second row of the starting grid. Alex Mercado and Filippo Parmigiani will share the third row of the grid together, the Andorran and the Arabian driver in the United Arab Emirates, Federico Albanese and Eric Christian Enash of Romania. And then we have Lamberto Ferrari, the Italian, and Bati Yildirim of Turkey, who will line up in the 10th position of the starting grid, along with the Estonian, Robin Sarg, and Giuseppe Capuano, the Italian, on the 12th row of the starting grid. Good performances yesterday, particularly from Antonio Apicella, who managed to get the victory in both of the qualifying heats yesterday. So certainly looking very confident and positive going into this opening race of the day. However, just because you win the two heats doesn't mean you have what it takes to win the pre-final. It's a longer race. It's going to be a tougher battle, and obviously a lot of homework would have been done by his Italian colleagues, Francesco Marenghi, Federico Rossi and Nicolas Tomasella, who were all there or thereabouts in terms of their rankings. We now have a grid set for the pre-final, but what we don't have is an understanding as to whether these guys are going to be at the same level that they were yesterday.
I would put Panmoni as well on this grid, on Lamberto Ferrari, driving the IPK chassis from Italy. He's going to be starting from 9th on the grid, but he's the man of the morning because he was fastest in Friday's warm-up session, and again, fastest in the warm-up that we had this morning, 48.9. So Lamberto Ferrari is certainly keen on putting the performance straight on into the day. So let's see if from 9th position, as this is the earliest race that they've had so far, the qualifying heat taking place during lunch break and through the afternoon yesterday. So maybe that will give him a bit of a chance, starting from 9th on the grid, on the inside line, just behind Federico Albanese. So watch out as well for the young Italian, Lamberto Ferrari, with the Turkish driver by his side, Bati Yildirim, and the rest of the grid. We're going to go through all the names in just a moment. The time for the drivers to make their way onto the grid. Always refreshing to see such a good participation for the first appearance of those two classes. They will have their own World Cup in 2024, but this time around already up to 70 drivers in total, 17 nationalities represented by more than 30 different teams. Italy has been definitely the strongest supporter of those two new categories. This event of the OKN and the OKN Junior being organized as well in partnership with the HE Italian Federation. France is another market of strong interest along the many countries that have shown interest for more than a year now, since we first introduced those two new categories in Sano for the 2022 World Championship. And if you have any interest, I do suggest that you go on FIAkarting.com and get as many information as possible to look into that new concept flourishing at the forefront of the karting world, allowing younger drivers in the national respective series to have a go at the FIA Karting classes, maybe stepping to international karting scene. People tuning along and joining us here in Franciacorta. Of course, a lot of things for you to enjoy here, not only on track with plenty of racing, 10 in total on this glorious Sunday of the World Championship, but a lot of things as well, with many people into the paddock, a lot of activities, the cafeteria, the bar, the restaurant, everything provided by the Franciacorta karting track is at your disposal, and plenty of room as well for you to enjoy the racing surrounding the track, as we find ourselves near the epic center of the karting world in northern Italy. So many different tracks surrounding us in this area, but Franciacorta has been one of the new additions to the karting world and the FIA Karting calendar, built in 2022, and as it started welcoming its first international races 2 years ago, and this is the second time that FIA Karting visits this beautiful place. So once again, this is our time and occasion to thank everybody involved, as well as the Orange Army, the marshals. You can see 2 of them, but there's many more around the track, each in groups at different posts around the circuit, making sure that all the proceedings are run in order, and making sure that everybody is safe doing what they do best. So thank you again, grazie ragazzi, grazie a tutti here in Franciacorta for the strong effort, for the work, for the passion and dedication. And it goes without saying that without you guys, marshals and officials, well, there would be no racing, there would be no karting. And we'd like to thank as well the teams, factories and drivers, because this is a record field on a single speed FIA Karting World Championship with just only in the OK and junior classes, more than 230 drivers for this event, representing 57 nations. So pretty much the entire world of karting is represented here from all four corners of the globe, and we could not be more thankful for your participation, your passion in this event. It's time to crown the new world champion of 2023. The Super Heat will be with us after the pre-final of the OKN category. We're going to start with the junior, then the OK, then the junior, and back to the OK. For 2 Super Heat. Those Super Heats will decide which of the 36 drivers will get to compete in the final. 72 in each class, and half of that only to make it to the last step of what has been a long weekend of fascinating racing. And for the first time for the single speed classes, all the drivers had to go through yesterday and Friday 6 qualifying races added to the Super Heat and the qualifying. That's a lot of effort, not only for the machines, the men and the tires, but there's one more to go this afternoon to round things up and decide who will get to be crowned world champion.
So we now turn our attention to the OKN pre-final. The 2 races yesterday were won by the man on pole position, Antonio Apicella. Francesco Marenghi was the man who initially set the pace in qualifying, so he will be the man who runs up from second on the starting grid. He took away 7 points. And of course, Antonio Apicella, racing for the Team Driver Racing Kart squad. He's been a multiple Italian champion as a junior, only just recently stepped up to the senior category. So let's see how things continue to progress. A lot of these drivers have obviously raced in their national, regional and district championships, but many of them have never had the chance to race on the world stage like this before. So this is a great opportunity and a good advert for their sponsors as well to show them what they can do. Antonio Apicella and Francesco Marenghi from Federico Rossi and Nicolas Tomasella, Alex Mercado and Filippo Parmigiani from Federico Albanese and Eric Christian Nanash, Lamberto Ferrari and Batti Yoderim from Robin Sarg and Giuseppe Capuano, Eduardo Rivera and Gianmarco Cortopassi from Maxime Gelli and Nico Zafiris.
They're followed by Alessandro Cocozza and Ace Cebi, Nicolaus Vostanis and Eduardo Leo, Troy Sinman and Giulio Olivieri from Matteo Gidotti, Giacomo Maman, Simone Virelli, Roberto Narli, Silvian Calza, Mattia Bori, Eduardo Mormorelli, Lorenzo Poletti, Gabriele Foy, Pietro Santilli and Julian Leo. In total, we have 32 drivers here, 33 drivers, shall I say, on this grid, as we get ourselves ready here for what will be a great piece of driving, the longest race so far with 13 laps to go through for the OKN category, 16 for the final this afternoon. Great showing, of course, and great support by everybody involved for the first appearance of those 2 classes. 13 laps to go through for Antonio Apicella. Can he hold on to his lead? Can he confirm his supremacy in that category after 2 wins into the qualifying heats? Here we go. Not just yet. The yellow flag, the yellow light is flashing. We go for 1 extra lap. If you were not with us yesterday and Friday, well, we've had a lot of extra formation laps, so don't be, of course, confused. This is pretty much normal if the formation of the grid is not deemed good enough by the officials and the race director. And it actually comes down to a few different details. Either the pole sitter, who is the one in charge for pacing everybody down, if he decides to accelerate a little bit too soon, not allowing the formation of the grid to be in time. It can be down to some of the drivers putting 2 wheels outside of the corridors or not to be in the respective places. Maybe it's down to the 2 corridors not being pretty much at the same level while coming across the yellow line in the middle of the grid, which is a signal for them to accelerate once the light go out, but not before, and overtaking, of course, forbidden before we allowed to go racing. So a couple of different details to keep in mind. Not an easy task, that's for sure, especially like for Antonio Apicella, finds himself in this position of pole sitter in the pre-final in the World Championship for the first time in his young career. So the pressure is, of course, a little bit building on the shoulders of those young drivers.
Well, a fantastic battle to come then from the OKN pre-final. Apicella hoping to make it 3 wins out of 3. He's definitely got an opportunity, but watch for Francesco Marenghi on the far side. He'll want to try and make a good start of it. We're racing here at Franciacorta. Good start from Apicella, great start from Federico Rossi as well. He's gone with him as they run through for the far side. Several cars going off, and that's contact between Rossi and Mercado. And in a separate incident, several other cars skate off at the hairpin as well. So there's two separate incidents in one go, but Mercado ended up skating off the grass, hopping over the curb and into the path of poor Federico Rossi. Not a lot he could do about that at all, and that's one of the World Racing carts out. That's Nico Zafiris, so he's gone no further either. Alex Mercado has got going again, but I fear he's not going to go much further.
Yeah, it's quite unfortunate for the TB car driver, as he was starting from the third row on the grid with P5, and unfortunately missed his braking point when sliding into the grass and hitting another driver that's raced down, I'm afraid. As we're about to conclude lap number 1, the pressure already building between the 5-1-4. This is Francisco Marenghi, who is still very much in second position now. Federico Albanese just got past, my apologies, into P2. Antonio Apicella just in front, unaware of the drama behind. As on the inside goes the 472, trying to make his bid. Well done to him, as this is actually Gianmarco Cortopassi battling along with Eric Christian Anacci under the pressure of Maxime Gallet, battling for P7.
There were a lot of drivers involved in that first corner incident. We had Giuseppe Capuano, Edoardo Momarelli, Roberto Nalli and Giulio Olivelli all losing ground in the result of that. So big problems for them as they now try and continue, but very tricky. And there is Alex Mercado coming back to the pits. I did think with that kind of trip off and then sliding into the side of Federico Rossi, he wasn't really going to have the same ability in that chassis to continue for a 13-lap race, and indeed he has pulled into the pits to retire. So back at the front, Apicella leading, Albanese now in second place in front of Francesco Marenghi, and Marenghi managing to get Albanese back again on that previous lap. So a good little duel between the two men. Tomasella, they're in fourth place in front of Lamberto Ferrari, and then it is the Romanian driver Eric Enash who is in sixth position in front of Maxime Gelli, Gianmarco Cortopassi and Filippo Parmigiani. Robin Sarg currently in the top 10, just in front of the Turkish driver Fatih Yildirim, with Eduardo Rivera, Eduardo Leo and Alessandro Cucozza, three of the big beneficiaries from that first corner incident. Silvio Calza has managed to move up 12 places as well to 15th. Giacomo Maman moved up to 16th from 24th on the grid. So at least one of the TB kart drivers is still running and still circulating well.
Eduardo Morelli having a mechanical flag as a result of the couple of incidents that we had at the start. As 454 is currently a little bit further back in the classification at the moment. He's P28, and that means the premature end to his race, unfortunately. He has within 3 laps to get back into the pit as the battle for the lead and for what could be pole position for the final of this OKN category this afternoon is starting to shape up. 2 tenths between Apicella and Marenghi. Albanese keeping a close watch from third place. Maxime Gallet is putting out the fastest lap in this race from P6, trying to get close. Is still missing 4 tenths of a second on Tomazzella, with a couple of drivers who are still very much in the mix as we are only in the early stage of that race. About to conclude lap number 4. Watch out for Marenghi, Apicella, team driver racing kart, and then you have a pounding machine. Federico Albanese with Ital course. It's nice, that kind of a field when we get to see different colors, new names as well from the Italian karting scene. A lot of them competing this weekend in this category. And it's one of the
That's Federico Rossi. That's the man who started on the front row of the grid, or at least got into second position, I should say. So Federico Rossi having been gone into by Alex Mercado at the start. Unfortunately, it looks like he's had another incident. And so Federico Rossi's race, just like Alex Mercado, has suddenly gone pear-shaped. That's another one gone. So that is the 457, I think, having pirouetted around. No, that is the 487. That's Silvio Calza in an incident with Lorenzo Poletti. So Silvio Calza, unfortunately, has had a problem there on his Kart Republic chassis. But that's game over for him. And also, I think, for Lorenzo Poletti, who has not come through either. So that's now Zafiris, Mercado, Rossi, Calza and Poletti all out of the race on lap 6. Apicella only has 2 tenths of a second on Marenghi. Is that the same incident? Yeah. I think it is. Yeah, the 487 of Calza and the 419 of Lorenzo Poletti, as the 2 drivers there are escorted away from the scene. But Maxime Gelli under pressure, as behind him Tomazzella is really struggling to keep Eric Enash at bay. So Eric Enash, Filippo Parmigiani and Cortopassi are all starting to line him up.
Yeah, Tomazzella dropped a couple of places down to 6. Maxime Gelli, another fastest lap as he climbed to 4th place. Anything is still possible in that race. A 407 of Lamberto Ferrari. Watch out for him as well, as he was a little bit further back. What did I tell you about him? He was 9 on the grid and already making his bid up to pit 3. And once more, Lamberto Ferrari, he showed his pace every time in the warm-up sessions. Not quite able just yet to translate that into the results he had expected. Go with the IPK machine. They're trying to shake up the order a little bit. He sees Federico Albanese as his next target coming close with the pressure of Maxime Gallet just behind. Has run the inside for the back, the 4-8. Just make his commitment. This is Parmigiani on Eneace by the look of it. Coming to turn number 5, one of the spots on this Franciacorta racing track where we've seen so many overtaking maneuvers throughout the course of the day, and yesterday and Friday as well. Watch out as well for the hairpin at 10:13. These are some of the spots where most action certainly has been unfolding through the qualifying races. And Maxime Jolet, the 584. Maxime Jolet very, very close indeed. The young Frenchman coming close as well. Is one of the only Frenchman away and goes for the move on the 407 of Lamberto Ferrari. Ferrari had nothing he could have done there. The door was slightly open and it was enough for Maxime Jolet to make his way through. Lamberto Ferrari trying to resist as well as fight back and resisting to the pressure of Francesco Mareghi for the back with the powering machine. Putting the Formula K chassis in a bit of a moment right now in turn number 5. Stays where he is, Francesco Mareghi. But Lamberto Ferrari having to go defensive and dropping a bit of momentum on Maxime Jolet. The Frenchman was a little bit further back onto that grid. 12 places gained. Can you imagine? It was P15. As run inside goes Francesco Mareghi into the turn number 11. That is one of the hairpins of the track. It was a textbook sort of move, but he finds himself now under the pressure of Ferrari. And Maxime Jolet, who keeps on going. Another move down by the Frenchman on Albanese. Well done to New York man. That's a 13th place gain. But Federico Albanese is not the kind of driver who let it down just too soon. Lap number 9 this is, and Jolet still very much under pressure.
That was a really nice bid from Maxime Jolet, who managed to work his way to 2nd place. The Surdy Kart driver putting himself there into P2. Albanese and Mareghi still giving chase. Francesco Mareghi really wanting to get himself a bit further up now. Lamberto Ferrari's got an opportunity. I tell you who else has really made waves in this field. Eduardo Leo has come up from 20th on the grid to 10th. There's the move on the inside from Mareghi. Gets the work on Albanese, and it could be joined there by Lamberto Ferrari on the Formula K car, who's working his best to move forward. Albanese still trying to make the bid back on Francesco Mareghi. And Mareghi holds 3rd position in front of Albanese, then Ferrari, Enash, Cortopassi, Rovera, Leo, Tomasella, Yildirim, Sarg, Maman and Parmigiani, with Cocozza and Vostanis there in the top positions as well. And that's a big door left open by Albanese. It's enough for Lamberto Ferrari and Eric Enash to work their way past. So that's a big headache, unfortunately, for Federico Albanese, who has lost out now down from 4th position to P6.
And another fastest lap put together by Maxime Jolet. The Surdy Kart machine and the driver working perfectly at this moment. 7/10 of a second still. Oh, and more drivers going off into the grass. At the 487 once again into trouble, I'm afraid. As we lost actually Silvio Calzado, so there might be another driver with a 7 at the end. We'll get back to that, but there was a bit of an off, unfortunately, for him out there, but he was able to make his way back onto the track without too much trouble, hopefully for him. He did. No, it wasn't Lamberto Ferrari very much still with us in 4th place. We'll get back to that. Under the pressure into turn number 2 and 3 with that Formula K machine just behind Francesco Mareghi. Can he make his commitment around the inside of turn number 5, having to wait just a tiny bit? The more he waits, and the more he finds himself under threat from Eric Enash just behind those 2 drivers, battling along for what could be 3rd place, giving all the time in the world to Maxime Jolet to keep the pressure on Alessio Apicella. 6/10 of a second at the moment. Now down to half of it. Half of a second, Antonio Apicella. Can he resist as we're about to conclude lap number 11 out of 13. Time starts to running out a bit slightly for Maxime Jolet. Since Antonio Apicella keeps on carrying the momentum ever since the start of that race. We keep following those 2, Mareghi and Lamberto Ferrari. The double right-hander, and still no move by the 4-7. Still patiently waiting for the right moment. Shall we see maybe a very late last lap move. Still no change in the lead. Still half of a second. 49.5 by Antonio Apicella. Slightly faster. Almost a 10th by Maxime Jolet. Trying everything that he has to get close and maybe shake a little bit the leader. Not happening quite yet. Mareghi, Ferrari, Enache, Cortopassi in P6 from Rovera, Leo, and Federico Albanese. Certainly one of the biggest disappointments that in his head in this race, as he was certainly keen on fighting at the front. Watch out as a move that we had been expecting might come up into the hairpin. Not just quite yet, as Lamberto Ferrari having to stay behind. He's going to have another opportunity into the first sector.
So this is the last chance for things to change around. Apicella still half a second ahead of the rest of the field, but it's just Apicella and Gelli. Third position is anybody's guess. Marenghi, Ferrari, Enash, Cortapassi and Rivera going to have a fantastic duel on the last lap. And up the inside, squeezing through, that is Rivera, I think, getting the bid there on Cortapassi. So a very interesting duel as Eduardo Leo trying to get in that mix there as well. Federico Albanese still trying to fight back from his earlier difficulties. So it's really going to be tight as they finish off the bid. But Apicella up in front of Maxime Gelli. No change between those two for the moment, unless Maxime Gelli gets one final chop through on the inside of the Italian up front. Still a bit of battling towards the final hairpin as the last couple of drivers mix it up, but it is going to be the victory for Antonio Apicella. He wins the race just like he won both of the qualifying heats yesterday in the Road to the World Cup for the OKN class. It is Antonio Apicella that gets the win for the third time this weekend out of the 3 races we've had. Francesco Marenghi in third position behind the Frenchman Maxime Gelli. Eric Enash, Eduardo Rivera and Leo Ferrari all having their moments in the fantastic battle. But certainly in the Road to the World Cup, we now have our pre-final winners. In the OK Junior N category, it is Jesse Phillips from Great Britain. And in the OKN category, no surprises really, it's the Italian Antonio Apicella.
He did what he had to do and stay in the front, not the watching over his shoulder just too soon, and it just paid off in the end. 6/10 on very strongly recovering Maxime Gelli. Well done to the Frenchman as well. It was a P15 on the grid, P2 at the end. That's about almost more than 1 position gained by lap. And one of the drivers not being very happy about his performance. You saw him gesturing as he was making his way back into the pits. Here's your ranking in full. Antonio Apicella from Maxime Gelli, Francesco Marenghi, Eric Enack, Eduardo Rivera, Lamberto Ferrari. Maybe not so happy, certainly after dropping all the way down to P6. Eduardo Leo from Federico Albanese. Then we have Egi Yildirim, Gianmarco Cortopassi, Nicola Tomasella, Giacomo Manan. 13th place for Robin Sag from Filippo Parmigiani, Troy Sneeman, Giuseppe Capuano, Aisi Sebi, Giulio Olivieri, Matteo Guidotti, Alessandro Cocosa in P20. From Simone Virelli, Gabriele Foys, Mattia Bori, Nicolas Vostanis, Roberto Nali, Pietro Santilli, and Julian Leo running up top 27. A couple of drivers didn't make it to the grid, to the final. They made it to the grid, but not to the checkered flag. Nico Safiris, Alex Macado, Federico Rossi, Silvio Calza, Lorenzo Poletti, and Eduardo Mormorelli. Fortunately for them.
What a fantastic start to the day then in the OKJN and OKN categories. The Road to the World Cup will return for their finals later. For now though, for all the fans of the mondokart.com FIA Karting World Championship, it's time for the big show. Junior and OK in their Super A and Super B Super Heats. Let's bring them on.
Ready, steady, go. Ooh, this is gonna be smooth.
3, 2, 1, dropping.
The Italians love their motorsport, but this particular part of the world is all about passion anyway. Milan is a city that has so many fantastic things going for it. It's full of vibe, full of atmosphere, full of passion, full of power. It's the engine room of Italy, and this is a fantastic part of the world. Most of the karting world can be found within the epicenter of the Shakespearean corridor. The beautiful cities of Milan and Bergamo play host to the community of karting. Lake Garda is the backdrop. This particular circuit, Franciacorta, is one of the newest on the calendar, but it's already becoming a popular favorite. This is only the first time that the World Championship has ever come to the Franciacorta circuit, and it's already building itself into one of the circuits on the calendar. It is absolutely fantastic. Two very long straights of 160 and 180 meters respectively, where the OK and OK Junior drivers can really open up the taps. There are some great overtaking opportunities here and some great battles to be had. We have two fantastic super heats to come from both the junior and senior categories. And this circuit lends itself to great passion, great power, but great overtaking as well. Racecraft is very important here. And through turns 2, turn 5, turn 9 and turn 13, that's where you can really go for broke and go for a really intense overtaking move. But you can also be quite diverse here. This is a circuit where engine power, great temperature and tyre degradation are massive factors. Through that first corner, you can get to a top speed of near 130 kilometers an hour. It is very intense indeed. We're going straight in with our super heats, starting with the OK Junior category. Pole position from yesterday, Cristian Castella lining up on the front row of the grid with the new boy at Ricky Flynn, Filippo Sala, who switched from the Sodi Kart team. Then David Cosma, Luis Francis from Melbourne, Australia, Christopher Alfagali of Lebanon, alongside Jacopo Martinez, with Tibor Ramicus, Stepan Antonov, David Ibataro, and Sun Xiao Yu giving chase. With several drivers in the fray, it's a false start, so we can continue the grid. That's very helpful. Joel Pocula on row 6 of the grid alongside the German Arjen Kreiling, Henry Domain of Great Britain alongside his countryman Sebastian Mins, then Scott Marsh, Salim Hanar, Endo Arata, and Vladimir Ivanikov.
They're followed by Jakob Mikalev as well as Thomas Kinsey. Then we have Matthias Oruela, Daniel Kelleher, Valisev, Apostolidis, Alfie Slater, Jensen Bennett, Mats van Rooyen, Kirill Ditsiev, Damas Gender, Zach Drummond, Boris Linzen, Lorenzo Campos, Ludovico Busso, Kit Delovski, Philip Karas, Niklas Schaffler, and Mace Oben. 18 rows of that grid, 36 drivers ready to go to compete for the first of the two super heat of the junior category. Super heat A, and the pole sitter, Cristian Castella, has been certainly the strongest and most impressive drivers in the junior class yesterday, as he inherited pole position after a strong string of results, as he took yesterday 4 heat wins, along with other strong results in P4 and P5, allowing him to not only lead the overall classification of things with the maximum points in front of Tim Saleh and Filippo Sala, but as well as starting on pole position. Filippo Sala by side, David Cosma, Christopher and Luis Francis just behind. Are we going to be good to go?
We are indeed. Let's go racing for the first time today. And it's a cracking start from Castella, Cosma and Alfagali. They already try and run right round the far side. Sala's going to keep the grip, but he keeps second. Brilliant start from Filippo Sala. He has not allowed David Cosma to get underneath him. And now he's going to try and go round the far side of Cristian Castella, who edges into the curb. He leaves him enough space, though, so that's fair from Cristian Castella. Defends well, controls the lead, but also doesn't push Filippo Sala to the curb. Nicely done. So it's a good start from all corners there, as Castella, Sala, Cosma and Luis Francis are still the top 4. Sorry, no, that's Alfagali that has come forward to 3rd position in front of David Cosma. Luis Francis, the Melbourne youngster, is still there in P5. But it's going to be a very interesting challenge from here on out. Alfagali's already going for broke on Filippo Sala. Watch for David Cosma try and sneak through.
There was a cracking start from Alfagali under the pressure down of the 260 of David Cosma Christopher. He wants to go for P2 already as we conclude lap number 1. 12 to go through. Australia 3/10 already on Filippo Sala under the pressure of Alfagali and David Cosma Christopher. Lewis Francis dropping a bit just behind in P5 from Jacopo Martinez and Tibor Ramicus, defending already Filippo Sala because he can feel the pressure into turn number 5. Watch out between those three, as Filippo Sala, having taken a couple of wins yesterday for Ricky Flynn Motorsport, trying to, of course, stay in contact as much as possible to Cristian Castella. The young Spaniard driver has certainly done the hardest part, keeping his position alive through the first section of the track into the opening lap. And now it keeps on building his gap, already 4/10 of a second. But those three behind are going to have to work together if they want to still keep their hopes alive to pick up the victory into that first Super Heat A. The driver who gets the biggest gap out of the two and the biggest points in the end of the classification with the heat and the super heat, they will be starting for pole position for the final this afternoon. We're not there yet. After this one, there will be another race, of course, and the classification will be decided. But it's down to give your own maximum and run the inside, maybe a bit of exit and carrying the momentum. Not quite able for Christophe Alfagali, and you've seen just the gesture of Filippo Sala. He could feel the pressure, could hit the heat coming from behind with Christophe Alfagali coming for a move, and that's another one from behind. David Cosma Christopher could not wait anymore. Christophe Alfagali went for a first attempt. It didn't work out. Filippo Sala wasn't particularly happy about it, telling him, just stay with me, just keep on going, because we need to carry on. We have a similar objective, a similar target, and his name is Christian Costoya. But in the meantime, as he was waiting just behind to take advantage of the right move, well, David Cosma just made it to B3.
So now Bataro is the leader of the next gaggle of drivers. Jacopo Martinez in 8th place from Arjen Kraling, Stefan Antonov and Joel Pochela. Sun Xiaoyu still towards the top 10. Very good weekend for him, considering this is his first time, really, at FIA Karting World Championship level. The Chinese driver definitely following in the footsteps of Guan Xiaoyu, who, of course, is now racing in the Grand Prix World. Zhou Guanyu, I should say, of course. We'll get there eventually. Christian Costoya, Filippo Sala and David Cosma, still your top three. Filippo Sala trying to hold things together in 2nd position. David Cosma right underneath him. Christopher Alfagali doing his best to move forward, trying to dive in at the inside. He's got to time it right, though. You can't just go gung-ho and hope that it's going to work. You really need to read the situation around you. Meanwhile, at the back of this 6, we've now got Tibor Ramakas trying to work his way forward. This is the replay of how David Cosma got his move on Alfagali. So a nice move there from the Romanian on the Lebanese driver. So up in the 3rd position then goes David Cosma, but there's still plenty to do down at the braking zone. Closing in on Christian Costoya. That's Cosma in 2nd. He's got through now past Filippo Sala. So the Romanian absolutely determined to get himself up into the lead of this qualifying superheat. But this is a brilliant chance now. If he can get past Christian Costoya, then he really puts himself into the shop window to win this World Junior Championship.
And so that's a good pace from the Czech Republic driver, who took a win and a couple of 2nd place results yesterday into the qualifying races starting from Friday. So the pace has always been there for the one who was briefly leading the classification towards the races. Let's have a watch back at the move around the inside. That was beautifully made, textbook sort of move. Filippo Sala was slightly forced on the outside, but was able to keep the position.
And at the same time, Tibor Ramakas actually got through on Lewis Francis, so that puts the Belgian up into P5. Definitely worth keeping an eye on Tibor Ramakas, one of the serial contenders for the European Championship last year. He was actually the vice-European champion this year in the junior category, so he really needs to stay hungry. He is there in 5th position. He's got every chance to move his way further forward. This is the kind of race where he can put himself back into contention. So it's going to be a tough one for Tibor Ramakas to continue this kind of pace. Costoya, Cosma, Sala, Alfagali, Ramakas and Lewis Francis, the top 6 drivers in this race, all trying to work their way further forward. Costoya looking very confident, but Cosma just chipping away at him, sector by sector, little by little. Ramakas up the inside again of Alfagali now to get into 4th position. So the VDK driver from Belgium really working his craft. But look at Cosma on the slipstream, definitely getting closer now to Christian Costoya. Has he got enough to go up the inside? Not yet, nor does Alfagali and Francis have the mentality to go for Ramakas, but this could be the first chance for Cosma. He's getting right in there behind the Spaniard Christian Costoya, letting him know he's there with the slightest little rub on the back bumper, just to keep him aware of the situation. You really need to start putting a show on now, because you've got a big pressure cooker building. I'm here, Filippo Sala's behind me. You better get on with it or I'm coming through.
It took half of a race for the tires to get in the right operating window, time to put them up to temperature. And David Cosma is translating that into a great pace indeed, ready to attack Christian Costoya. Still have a bit of time, of course. It's only lap number 7 out of 12. And you don't want to rush into that sort of thing. You want to pace yourself and consider any opportunity. You might want to go for it to the breaking point of turn number 2. On the inside, the door is opened by Costoya. And diving through as well, Filippo Sala. Watch out for any move or contact. But Costoya shuts that door right on the exit. Keeps that 2nd position alive. But that was the first warning. Now, we have David Cosma Christopher leading the way to potentially a superheat victory. Watch out for Filippo Sala. One of the strongest chances this year of another junior world title for OKJ Motorsport. It's been a while since we saw the British driver going around the inside. There you go for Filippo Sala. Beautifully made. We haven't seen that many attempts and overtakings into turn number 11. He just made it stick beautifully. And he keeps on saying to Christian Costoya, stay with me because this race is far from over. Tibor Ramakas is just behind. But now we have to stick together and attack David Cosma Christopher. Let's find out if they're going to be able to do that into turn number 2. Yes, the door is right open, and a little bit of a nudge, and they go through, and Timo Ramakas as well takes P3.
Ramakas able to take full advantage of that to get into third position. So Cosma drops to the back of the queue. Salah's gone to the front of it. Castoya very much running the risk of that front fairing getting loose with the nudging of Filippo Sala, but he had to make that window open up so that he could climb through it. Now we've got Timo Ramakas there in third position. Christian Castoya look with the warning flag. I'm not at all surprised because he gave Filippo Sala a proper shove to get that overtaking move finished off so that he could squeeze up the inside of Cosma too. So Castoya's got to be very careful about that kind of driving. Now at the inside, Ramakas defending from Cosma to make sure he doesn't lose his third place. They come off the turn. Sala, Castoya, Ramakas, Cosma. Fifth position further back, that's Martinez, having now worked his way past Luis Francis. Davide Bottaro, Arjen Krailing and Stepan Antonov are in the mix there. Vladimir Ivanikov now creeping into the top 10 in front of Sun Xiaoyu and Joel Pokela. Mins, Domain, Mikalev, Marsh and Drummond. Here comes the chance from Ramakas. He can't quite commit to it because Castoya has kept it very late on the brakes. So there's not going to be much of an opportunity just yet. It looks like it's going to be 2x2 hurrah. But Ramakas and Cosma may need to team up here to have the shot. As Castoya tries to line up Sala, will he go for it in the inside hairpin? Thought he might have done there. Might get his chance into turn 14.
They want to do what others just did before. You could see that Ramakas lost a bit of momentum on the exit by his late braking point. As run inside, Castoya goes defensive, protecting his position. Run the inside as well, though. Goes Cosma Cristoforo on the outside of the last turn. He's not quite able just yet to make his bid. Ramakas was there to shut that door. He needs to go protective himself as well, Timo Ramakas, because Cosma Cristoforo has had enough so far. And he sees Jacopo Martinez coming back into the mix as well. We're going to find ourselves with a 4-driver battle. A little bit of a nudge maybe by the look of it for Ramakas on the entry of turn number 5. As Jacopo Martinez might want to go for the move as well. Has to stay behind. That's 3, even 4. 3 Car Republic machines chasing Christian Castoya. And it goes the way of Filippo Sala. Of course, he's been extending his gap for the past 2 laps. 1/10 of a second on the way to what could be victory. And all of a sudden, Castoya found himself in the position of the chosen one. Watch out in the turn number 13 into the breaking point of the hairpin. No one is daring to make a move just yet.
This is exactly what Filippo Sala needed. These guys to just scrap amongst themselves. Castoya in second place, now having to go ultra defensive as we go into the final lap of Super Heat A of the OK Junior. Round the outside, Jacopo Martinez trying to get there past Cosma, but he was miles back further a couple of laps ago. Now he's in the hunt, so now we've got to wait to see if... Oh, there's going to be a beautiful move from Martinez. He sweeps in on Cosma, has the chance to do so on Ramakas. Can he hold it round the outside? No, he can't. So Ramakas and Cosma managed to get back in on Martinez once again. So he's got to now try and reset. Will there be a chance of the inside? No, not with Ramakas and Cosma still protecting. Castoya looks like he could be safe here in second position, but crucially, it looks like it's going to be perfect for Filippo Sala to get the win down to the braking zone of the hairpin. Ramakas will hold that inside radius for ransom, and it's going to be Filippo Sala. He takes the win in the Super Heat. He knows what he can do from here. Filippo Sala gets that gap down to Castoya. It's now 3:43 to 3:35. Filippo Sala will not start pole for the final thanks to that victory, but he's certainly one step closer to the mark, and that is Endo Arata. So Endo Arata, the Japanese driver, unfortunately out of the race there on the final lap for the Ward Racing team. It's been a great work from him so far as well, so he definitely doesn't want to be in that situation. But poor Endo Arata, retiring from the race there in the closing stages, that really won't help his cause in the final reckoning. But a fabulous opportunity for the man who has just taken the victory in the first of our Super Heats today. Filippo Sala of Italy in fine position. What a great performance from the Italian ahead of Christian Castoya. Second place for Castoya keeps him at the front end of the rankings for the time being. But it will all depend on how it goes in the second Super Heat later, when the man on pole position, Tame Soleil, has a genuine chance to overtake him and grab the pole for the final. So a great battle out on circuit. Filippo Sala, Christian Castoya, Timo Ramakas and David Cosma ahead of Jacopo Martinez and Luis Francis. Davide Bottaro in front of Arjen Krailing and Stepan Antonov. Then Joel Pokela ahead of Vladimir Ivanikov. Sun Xiaoyu and Henry Domain ahead of Scott Marsh and Sebastian Mins in the top 15. Then we had Zach Drummond, Jensen Burnett, Salim Hanna and Chris Elfagali. A very disappointing race for Elfagali, all the way to 19th ahead of Nicholas Schaufler, who fought back to 20th. Thomas Kinsey in front of Kirill Titiev, Daniel Kelleher, Lorenzo Campos and Alfie Slater. from Mies Huben, Matthias Orjuela, then Vasia Apostolidis and Boris Leisen ahead of Jeke Mikilev, Mats van Rooyen ahead of Tamas Genda, Filip Karas, Kit Belowski and Ludovic Gobusso, and then the Japanese driver Endo Arata, who sadly retired from the race. So a very exciting moment for Filippo Sala for the Ricky Flynn Motorsport team. His first race with the squad, having left the Sodicart team in the summer, joins Ricky Flynn's team and right up there with a chance to go for it. Christian Castoya settling for second place, and again, the sportsman's attitude comes up to Filippo Sala, congratulates him. I have a feeling this is going to be a very fair final later on between these two. But how tough is it going to be once you get the likes of Tame Soleil and Dries van Langendonk thrown into the mix? The highlights of a very solid Super Heat, a good way to start the World Championship day here on the Sunday at Franciacorta. Great battles, nice and early from Sala, went for his move. Castoya left him the space there, very important. He was not a dirty driver on that point, he could well have been, but he didn't squeeze him. He just left him the minimal space and Sala had to make a choice. So Sala sat in second place, just built up to it as Cosma and El Fagali worked their way further forward. There's some great duels in this first Super Heat, and I have to say, incredibly clean racing for an early morning Super Heat. Cosma got the move on Sala, just as Ramekes got the move on Francis, but then Sala read the situation nicely, first got his move on Castoya, and then worked with Castoya to get through on the inside of Cosma. A little bit forceful from Christian Castoya, but it got the move done. Ramekes went with them, and Thibaut Ramekes is there in third position at the flag as well. Don't forget, the Belgian has a great chance to go for the World Championship fight himself. So it's going to be Castoya on 343, Sala on 335, Cosma on 309, Francis on 285, and Ramekes on 278. But Filippo Sala puts himself into the frame to become World Junior Champion. A fabulous opportunity knocking there for the Italian. Filippo Sala with a great chance. A lot of the stands now filled with some of the drivers left over from yesterday, unable to compete today. Again, notice for a fact the CRG racer Clara Kowalczyk there in the stands watching along, as are several other of the competitors in the field. But this is World Championship Day. It's going to be filled to the rafters. The stands will be packed, and so too will the banks around the course. It's going to be very busy. Guillaume Alvarez is down in Parc Fermé, hopefully with our race winner.
Yes, indeed, Jake. Good morning to everybody. Welcome back for our live interviews. Filippo Sala with us to start with. Congratulations, Filippo. Job well done. The first of the two jobs that you need to do today on home soil as an Italian driver. I guess it must feel special to be able to win and be so efficient.
Yeah, today is a very important day of the year. Yeah, now we win, and after I think we will start second in final. We will push 100%, and I will give my best for win this race.
You gave it already a good performance into that Super Heat. I still have goosebumps about that race. So the competition still as tight as it has been in the qualifying heats.
Yeah, it's like we make amazing race. Me and Christian Castoya, that we help a lot. You know what I mean? And yeah, it's a very good race, and just make the same in the final.
That's the way to put it, just to make the same. And very nice of you to congratulate you. Christian Castoya has been one strong rival. Certainly, we cannot wait for you guys to do it all over again in battle this afternoon. Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see in the final.
Let's see in the final for Filippo Sala and the Ricky Flynn Motorsport team. And the first job is done. P1 for the Super Heat A. There's one more to go into that junior class to have the established classification and the complete starting grid.
Thank you, Guillaume, and thank you, Filippo Sala. It'll be an exciting battle to see how the competitors get underway. We're going to have a really exciting showdown. As the drivers are gearing up for the OKJ Super Heat A, this is for the senior competitors. Check out the talent in this particular grid. This is really going to be a who's who, plethora of racing driver talent. There is Enzo Taiwan, the man who won last year's Junior World Championship title at Sarno, just a few miles from the foot of Mount Vesuvius. Enzo Taiwan is here, just a few miles away from one of his homes in Desenzano del Garda, not too far away from the headquarters of karting. It's essentially in this epicenter of the world where we have some amazing battles in front of us. But last year, Enzo Taiwan took all the pressure, soaked it up, and became Junior World Champion in karting. A year later, he has the chance to do the double. But has he got what it takes? From 8th position on the grid in this Super Heat to then put himself into a competitive position in the final. He knows what he's got to do. He's already a world champion, but he would dearly love to make it 2 world championship titles in consecutive years, one in junior and one in senior. There's not many who have been able to do so. This man, however, is going for FIA Karting title number 3. Kiya Nakamura, a junior world champion in 2021, European senior champion 2022, but this is his final karting meeting, and he would absolutely love to leave it as the champion of the world. Kiya Nakamura for Japan, hoping to get his 3rd title in as many seasons in FIA Karting. There's not many drivers who can say they've done that ever in the sport's history. Finn McLaughlin going for the battle here. In 2nd position on the grid, the young man for the Republic of Ireland. Nobody from his nation has ever won a karting world championship title. They've won international accolades for sure, but Finn McLaughlin and the VDK racing team are well placed to do it. They may not be the factory kart Republic operation, but look at VDK Racing's history. They know how to win a world title. You've only got to look back to 2018 with Victor Bernier in the junior category. They know how to be world champions. This man knows how to fight for a title. He was the 2021 3rd place man in the European Championship. Ian Eichmans for Belgium, hoping to become the first man for 48 years to be a Belgian direct drive world champion. What if he could do that in the Birolart, run by Leclerc by Lennox Racing? His team boss, Jordan Lennox-Lamb, hoping to make it happen here today. What an opportunity. There are so many drivers here on the crest of history. And how about the man starting in 4th position, who not many people would have ranked as being amongst that accolade of drivers? The Frenchman getting quietly on with the job. Arthur Poulain has done a fantastic amount of work here this weekend to be right there in the mix for the Antonelli team, a brand new team within karting, and he just might be a dark horse.
Arthur Poulain, who actually had 2 win victories, one on track and one inherited after a penalty to Olin Gali. So 2 wins in the bag, a lot of confidence for Arthur Poulain, that's for sure. And pay attention to him, as he's been very strong in the early stages of each of his races. As from the outside of the round number 2, Arthur Poulain will definitely be a threat.
And watch for the man who is on the inside of the 3rd row as well, Joe Turney, the man you can never ever count out. He's done everything in this sport except win an FIA karting title. Today could be the day for the young Brit. So, Kiya Nakamura and Finn McLaughlin, Ian Eichmans and Arthur Poulain, Joe Turney and Jan Pastrovsky, Thomas Stolchamanis and Enzo Tarvanichkil, Kirill Kutskov and Kai Rilliards from Simone Bianco, Sebastiano Pavan, Emanuele Oliveri, Louis Iglesias, Nacho Tunion, Luigi Coluccio, Len Nige and Enea Frey.
Then we have Luis Samdula and Suleiman Zanfari, followed by David Walter, Jakub Revsky, Danilo Albanese, Joel Bergström, Simon Reckenmarker, William Go, Nileo Nilsson, Francisco Macedo, Kasper Eriksson, Vili Akala, Matheus Morgato, to Iwo Esterda, Maximilian Popov, as well as Paco Moisenberger, Gustav Wisniewski, and Dante Vinci. A surprising name that we find at the bottom of that Super Heat B grid is the reigning OK World Champion, ladies and gentlemen, Matheus Morgato from Brazil, who had the worst of weekends going up and down in terms of results, and he finds himself, well, in a mission to recover as high as possible and to expect to find himself on a decent position for the start of the final. Never cut off, of course, Matheus Morgato after his supreme performance in Sano a year ago, and touching on gearbox category for the first time this year as well, pulling on a beautiful showing performance in Wackersdorf 1 month ago. Watch out as well for the Brazilian.
Yeah, qualifying didn't work out, and this is his last chance to keep the World Championship dream alive. Is it going to be a green light straight away? No, it's not. It's a false start, which is very unusual for Kiya Nakamura up at the front end of the field.
It sort of became a trend since the start of the weekend to
Yes,
have those extra formation laps. Nothing wrong with that, but still pressure on the engines, the tires, and the man.
Well, it's a false start is okay, but then a second one is a bit of a headache, and a third one, you really run the risk of things. So a big problem. So you've got to be very careful about that. In the past, in European and World Championship events, if you mess up the start 3 times, you can have, it doesn't always happen, but you can have a benefit of doubt work against you. And I've known it in the past when the front row of the starting grid has ended up being demoted to the back because they can't control the pace. On the right of your screen, you just saw Carl Yangda, who is, of course, part of the technical delegation team, and alongside Ronan Geidel of the RGMMC group, watching along, very intent. They have karting written through their bone marrow. They love this sport with their whole heart, and it is great to see them continuing to enjoy it year after year, World Championship after World Championship. But here at Franciacorta, we are getting ourselves under starters' orders again, hopefully this time successfully. The mechanics, they're in position, ready for a very exciting challenge ahead of them. Are we going to see Kiya Nakamura convert this into yet another victory? What can Finn McLaughlin do from alongside him? Watch out for Eichmans, for Poulain, for Turney and for Petrovski. Also for Stolchemanis and Tarvanitschko from the fourth row. They're going to have something to say about this. Here we go, racing at Franciacorta. Good start from Nakamura, Berta and Eichmanns. They already jumped McLaughlin. In fact, McLaughlin's going to struggle to be in the top three here as he runs through the far side. He's going to slot into about 6th position, I think. So he's down to P7, in fact, behind the CRG of the fast starting. Now, there is that going to be? That's Simone Bianco who's worked his way through into the top 6. Everybody else is just trying to keep it together. Mathis Morgato there, hunting down his opponents, trying to work his way through the traffic. That's Arthur Poulain that Finn McLaughlin is in front of now. So Eichmanns and Turney are already turning up the dial to Kia Nakamura Berta, and they're going to need to get past him quickly because Nakamura Berta will be pulling away as soon as possible. If you're Ian Eichmanns, you want to get him into the next hairpin. You do not want to let him get away.
And we've seen countless times Kia Nakamura Berta in such a strong position and being able to put qualifying lap after qualifying lap and getting the gap down. But this is, of course, the mission of Ian Eichmanns, as you said. And a bit of a spread of dust. A little bit of a push coming to the start-finish straight. We'll get back to that. As around the inside goes Tomasz Stolcemanis into turn number 2 and 3. Wow! Expect that from the long Latvian from Energy Corse, getting ahead of Joe Turney. Certainly the British driver didn't see that coming. But now we find Tomasz Stolcemanis speed 4 in this year's European Championship and on the podium in KZ2. Well, is the one, of course, that you never have to cut off, and it's going to give the chase to Eichmanns and Nakamura.
The driver skipping over the final corner curb was Emanuele Olivieri on the Birolart, unfortunately. So that drops him to 10th position. I think he was in about P6 at the time. So he's still trying to work his way forward. Nakamura Berta in front of Eichmanns, Stolcemanis, Turney, Kutzkov, McLaughlin, Bianco, Poulain, Petrovski and Olivieri. Then Kai Milliards in front of Lenage, Pavan, Iglesias, Tunion, Sulemans and Fari visiting here from the Euro Cup 3. And Coluccio in front of his teammate David Walter. Enzo Tarvanitschko all the way down in 19th place, the former junior world champion, the reigning junior world champion. Here comes Eichmanns. Big move on Nakamura Berta. He had to do this early, and suddenly the Belgian has come into the fray in front of Kia Nakamura Berta. This is big for Eichmanns because he is searching for the first senior world title for a Belgian in direct drive competition in karting since 1975. That is a big opportunity for Ian Eichmanns as the reigning world champion Matthias Morgato, fighting to work his way through, picks up a warning flag in 25th place for his troubles. He is absolutely on the lockstep. Stolcemanis and Turney both get their move on Nakamura Berta as well. So now this world championship has already been blown wide open, and it's only lap 4.
And watch out, because Nakamura on the verge of losing another place. That was a close call from Kirill Kutzkov with a DPK machine further back from P5. Gonna have to wait to the next turn. Turn number 5 is a little bit further back. Trying to attack the Japanese-British driver, Arthur Poulain, trying to make his bid on the outside. Goes Joe Turney with Tomasz Stolcemanis to shut that door. That could lead to maybe Nakamura trying his bid once again. But Stolcemanis under the pressure now, not quite able to follow Ian Eichmanns, who couldn't ask for a better situation to really build a bit of a gap. 6 tenths now for the Belgian. The Jotun is losing patience by the look of it.
But look at how cautious Kia Nakamura Berta's having to be. He had a look at the inside of Joe Turney and then bailed out. Turney can just go for it. Nakamura Berta can get the natural flow and get through as well with him to get up into 3rd position. That's a bit more like it. Kia Nakamura Berta cannot afford to make too many risks here. 3rd position will do behind Turney, but he wants to follow in behind him. He doesn't have to race him too hard here. Nakamura Berta back up to 348 points. He was losing a little bit of ground, but going with Joe Turney is exactly the right tactic for Kia Nakamura Berta. He doesn't need to rush this. He just needs to get himself into a good frame of mind. As Mathis Morgato is under investigation now, having already had a warning flag, he now gets another investigation. He is obviously trying desperately to keep his World Championship hopes alive, but he's doing it by halves as Finn McLaughlin drifts onto the curb, as Kirill Kutzkov in 5th position has managed to get past him, but now McLaughlin has returned the favour. Poulain in 7th position is looking for his bid. Down to the braking zone, Ian Eichmanns is well gone.
1 full second for the Belgian in the lead as he comes across. This is lap number 6 out of 16. This is the second longest race of the weekend. Down to 9 tenths of a second. Sulemans and Fari being investigated as we're here with the number 5, Pierre McLaughlin in front of Kirill Kutzkov, the returning of the Irish driver, who starts his recovery to try to climb as high as possible. His next target, Tomasz Stolcemanis, the number 7 in the energy, as Berezowski, Arthur Poulain, Kai Ralets and Sebastian Pavan running at the top 10. David Walter the fastest in this race for now, but still the gap around the second between the leader and Turney under the pressure of Kinnaker Alberta.
Well, all 36 drivers are still racing, but some of them have had big problems in this one. Ivo Besterda, Danilo Albanese, Livovic Sambudler and Suleiman Zanfari all dropping to the back of the grid in incidents. There's the move from Walter, gets in on Kirill Kutskov. Arthur Poulain hoping to follow in as well, but he's not quite going to be alongside enough to make it happen. Turney's trying to drop Kia Nakamura Berta and go after Eichmanns. He's already got the gap in half. So Back and Weisenberg are under investigation, but Thomas Stolchimanis has got Finn McLaughlin for company. Then it's Pestrovsky, Kutskov, Poulain, Pavan, Rilliards. There's the move from Finn McLaughlin. Gets on the inside of Thomas Stolchimanis, and so the VDK driver passes the energy course, and it's the Irishman versus the Latvian. Great work from Finn McLaughlin. Still has a great chance in this one. P4, he's not that far away from Kia Nakamura Berta, and he's hunting himself into a position. Up in front, Eichmanns has 321 points if it stays like this. McLaughlin will now have the same amount of points as far as my maths is concerned. If not, then McLaughlin is actually going to be a couple of points back in front.
And if Thomas Stolchimanis wants to have a shot at a higher position, he might want to stay behind McLaughlin and try to work with him and try to decrease the gap on Kinnaker Alberta. We're not there yet, of course. Lap number 8, halfway through that Super Heat B. Eichmanns down to 0.2 of a second. Joe Turney is charging the Belgian. That's going to give us one heck of a second part of a race. Stay with us because Joe Turney, the British driver, suddenly gets his best chance as concurring for the World Championship title, something he missed 3 years ago in 2020. Watch out for Turney. He finds himself in a good place, down to the hairpin. Can he actually try to make his move into the number 11? We've seen that happening. Not the easiest of turn to make your bid, but on the way down, that could be his chance.
Cool on Friday, smooth on Saturday, ruthless on Sunday. Joe Turney is back, and he is in this fight for the World Championship. He knows it, we all know it. And now Turney is going to be all over Ian Eichmanns in the second half of this Super Heat. Kia Nakamura Berta just keeping a watching brief. That's probably quite wise. He doesn't want to get too close to these two. Eichmanns is determined. He wants to go for the World Championship title. So does Joe Turney. At the moment, it's about points, but Turney is going to make it about ruthless efficiency. Makes the move. Gets in on the inside of the Belgian. Tries to back him into Nakamura Berta. Joe Turney hits the front on the Sunday morning of the World Championship final. This is the chance for Joe Turney. He knows it, and he's not going to back down. Nakamura Berta now slides in on Eichmanns. Gets the second position back again. So it's absolutely game on for the World Championship title as Enzo Tarvanitschkel bangs in the fastest lap of the race. Jan Pestrovsky picks up a warning. Everybody's going for it.
Joe Turney needs this result more than ever if he wants to find himself within the first front row of the grid coming to the final this afternoon. Lap number 10, here we go. 0.2 of a second already in front of Kia Nakamura Berta, who just went for the dive at the right time to give himself a proper couple of laps to try to decrease on the gap on Turney. The 33 out of this race, unfortunately, as we lost.
Is that Samdula?
This is Samdula, the South African from Czech Republic, unfortunately having to step out of his car. The first DNF of this race on lap number 10. We've had a lot of drama in DNFs throughout the course of the weekend, but this is the first one coming late into that race. But look at those two. Kia Nakamura Berta, Joe Turney, under the close watch of Ian Eichmanns. The Oakman is a little bit broken, but still standing, ready to give it a good fight coming towards the checkered flag. The Belgians still very much in P3, keeping up the pace in terms of respective lap times. They're all in the 47.8, even under the 47.8 for Kia Nakamura Berta, keeping his close watching concentration on Joe Turney. Jan McLaughlin down into P4 still, in front of Sebastian Pavan, a little bit on his own at the moment for Jan McLaughlin. But watch out as well for the Irish driver, as Pacom Weisenberger, the Frenchman, the champion of France, is picking up an investigation flag. Jan McLaughlin could become the fourth aces into that battle. Look at him trying to close on Ian Eichmanns. Eichmanns a little bit blocked by the look of it, at least trying to put the pressure on Nakamura Berta, but he doesn't have maybe enough fresh air in front of him to try to push as much as he would have liked. And that could give Jan McLaughlin the chance that he so certainly seek for, try to get close and maybe shake up the order coming towards the later stages of this race. Lap number 12, that is, out of the 16 and 3/10 now between Turney and Nakamura Berta. It stays steady. Eichmanns, McLaughlin down to 4/10 of a second now. Just took almost one of the fastest laps in this race, 47.7 to a 47.9 to Ian Eichmanns, and a little bit of dust on the start-finish straight. Nothing is moving as Sebastian Pavan is the fastest on track at the moment, getting ahead of Kirill Kutskov in P5. Stolchimanis down in P7 for Berezovsky, Relarts, Len Ney, the two Belgians. 3 Belgians in the top 10. Doesn't happen every day. Let's see what happened with Luis Samdula, he was pushed out of the way, unfortunately.
The tiniest nudge, that's all it takes. And unfortunately, he just got pirouetted around. It's very hard to push start the kart again. So Levues and Budla, unfortunately, out of this race. Now, 4 laps to go, and Kian Nakamura-Berta, the Japanese driver, in second place on the Prema kart, part of the Alpine Academy, going after the British driver sensation, Joe Turney. He's won everything there is to win in this sport, except an FIA title. And this is his big chance. He is leading the Super Heat on Sunday morning of the World Championship at Franciacorta. This is his opportunity, and he knows it. He's not going to back down from it. He's not going to give anything less than 150%. Third position, Ian Eichmans is going to be right under pressure from Finn McLaughlin before too long. The Irishman has had his headache in the first 5-6 laps. He's got himself back up to 4th position. He's got himself back into contention.
And you know who else in the history of karting recently who spent most of his karting career not winning FIA Karting title until his last season before moving to Formulas? Max Verstappen.
Indeed.
So Joe Turney, after so many years competing at the forefront, has been missing out on the European crown, World Championship title as well, coming very, very close on so many occasions. Not always the most lucky drivers in the world, but this weekend he's been putting the right foot after the other one and find himself in an ideal position to secure the deal.
Well, Joe Turney was supposed to be one of the next big revelations in the world of British F4 until the worldwide pandemic ruined his chances of getting his race season under wraps. His sponsorship deal dried up in a heartbeat, and he's never been able to get it back again. So what did he do? He didn't whinge, he didn't whine, he didn't complain. He dug deep, he got himself cemented back into the karting manufacturers of the World Championship of Karting. He spent 3 solid seasons with Tony Kart. He took his own decision this year to make a change, and he's moved to the Kart Republic factory operation. And you know what? He's been fast in Europe, he's been fast in America. This could be the final opportunity to become world champion. He's had so many near misses, so much hard luck, but every time there's a senior driver in the field bouncing back from supremacy, 9 times out of 10, it's going to be Joe Turney. He may not need to today.
He needs to stay focused, that's for sure, into the penultimate lap, because Kian Nakamura-Berta is ready to profit of any mistake, any misses. And Phil McLaughlin takes P3 in the inside of turn number 11. The hairpin. Watch out for the response for Ian Eichmans. The Belgian is going to give him a hard time on the way to the hairpin. Into turn number 13, Kian Nakamura-Berta is staying where he is into the final lap. Shall we see a very late move for Kian Nakamura, who stays in the lead of the classification as it stands. But Phil McLaughlin, the VTK driver, climbing through the ranks. He had lost a bit of momentum, but watch out for Eichmann. He still has something to say to that race. The Belgian...
Matthias Morgado!
Morgado!
We are going to have a new world champion, because that is Matthias Morgado's dream of 2023, getting it done in consecutive years. Over. Matthias Morgado is out of the race, out of the World Championship. Meanwhile, Kian Nakamura-Berta still feels he's got a point to prove here on Joe Turney. But Kian, you don't have to get past him. You can just sit behind him and still be in the perfect position to win the World Championship this afternoon. This is the final chance for Kian Nakamura-Berta. Look, he's gesturing to Joe Turney. Just keep going. Don't worry. Don't defend. I'm not going to get you. I'm going to sit here in second place. I don't need to win just yet. It's the afternoon I care about. Joe Turney will come through to get the top spot. Kian Nakamura celebrates as he comes across the line, because he knows that he has pretty much guaranteed himself a pole position for the final this afternoon with second place. He knows he needed first or second, and second will do. Kian Nakamura-Berta can't resist letting a little bit of that emotion bubble over. His final ever karting race, and Kian Nakamura-Berta looks like he's going to be on pole for the final. But this man, Joe Turney, is determined to take it from him. So many near misses, so many second chances, squandered, disappeared, vanished, and opportunity is now knocking again for Joe Turney. The British youngster from Milton Keynes has a great chance here to make this happen. What a chance for Joe Turney. A brilliant, brilliant opportunity here. Just one race away from glory, but can he do it? There are so many competitors who could win this world title, so many drivers who have the chance. It all now comes down to what happens in the awning. You crunch the numbers, you assess the data, you get yourself mentally ready, and you go for it. Joe Turney wins the first Super Heat of the day in senior from Kian Nakamura-Berta and Finn McLaughlin. Ian Eichmans and Sebastiano Pavan from Kirill Kutzkov and Thomas Stochamanis. Guy Reliarts, Jan Petrovsky and David Walter. Enzo Tarvanichkul, the Red Bull youngster, in 11th place from Len Nice and Arthur Poulain. Nashatunion and Luigi Coluccio. 16th place for Simone Bianco in front of Louis Iglesias and Emanuele Olivieri. Francisco Macedo up 9 places, William Go up 6, Max Popov up 12, Jacob Raschke in front of Paco Weisenberger, Leo Nielsen, Enea Frey and Gustav Wisniewski, Joel Bergstrom in front of Willy Hackele and Dante Vinci, Ivo Basterda in front of Suleiman Zanfari, Danilo Albanese, the European Gearbox champion this year, looks like he's out of the World Championship. Simon Reckenmacher, Kasper Henriksen, and our 2 retirements, Matthias Mogato, who is definitely out of the World Championship, and Liverway Sam Budler, who is probably out as well. You watched again the highlights here from Franciacorta from the senior final. Lots of great battles and duels. That's the big first moment. I think that's actually Enzo Tarvanitschko going off rather than Emanuele Oliveira. Yet another big moment for the Thai. And that's certainly not going to help him going into the final later. He managed to get himself up to 11th place. Great work from Ian Eichmans this time. The Birolart and the Leclerc-Bar-Lennox Racing team really starting to make waves in senior. They've had a very tough year, but Ian Eichmans is putting on all the stops when it really counts. Stochamanis getting his bid up the inside of Nakamura Berta. Joe Turney throwing his weight into the ring as well. So many drivers here who could potentially become world champion. And the thing is, you've got to watch how hard these guys work. All of them deserve it. But this is only one half of the competition, because the second Super Heat, with the other 36 drivers trying to get into the World Championship final, are coming up next. Thomas Stochamanis hunting down the leader up front, but he was not catchable. Joe Turney, however, had other plans. He knew, and he could take Nakamura Berta with him for the ride. They knew they could catch up to Ian Eichmans up front. David Walter putting on some good moves. Don't forget, this is his first weekend with the Tony Kart factory team, having been with the Koski Motorsport team for such a long time. Finn McLaughlin, still a contender for me. The Irishman has every chance to become the first Irishman ever to be world champion. Turney dived in on Eichmans. Kia Nakamura Berta wasn't far behind. Unfortunately, it all went wrong for Liverway Sam Budler, the South African. So after his joy in the warm-up race a few weeks ago, where he claimed his first podium finish in the final, it's all gone wrong this time. McLaughlin then took on Eichmans. Matthias Mogato spinning out of the World Championship. He will not defend his world crown for a second consecutive season, but a fantastic situation for Joe Turney. He takes the Super Heat win ahead of Kian Nakamura Berta, who is pretty much guaranteed pole position for the World Championship final, the biggest race of his life. Down in the holding area, down in Parc Fermé, we have our man on the spot, Guillaume Alvarez.
The biggest race of the year awaits this afternoon, but the first part of the job is done brilliantly. Joe Turney, congratulations, winner of that race. I was enough for you to put yourself higher in the rankings, hopefully from a good starting position in the final. Your feelings after this race? It's been a strong one with Kian Nakamura Berta giving you a hard time.
Yeah, of course. I mean, Kian done a great job today. They're all race, so he'll obviously go off pole for the final, so that's good for the team. Pace is just getting better all week, so I hope with 4 new tyres in the final we can continue with the pace.
Yeah, the pace has been strong on your side as well. There's been so for the past few years as well. Every time you were spot on for the big events. This time around, one more chance for you to shine.
Yeah, I mean, the World Champ's always been a bit of a bad race for me, like results-wise. I'm not really sure why, bit of bad luck. Had 1 second in the 4 years that we've done it, but apart from that, not been on the podium. So hopefully this year we'll go off with a good spot on the grid for the final.
Good words. Thank you very much, Joe Turney. Good luck for this afternoon. As you can leave your place to Kian Nakamura Berta, who's going to be joining us for a quick word before we get ourselves ready for the big one this afternoon with one more race, of course, the Super Heat B for the senior class. Thank you, Kian, for joining us. Well done to you. Well, we thought that strategy was at play for this race. You needed a couple of points left to secure pole position, and that's job done.
I mean, yeah, at the start it was a bit of a struggle. I dropped back a bit. That point I was thinking, oh, maybe this might be the unravel of everything I've done this weekend, because there I saw a massive train and I thought it was going to become a proper dogfight. But when Joe made the move on Thomas, I managed to follow through, and from there I just stayed behind, just worked with him. I knew I needed, I think, second to take pole position for the final, and I did just that, and didn't really need to win it. I helped Joe, I just stayed behind, and I think in the end it was a good result for the team.
You guys are quite nice to each other. You know, he said nice words about your performance and your turn as well, but I guess when it comes to the final, gloves off?
I think, yeah, definitely in the final, it's anyone's guess. It's anyone can, like, team orders isn't in play really. I think on the first 2 laps maybe, if there is like we won't do stupid overtakes on each other. We wouldn't try to mess each other up. But after that, towards the end of the race, I think it's anyone's win. It's not a team game. It's not like the European Championship where you can play a little bit more. But so yeah, it will be an interesting one.
It's going to be interesting, Nick. We cannot wait to see that unfolding. Thank you very much, Kin Nakamura. Good luck for this afternoon final. Kin Nakamura, who's going to be your pole sitter in the OK class. We have one more race to go before the big one.
We also have one more race to go in the junior category, and this man is on the verge of something pretty special. Taim Saleh of Germany for the Sauber Academy. This is the best opportunity he has ever had for a top-level victory in the FIA Karting paddock. He has been so smooth over the course of this weekend, and that's what his real secret weapon has been. He's just been so patient, so disciplined, so calm. Just needs to stay exactly as he is. Don't change a thing, Taim, because this is a great opportunity knocking to put himself to the front end of the field for the final. Another controlled race for the German talent will get him to the front row of the starting grid for the final. It might even get him to pole position for it. You never know. All sorts of battles to come from him, but he's not the only one in with a shot of a fantastic opportunity to great title success. Dries van Langendonk of Belgium, the Forza racing driver in the X-Brit. In the last 12 months, he's gone from who on earth is this guy to who's going to stop him from conquering everything in the sport. Dries van Langendonk doing an absolutely thrilling job for the Forza racing team this weekend, and he has every opportunity to claim his first FIA karting title here today. What a great chance. There's only 2 drivers we've spoken about so far in this particular Super Heat. There's another 34 behind them who will give it everything they've possibly got to move forward. What about this man? Scott Lindblom for the Swedish charge of the FIA Karting. Tony Kart Racing Team driver, one of many Swedes to have conquered the sport of late. It's been a long time since Johnny Mistievich won the last direct drive title for Sweden, but in the last couple of seasons we've seen Noah Millell and Victor Gustafsson become world champions for Sweden after Emil Kallas became a KZ2 European champion a few years before. Now Scott Lindblom would like to become a junior world champion in the OK Junior category. He has a great chance to do it too. From 3rd on the grid in the Super Heat, he's absolutely on the money. Alongside him on the grid is Augustus Toniolo of Brazil, a man who's been under the radar for most of the weekend, but the Kart Republic driver definitely has a great shot. The light goes green at the end of the pit lane, and the drivers get pushed out. 12 laps of the course once again in Super Heat B, and the 36 drivers are here. Some of them will be going home at the end of this race. Some of them will be going to the big show with a winning ticket. Taim Saleh and Dries van Langendonk, Scott Lindblom and Augustus Toniolo, Noah Wolf and Mike Bajala, Lewis Werrell and Jack Eilif from Roman Kamyab, Gerasim Skudanov, Noah Montero, Jared Clark, Ali Konsani, Alexander Bondarev, Marian Nito, Makar Sevalev, Evim Deronov and Louis Cochet.
Then we have Rocco Coronel, Oliver Rasmussen, Ugo Marti, and Tiziano Monza, as well as Murillo Rocha, Egil Kaczynski, Kata Fehan, Jerzy Spenzel, Oliver Kinmark, Lev Kutuholov, Matt Corby, as well as Alfonso Metinen, Ethan Lennon, Vivek Kahan, Nikita Nikishov, Kimi Tanin, Meryl Peldes, and Kian Fadin. 30 drivers onto the grid. And as you can see, since it has been the case since we started this weekend, the sun is very much shining on Franciacorta and on the actors of the World Championship and on everybody involved. Thank you along for joining us here.
The stands and the banks are getting very well packed, aren't they? I just saw the Italian F4 race driver Rashid Al-Daheri down there, who was keeping an eye on things. And you can see Nigel Edwards, race director on the gantry, along with championship manager Simone Parego. Coming down the straight, are we going to go under starters orders? We are, and we're racing. Taim Saleh out in front of Scott Lindblom, and in 3rd position already trying to break through Noah Wolf. A little bit of nudging and shoving as they come through to the first corner. There's already contact. 2 or 3 carts off the road, managing to get back on again though. So the 300 dropping to the back end of the field. That is one of the CRGs. It's Oliver Rasmussen, the Danish driver, but it's not done yet. Keep going, guys. You've got plenty of opportunities yet to come. Still battling their way further forward. A couple of drivers shaking up the dice then, moving further forward. And out in front, Taim Saleh has the advantage over Scott Lindblom. 3rd position for the hard-charging Kart Republic of Augustus Toniolo, I believe that is. The Brazilian, as I mentioned before, very much quietly getting on with the job this week and somehow always in the opportunity to go for it. He could well continue this into the final. And Noah Wolf is trying to get past him to go for 3rd position. They come off the final turn, and it's Saleh in front of Lindblom.
Lap 1 completed. Scott Lindblom, Augusto Toniolo, Noah Wolf, Dries van Langenonk, the top 5. As the 225 is still putting very much pressure at the beginning of this race. A second wagon, Toniolo and Noah Wolf. Not any move coming up in turn number 5. Watch out for the back as well. Another third wagon between Dries van Langenonk and Lewis Werwel. Those two from Forza Racing trying to help out each other. Of course, at this point, it's absolutely pointless to try to fight one another. They have to keep pushing to forward, keep pushing forward to the front of the race and try to get contact with Toniolo and Noah Wolf. Some consequent gap have been built over the course of that opening lap, up to 7 tenths between Augustus Toniolo and Scott Lindblom, the driver in second place. And we have another 6 tenths between Noah Wolf and Dries van Langenonk. And even more for the back with Andy Cansani in P7, 6 tenths down from Roman Kamiab, Marianetto and Jack Eiliff running up top 10. At some point, I guess that there might be a switch of position between the two Forza teammates. Here's a look back at the start. Good getaway from Tim Salem, Sober Driver Academy.
It's this little jockey for position in the top 6 or 7. There was just a little bit of love tapping and it concertinaed its way all the way through the field, allowing 2 or 3 carts to get spat out to the first corner. Fortunately, everybody was able to keep going, which is unusual for an incident like that. Look at that, they were very nearly sideways for one of the Sodis at the back end of the field. I'm fairly sure that was Louis Cochet who got sideways.
As well,
yeah, CRG getting involved. That was Oliver Rasmussen. Kimitani got involved. And look, there's even a little bit of rubbing and contact there as we go 4 wide out of turn 5. And somehow they all kept it going after the difficulties we've had with driving standards in World Championship events in previous years. This year, the field is world class. They're really doing a fine job of keeping it together.
A fine job indeed, but in the corner, 2 is already one thing, 3 that's ambitious, but 4 it doesn't go through, unfortunately. And some of the drivers have learned it the other way. Around the inside goes beautifully made on the Noah Wolf.
It's Lewis
Lewis
Werrell.
Werrell indeed, the young British driver, the first of the Forza Racing driver. Starting the charge, Werrell up into P3, Noah Wolf down to P4 from Toniolo, Van Langenonk. So you could see that the work has been paying off between the two teammates. And Lewis Werrell and now Dries van Langenonk goes around the inside of Antoniolo in turn number 11. Another move into that hairpin. We haven't seen that many into the qualifying heat since Friday, but now this is the last day as well. On the inside, there's the switch for the leadership. And Scott Lindblom, a very late move. There was pretty much no space for the world racing driver from Tony Kart. But he just made it stick. Beautifully made by Scott Lindblom on Thames Saleh. So we have the Tony Kart driver in the lead now as he enters lap number 5, almost halfway through this race. But Scott Lindblom, well done to him. Thames Saleh went aggressive, trying to shut that door on the halfway through that hairpin. But at some point, you got to keep it smart. Of course, there's still a long way to go before a checkered flag. Would have been unwise to try to shut that door completely with some wheel banging, and certainly would have been very costly. But now Thames Saleh has to stay focused, because look at Lewis Werrell actually climbing 4 places in the start of that race. It was P7 on the grid, and now finds himself in contention for the victory into that Super Heat B of the junior class. And that's good news as well, because Lewis Werrell, after some ups and downs in the qualifying heat, needs that result more than ever. That could put himself potentially within the top 10 position in the classification.
The latest Super Swede, Scott Lindblom, out in front of Thames Saleh and Lewis Werrell, but this is a very close triumvirate right now. 4th place Wolf, 5th place Van Langenonk, 6th is Toniolo in front of Kamiab, Eiliff, Consani and Marianito. Alexander Bondarev, Bondi the Bison, is fighting his way back through the field. 11th position at the moment, ahead of Tiziano Monza, then Savalev, Montero, Clark and Krutulov. In fact, Bondarev's now managed to get through past Consani. That puts him into 9th position, and that's Kian Fardin. He's had so much bad luck this 2023 season. I think at this point, Kian Fardin just happy to get it over and done with and move into 2024. Here comes the chance again from Lewis Werrell, dives in on Thames Saleh. Joe 90 with a steering wheel, strikes again. Lewis Werrell pops up in a 2nd position. A great run from the British driver as he now comes through in a 2nd place. One more man to pass Lewis, and that is Scott Lindblom. Go get him.
Yeah, it was a textbook move from Lewis Werrell up into P2, and a move that comes with a prize. The P9 on the grid as it stands for the final starting grid this afternoon. Oh, and the 277 is out from Sodi Kart.
Is that Louis Cochet? It is indeed.
Yes,
the 277, Louis Cochet, drifts off the road there at the final corner, actually. So I'm not quite sure what's happened there. Is that a kart failure, or has something gone badly wrong? As he had contact with somebody, but Louis Cochet definitely out of the race. Here comes Lewis Werrell, dialing up on Scott Lindblom. We are now at the halfway point. He's going to make it look like child's play. He gets the move on the inside, and there's Thames Saleh going with him. So Werrell into 1st, Saleh into 2nd. The Brit and the German already through past the Swede. And now the 3 different potential winners of this Super Heat are going to go locking horns again. The Expert, the Kart Republic, and the Tony Kart having a great duel. But watch out, for all three of them are going to be under pressure soon. Here comes the Belgian, Dries van Langendonk. Here comes Scott Lindblom up the inside of Tame Soleil. Careful, there's Dries van Langendonk alongside you. He gets through into third place. Beautiful from van Langendonk.
This is the charge of the Forza Racing drivers after Worrell for the lead. Van Langendonk for P3, and he wants more. He's hungry for more. Scott Lindblom might be his next target. He wants to go for that. Resisting to Antonio Lono, Wolf, Jack Alef and Tem Saleh as well further back. Kimitani picking up an investigation flag as we speak. But look at that trail of drivers, up to 6 within the same frame. Pretty much all in contention possibly for the top spot. But Lewis Rowell is no easy driver to get past. The British driver who finds himself now P9 on the grid for the final. If he stays where he is, and you see him, and someone will lost one piece of the engine out there.
Up the inside, beautiful run from Tame Soleil, as we did indeed see somebody's airbox there, unfortunately, part of the engine. So problem there for somebody, and I think that's going to be a big difficulty. Here comes Augustus Toniolo, trying to get past both men. Very close indeed. They somehow managed to stay off each other. Noah Wolf is sat there in 6th position, trying to make progress as well. And not too far behind them, we've got Jack Iliff and Alexander Bondarev having their own fabulous battle for 7th position. A long way back now, but they're doing their best to try and stick with these leading drivers as much as possible. They come onto the back straight. Can Tame Soleil get back on terms with Dries van Langendonk? Van Langendonk's going defensive. And then Augustus Toniolo fancies his chances of getting past the German. Lewis Werrell in the lead from Scott Lindblom. Lindblom's going to come back at him. 3 laps to go. Here comes Scott Lindblom. He's got a good run on the Swede. He's got a good run on the British driver. These two, of course, the chassis are part of the same group, don't forget. The Expert is part of the OTK group that Tony Kart is operated out of. So they're very similar in terms of their machinery, but very different teams. Tony Kart is very much the corporate entity that controls much of the Italian market, not all of it, but certainly Tony Kart, one of the biggest names. They are the Ferrari of modern FIA karting, whereas Forza Racing up front, the team that discovered George Russell in his karting days, they have one task: win, win, win.
Common group certainly for the brand and the chassis, but certainly not common interest between Lewis Rowell and Scott Lindblom. The Swede, and one driver going off, unfortunately, before the breaking point of turn number 9.
It's one of the Paralins, isn't it?
Yes, indeed. Let's try to see who that is who lost momentum. As for the back, we have a 4-driver battle between Van Langendonk, Noah Wolf making his bid on Tem Saleh for P4. Antonino stays in P6, but it's not just over yet between those 4, and not over either between Lewis Rowell and Scott Lindblom. This is the penultimate lap, and watch out on the inside. Van Langendonk goes defensive.
Wolf!
On the outside goes Noah Wolf. Beautifully made for P3 into turn number 5. We might not have seen that, such a tight overtaking on the verge of the track. But Noah Wolf held it together on the exit.
That is one of the craziest overtakes I have ever seen on that circuit, on that corner. Noah Wolf bites his way through the pack, and he's up into 3rd position now. He is hungry like the Wolf. Meanwhile, Werrell and Lindblom are going to battle for the victory 3 seconds further up the road. Now they get to go at it, and it's going to be between these two. They will conquer the Super Heat, one of them or the other. Werrell's defending. Lindblom's going to get a beautiful switcheroo through turn 2 and 3. Magic from the Swede. Fantastic overtake, but it's not done yet. Now he's got to repeat the same process. Here comes Werrell, drawing level up alongside. Lindblom will have the inside line for the next right-hander. Can Werrell cut back across the line? No, Lindblom shuts him down in the middle of the road as he just blips the throttle, keeps him wide and present. So now Werrell's got to regroup. He's got to come back at him. So back to the hairpin again. Going wide, coming back for the tight switch once again, coming up to the 180-meter straight. This is where Werrell's got to make his move. Now Lindblom will cut to the inside line. He'll cut Werrell off. Werrell's going to come a long way round. Surely he can't finish that off. He's going to try and keep it. Lindblom squeezes him. Werrell's not happy. Lindblom's going to take the victory. Werrell's going to take second, but Lewis Werrell is not happy about it. And he gestures to his mechanic. I got shoved wide. Well, Scott Lindblom and Lewis Werrell, the Swede and the Englishman. What a sensational race between the two. And Scott Lindblom makes it very clear indeed. You shall not pass. An amazing battle on the final lap between Scott Lindblom and Lewis Werrell. And that isn't even a battle for the final. That's coming up later tonight. But what this means is that we're going to have Costoya and Sala on the front row of the starting grid, with Dries van Langendonk 3rd on the starting grid. Tame Soleil will be 4th, and in 5th will be Scott Lindblom. That's all provisional, but what an insane race. Some incredible battles there. Fair play to Dries van Langendonk. He actually managed to get third position on the final lap away from Noah Wolf after Noah's impeccable move around the outside at turn 5. But what a terrific race that was, and a sensational battle in the second superheat for junior, which sets the grid for the final. Scott Lindblom ahead of Lewis Werrell and Dries van Langendonk. Noah Wolf in fourth from Augustus Toniolo and Tame Saleh, who will be starting on the second row of the grid for the final. Jack Iliff and Alexander Bondarev, the Bison, charges through to 8th. Roman Kamyab, Tiziano Monza, Jared Clark, Gedison Skudinov, Noah Montero, Mario Giamononito and Hugo Marti. Then Ethan Lennon and Matt Corby from Lev Krutelov and Andy Konsani, Makar Savalev, Mike Bachyala and Vivek Kanthan from Rocco Coronel, Alphonse Mietanen, Murilo Rocca, Nikita Nikishov, Oliver Kinmark, Kimitani, Elliot Kaczynski and Oliver Rasmussen. The final two finishers were Merel Peldes and Evin Derunov. The 4 retirements, Karar Fiahan, the Indonesian driver. Then we will obviously talk about Jindra Peschel, Kian Farin and Louis Cochet. It's amazing how many Formula Regional and Formula 4 drivers have taken time out of their training schedules to come and watch the FIA Karting World Championship. I've just seen about 12 of them in that one shot just there. You can take the racing driver out of karting, but you can't take karting out of the racing driver. I wouldn't be at all surprised if there's a few early risers in the Grand Prix paddock. And Formula 2 and Formula 3, he'll be watching along as well. This is just seminal with single-seater racing drivers. You came from this sport, and you can't get it out of your system. Brilliant stuff as the drivers continue to battle away. They drift wide at the first corner. That's what happens when you try and squeeze 36 drivers into one corner. It doesn't always work out cleanly. Incredibly, though, everybody was able to complete the first lap. The other laps, however, well, 4 of them were not quite so lucky. Just look how tough it is. Don't forget, these drivers are aged between 11 and 14, and that is just astonishing how hard they are having to work at top speeds in the fastest apexes of about 130 kilometers an hour. That's a big drift off the road there from the 263 of Alphonse Mietanen, who ended up power sliding his way back to the grass. I tell you what, he'll be amazing in FIA Rallycross in years to come, if he ever chooses to do it. Werrell and Wolf having their fantastic battle early doors. The two Brits really taking on the contenders up in the sharp end of the dais. Tame Saleh and Scott Lindblom. We had a sensational battle between these drivers in this superheat. It was wonderful to see. Great performances, great displays. But Tame Saleh will be starting on the second row of the grid. Provisionally, I can tell you that it's going to be Christian Castoya and Filippo Sala on the front row. Here's Lindblom's move on Tame Saleh, though. Late as you like. Dictatorial. Fantastic. Authoritative. Made sure it happened and made sure he was not going to get a retaliation move. Werrell on Wolf. Very similar sort of stance. Great performance from the competitors in this one. There are a couple of moments, unfortunately. That was a big one in the end for Kian Farin. We didn't see it at the time, but fortunately our camera team picked it up. So here is the exit. Oh, goodness me, he almost flipped it. Unfortunately, he didn't come into contact with anything else. Spun the kart around. This got very messy indeed for Louis Cochet. Went airborne. Something had broken on the kart. And he ended up just having to cruise out of the race. Very unfortunate indeed for the Frenchman. Very disappointed indeed, I'm sure. But how about the front men? Lindblom versus Werrell was absolutely irresistible. It just kept on going. Tame Saleh thought he had a chance to go for the win himself. But for whatever reason, Tame Saleh's tyres just not quite able to go the distance. Don't forget, they have to run a set and a half of tyres. That's 6 tyres, not 6 sets of tyres. 6 tyres from the beginning of time qualifying at 10:30 in the morning all the way through till now, the end of the superheat. That's a 48-hour run of just 6 tyres. That's insane, considering that you have to use those tyres through the time qualifying session, through all 6 of your qualifying heats, and then this race as well. Look at that from Lindblom, though. Just pure charisma in his move to get through on Lewis Werrell initially. The defensive tactics were amazing. This was brilliant from Werrell on the final lap. I genuinely thought he'd have enough of an opportunity there. Werrell wasn't happy with the defensive tactics of Lindblom, but Lindblom, determined, takes the win and will start 5th on the grid, provisionally, for the final. Excellent racing in the juniors, and we're just getting started, folks. The final later is going to be biblically good. Down in Parc Ferme is Guillaume Alvarez.
It was excellent racing indeed in the junior class, and one of the reasons is Scott Lindblom. Congratulations, Scott. What a beautiful superheat it was for you, a victory, and gives you full confidence certainly for the final this afternoon.
Yeah, I have It was an amazing race. It feels very good to come away with a win, and I think I can win the World Championship.
We've heard you say that yesterday, and another boost of confidence that certainly that's the determination that we like. Talk us through that last lap, because that move into the hairpin was a tricky one, but you made it stick on the exit.
Yeah, I mean, in the last hairpin, I tried to defend as much as possible, fully in, because I know Werrell, he's very aggressive, and I know that he can make the move on me. But I just tried to keep him behind and squeeze him a little bit in the exit. And it was very good defensive.
Very good defensive driving indeed. That's what we like to see, and we cannot wait for the final this afternoon. Thank you very much, Scott Lindblom. Good luck for the final, as you can leave your seat, so to speak, to Lewis Werrell is going to have a short word with you. You can go, of course, and good luck to you, Scott Lindblom. As we're going to welcome Lewis. Thank you very much, Scott. Lewis Werrell, second of that race on really the tiniest of verge at the end. Lewis, it's been an up and down weekend for you, but the pace has always been strong on your side. Something you showed once again, but it was just about on the verge in the last lap, in that last turn.
Yeah, it was all right. Like, the start was not so bad, but lost a few places and then caught them up and overtook them all and led, and then in turn one on the last lap I made a bit of a mistake, over-defended, and Scott got the undercut, and then he defended quite well, and then in the last hairpin I went on the outside, and I don't know really what happened, but it was a good race anyway, and hopefully we can win the World Championship.
Yeah, everything is still wide open for the race this afternoon. We saw a good strategy from yourself and your teammate Dries van Langendonk in the opening stages. If you find yourself in that similar situation, working together should be the key to success once again?
Yeah, well, we work together quite well, so hopefully in the final we can team up and hopefully get 1-2.
Oh, that would be such a fantastic result and finish to the World Championship. One last word, as we heard from Scott saying that it was good defensive driving on his side when you tried to get past in the last lap. Your point of view about what happened?
It was good defending, but it was a bit aggressive in the last hairpin, but it's racing, you've got to learn from it. So now in the final we know if we're battling him again, we know what he can do.
Good words. Thank you very much, Lewis Werrell. Best of luck for this afternoon's final to yourself and the Forza Racing squad. Scott Lindblom, the winner of that second super heat. But well done as well to Lewis Werrell, who gave us some thrills until the very last lap. It all went down to the wire into that last hairpin, and keep paying attention on that turn number 13, because we might see a lot of drama unfolding into the 4 races that we have this afternoon. The finals for the OKN Junior and the OKN, and of course the time to crown the 2023 World Champion in the OK and the Junior class.
Thanks, Guillaume. Great to hear from both Scott Lindblom and from Lewis Werrell, both drivers that will be big factors in the World Championship final race later. Provisionally, it's going to be Christian Castoya and Filippo Sala on the front row of that junior grid. Dries van Langendonk and Tame Soleil on the second, from Scott Lindblom and David Cosma, Augustus Toniolo and Lewis Francis, Lewis Werrell, Tibor Ramekers, Noah Wolf and Jacopo Martinese. That is going to be one heck of a World Championship final. Can't wait to see how that gears up. First of all, though, the second superheat in the senior category. And this is a big, big chance for these two drivers for the Paralin team. René Lammers and Anatoly Kavalkin. René Lammers has already had a very busy season in 2023. He won the European Championship earlier this season after a fantastic combination of races across the 4 earlier events this year at Valencia in Spain, at Třinec in the Czech Republic, at Rugby in Denmark, and Cremona in Italy, not far away from where we are now. But what a fabulous opportunity this is for René Lammers. He could become the first man in 4 years to win both titles in the same season. The last man to do that, ironically, is his driver coach, Lorenzo Travasanuto. An absolutely brilliant opportunity to make that happen in fantastic fashion. There is Gabriel Gomez, a fabulous opportunity for him. 2-time winner of the Trofeo Ayrton Senna. And a big moment since he came to Europe in 2020. Gabriel Gomez of Brazil for the CRG team really has the best chance possible to give CRG yet another World Karting Championship title. They have yet to win one over the course of this season. They've come close. At Wackersdorf last month, Victor Gustafsson almost defended his World Championship crown by finishing second in that battle. he would love to turn the tables. Here's Anatoly Kavalkin, last year's junior European champion, and he actually got that title won at this very circuit. So it's been very kind to him in the past. For Anatoly Kavalkin, a chance to break through that front row of the grid and do something special in this superheat has not been lost on him. He has a great chance to turn the tide. What about this man, though? Mark Dubnitsky, the Estonian, in the other CRG on the first two rows of the grid. He and his mechanic, Andrei Honta, have been cooking up something special all season. And you know what? Estonia's Mark Dubnitsky suddenly has vapid pace. It is wonderful to see the transformation in this young man, and he definitely has what it takes to be a little bit of a table upsetter in this final race before the finals. Mark Dubnitsky definitely in the hunt for the World Championship himself. He's been there or thereabouts all the time. But what about the man who lines up on the third row of the starting grid? Column inches and many magazine articles, website blogs, and videos across YouTube and every other social media channel have all been made about this young man from Jamaica. He was born in Miami, Florida. Alex Powell, part of the Mercedes F1 Junior program, the youngest man in history ever to be signed to a Formula One program at the age of just 12. Alex Powell has every chance to finish his karting journey as a world champion. Could he be the first Caribbean in history ever to do it?
He came close on a couple of occasions from the FIA Karting accolades, of course, as he is the vice European champion of last season, second on the podium of the KZ2 World Cup not so long ago in the Wackersdorf, Germany. But watch out as well for the CRT driver, Only Ganli from Brazil, as he unfortunately lost 2 wins yesterday in the qualifying races, one due to mechanical trouble and one due to a penalty, but still 2 wins in the bag for the Brazilian, who will line up on the 6th place on that grid. And Only Ganli has been showing some strong performances, as well as this young man, Mattia Colnaghi.
Yeah, to be fair, if you snapped Mattia Colnaghi and Olin Galli's karts in half, it would have bad luck written through it like Blackpool Rock. However, this weekend, they have absolutely transformed themselves into superstar contenders, outside bets for the World Championship, if you want to call them that. But you know what? They are here to play. They are not here to make up numbers. They have a great shot to go further forward. Also in that top 10, you've got Dimitri Matveev on the Kart Republic. You have Nicolo Kuman, who has finally had a bit of a better weekend. Normally he's a Friday specialist and it all goes wrong. He's kept himself in the hunt this time in the Forza Racing X Sprint. I would dearly love to see Nicolo Kuman fight for the title on home turf. Alongside him on the grid, Andrea Dupe, Super Dupe, as he is known, the Kart Republic star from France, definitely working himself into a good position. And what about the men on the 6th row? Jules Caranta of France for the Saint-Aloc by Jana crew. And of course, on the 12th position of the grid, the captain of the Sodi Kart flagship, Nathan Tighe of Great Britain. So many stars in this one who want a decent place on the grid for the World Final. Let's find out who gets there. René Lammers and Gabriel Gomez, Anatoly Kavalkin and Mark Dubnitsky, Alex Powell and Olin Ganli for Mattia Colnaghi and Dimitri Matveev, Nicolo Kuman, Andrea Dupe, Jules Caranta, Nathan Tighe, Oscar Pedersen, Jimmy Helias, Maxime Verbruge, Marcus Scheiter, Jacob Kemenik and Miguel Costa.
On the second part of the grid, Lucas Amenisto and Alexander Bogunovic, followed by Mark Kastelic, Aaron Garcia, Alexander Stanvikov and Guillaume Bouzard, Sebastian Kompeng and Matteo Gicardi, Teresa Babikova and Peter Steller, Samuel Shaw and Eliska Babikova, Ruben Moya, Jens Streur, Michael Heider and Martin Rittanen, Adria Turpenen and Guy Albaig, who is not taking part in this superheat this morning, we've been told. So it makes us for a grid of 35 drivers ready to go for battle. Victor Gustafsson on the right side from CRG, of course. The last year's world champion, Victor Gustafsson, doing a great job, of course, in the factory team of CRG, giving advice to the youngsters. Could this be the year of CRG in the single speed categories? They've been working so much over the past few seasons to get the results that had been missing for quite a while in the gearbox categories. Coming back to the world titles, of course, with Victor Gustafsson, as well as Arthur Carbonell last year in Le Mans, picking up great results and podium with Jeremy Iglesias. Could this be maybe the year in the single speed?
Well, CRG haven't won a title in direct drive at the World Championship since 2016 with Pedro Hilbrand, and now they've got 4 men in this superheat alone with a chance to make it happen. Let's see how it goes. Gomez drops into 3rd position behind Kavalkin as the 2 Paralins head the pack. Powell trying to get into 4th position, and he's done it. So Powell has squeezed his way past up into 4th position as the drivers head down to the braking zone for turn 5. It's going to be a tough one as they come through. The drivers all conflagrate. Is everybody going to make it through? Just about. But it's a very tough race from here on out as Kolnagi gets his move on the inside of his teammate in the CRG, Mark Dubnitsky, dropping into 6th position. But out in front, it's Lammers. Gomez has got himself back in a 2nd place now past Kavalkin. 4th place is Alex Powell, the Jamaican, in 4th place for the Prema team. But there's still a long way to go in this 16-lap Super Heat.
Wow, René Lammers had a cracking getaway as further back as well. We see the CRG trying to get close as much as possible. 2 of them battling along at the end of this opening lap. Let's have a look at the gaps as they come across. Lammers, Gomez, Kavalkin, Powell, Mattia Kolnagi, only Gali with the 2 battling around the inside. There he goes, beautifully made. Anatoly Kavalkin on Gabriele Gomez, the Brazilian. The door was slightly open, and it was enough for the junior European champion of last year. As doing the same round the inside goes Olingali. There was a bit of a push on Alex Powell, I'm afraid, dropping a bit of momentum in 2 places in the process because Matthias Kolnagi and Mark Dubnitsky were very, very fast on taking that advantage.
That's a real thorn in Alex Powell's side, but fortunately for him, he's got a very smart and calculated driver behind him, Nathan Tai. If the 2 of them can team up, they can go through this field like wildfire. So they just need to join forces. I think Nathan Tai will be quite on board to do that with him. So they work their way through again. Lammers, Kavalkin, Gomez, Kolnagi, Gali and Dubnitsky. Look at the 4 CRGs right close together in the hope that one of them can break forward and join Gomez. It is CRG's 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th. They've got a super team this year. Gomez, Kolnagi, Gali and Dubnitsky. Alex Powell couldn't quite break them down. So now he's got to work with Nathan Tai and Andrea Dube in the hope that they can join forces and try and make it happen. But the 2 parallel karts up front of René Lammers, European champion, and Anatoly Kavalkin, last year's European junior champion. That's going to be tough.
Parallel against CRG into this 2nd super heat of this senior class. That's going to give us one heck of a final with the likes of Prema Racing Car Republic as well as VDK into the mix on the inside. Let's look at that move again from Onlingali, and that little bit of a nudge to Alex Powell, allowing the other CRGs of Mattia Kolnagi and Mark Dubnitsky to make it through outside of turn number 6. But Powell back on the pace, and Nathan Tai got ahead of Alex Powell in the meantime. So Nathan Tai is P7, Powell is P8 from Andrea Dupe and Dimitri Matveev running at the top 10 as we speak. Frenchman preceding Nicolas Coman. Alex Powell, let's see what happened here with the move from the Saudi car driver. Nathan Tai ran the inside, textbook sort of move, but Powell was keen on shutting that door because further back we had Andrea Dupe and Dimitri Matveev keen on getting ahead. The 79, unfortunately having to step out from World Racing. That's quite unfortunate for Ada Turpenein, who was at the back end of the field as for now. But unfortunately, the World Racing driver won't have any other chance to improve on this performance. As on the inside, another move try at least on Alex Powell. Powell is in trouble as we had Andrea Dupe and Matveev trying to get close to Jamaican. That was another attempt, but that was a close call. Powell still ahead.
This doesn't bode well for the final at all for Alex Powell, does it? There's just no pace at the moment, unless they're just putting all their eggs into the basket that they hope that the last race of the day is where they're really going to maximise. But they can't afford to lose too many places in the process. Matveev gets the move there on the inside of Andrea Dube, and he's not going to be the only one because Helias also gets through, as does Nicolas Coman and Oscar Pedersen. So a big opportunity lost there. And it looks to me as though Gilles Caranta and Maxime Verbruge are coming along for the ride as well. Gilles Caranta in the Jana Racing overalls. They've just signed the deal with the Santalok Racing team in GT to help guide young talents all the way up the ranks to sports car racing. And with Santalok Racing eyeing up the Le Mans 24 Hours in future years, that bodes well for the young karting talents. Gomez in front of Kavalkin. So Gabriel Gomez has got himself into 2nd place there, past the European Junior Champion of last year. Gabriel Gomez, 1 place away from taking the lead in this particular race. The Lammers still looking good. But even if he wins this race, he is not going to get the pole position for the final. That still remains with Kiya Nakamura-Berta. But let's look at how Gomez did it. Textbook move into the hairpin, quite late into the corner, actually. Ooh. So very demanding move there needed from Gomez. And he keeps Kavalkin at bay all the way through on the exit. No, you don't. Are you really going to take me on in this fight, in this World Championship? If you are, bring your A game, because that was sloppy as far as Gomez was concerned. Yeah, we've seen a couple of tussle between those 2 drivers as well. Not forgetting, of course, the war on track between Gabriel Gomez and Enzo Tavanechko in the qualifying races of yesterday. But clipping the curb a little bit, the Brazilian, he just made his way through. Let's see what happened to Ada Turpinen, unfortunately, as he has to retire the World Racing driver. Just on your picture on the outside. Just got tagged. Just got tagged and pirouetted around. And unfortunately, once you get positioned off the road like that, there's nothing you can do to avoid it. And poor Ada Turpinen She's driven beautifully all season, to be fair. Andrea Dupe trying his best. And again, this is Alex Powell saying, is that all you've got?
And
come on, you rode the curbs. You rode the curbs. I'm not going to let you have it. He's like, come on, stop fighting me. Go with me.
And that's why he's being investigated at the moment, Andrea Dupe, for that particular try of the move that didn't go according to plan. A warning flag for Oscar Pedersen, the man who stepped on the podium in last year's World Championship.
Matveev has got past Powell.
Yes, indeed. The Jamaican who lose another position to Dimitri Matveev is on the verge of the top 10 at the moment, the Prama Racing driver. Matveev up into P8 from Powell, Dupe, Jimmy Elias, Nicolo Coman, Pedersen, and the rest of the field with Jules Caranta and Miguel Costa. In P15, René Lamers is putting on the fastest lap. This is his response to the pressure from Gabriel Gomez. 7/10 of a second between the Dutch and the Brazilian. Gomez is craving to keep the crown home, to make it 2 seasons in a row with the World Championship title after Matheus Morgato. This Morgato suffered a DNF in his own super heat. All hopes of an entire nation actually are on the shoulders of Gabriel Gomez, not to handing any more pressure that he has already, of course, but Gabriel Gomez is very much determined, really, to seal the deal at the end of the weekend.
But the way things are going, it's incredible to think that the World Championship title, the World Final, is going to have a front row of the grid filled by the last 2 European senior champions. Kia Nakamura last year, René Lamers this year, and they will go on the front row of the starting grid if it stays like this to fight for the World Championship title. Nicolo Coman, fastest lap of the race, 47.5 for the Italian, who's finally showing something good for us on a Saturday and Sunday as well. What's happened to Ruben Moya on the Pantano?
Oh.
Oopsie daisy, it's very easily done. Fortunately, he's able to land it and keep it going, but the second year of an attempted World Championship title by the Pantano team. They did a fantastic job last year. Don't forget, Ruben Moya actually finished 5th in the final last year. I think it was 6th, actually. So Ruben Moya right up there in the sharp end of the dais for the Pantano team last year. An amazing opportunity for them. It was P6 for the Pantano racing team on their debut. A year later, having another crack at it. They haven't done a full season of OK. Maybe next year they'll get the opportunity to do so. Here's Gali, Kolnagi, Dubnitsky, having a fabulous performance. Ruben Moya, of course, has had a fantastic opportunity in the past here as well, and he knows how to get it done in a World Championship final. He was top 10 at Campillos in 2021 on his debut in the World Championship. So he's a driver with plenty of opportunities still knocking on the door, but I would love to see what they can come up with in 2024. I think it's going to be game over for them, sadly, at the end of this one, but not because the drivers, Ruben Moya and Peter Stiller, haven't done a fantastic job, along with Riccardo Cirelli. They've given it everything this year, and hopefully next year they'll be even stronger. 6 to go. Lamers, Gomez, Kavalkin, and the CRG trio, with Nathan Ty trying to chase them down.
Picking up on what you said about the Pantano team, let's not forget this is still very much a new and fresh new addition to the karting world for the past 2 seasons now, and a new brand brought to the world of karting by Giorgio Pantano, of course, the former legend of karting and back in the day in Formula 1. So still a very small operation compared to the factories and the bigger teams with a lot more experience, but based on that, they still have been able to put out some good results on international karting for the relatively short existence.
Yeah, it's really important to stress that it's not just a new team, but it's also a new chassis. So it's basically starting all over again and running your own product rather than buying a chassis from somebody else. Pantano has decided to do it all on his own. Very brave in the modern era. So Lamers, Gomez, Kavalkin, Gali, Kolnagi and Dubnitsky in front of Nathan Ty and Dimitri Medvedev, with Alex Powell currently 9th and Andrea Dupe in 10th. That problem for Powell, when Olin Gali made the overtaking move and he went wide, that's really cost Alex Powell dearly, because being down in 9th position, he's going to be outside the top 10 on the start for the final. There's the bid on the inside of Matveev to get past Powell. It was very, very late, actually, but he managed to make it stick. It's almost as if Alex Powell just doesn't have the confidence on the turn-in in the slow braking zones, and that's where people are getting him.
And I thought for a moment we're going to have a switch, but it is Kavalkin down in P3, same chassis as René Lamers, obviously. Gomez still in front in 2nd place. Unlike the move that we saw, the attempt of a move from Andrea Dupe and Alex Powell, well, Dimitri Medvedev was able to make his commitment towards the exit of the hairpin. Michael Heider is being investigated in number 85, who's currently at the back end of the classification, 32. In front of Eliska Babišková, not having the best of super heat, unfortunately, for the one who was crowned OK Italian champion not so long ago. René Lamers once again putting down the fastest lap in the bag, still keeping a steady gap in front of Gabriel Gomez. And Natalie Kavalkin very much on the tail of the Brazilian. Still all of his chances open to snatch P2 from the CRG driver, as his pace has been impressive from Anatoly Kavalkin for his first year in the OK category. in the European Championship. The Parolin driver, of course, collecting a couple of strong results for Kavalkin, of course. And there he goes on the inside. This is the 53 for the back. This is Andrea Duke actually making his bid on Alex Powell. Another place lost by the Jamaican. He falls down to P10 in a moment. And Nicola Coman is on his tail as well. So it could actually go from bad to even worse for Alex Powell by the end. But watch out as well for this young man, Kavalkin, just behind Gomez, because those two are still battling along. And Kavalkin, of course, more than willing to join René Lammers in that 1-2 for Pauline. Still having a bit of time, a couple of laps before the checkered flag to do so. Miguel Costa picking up a warning flag, the sober driver. But in the lead, it has been a walk in the park, so to speak, for René Lammers. 0.8 of a second ever since from the start. He's been absolutely unshakable. It pretty much sums up actually the season that Lammers have been having in the European Championship. The battle has been strong, of course, against the likes in that championship of Gabriel Gomez and Powell. But still, in the end, his consistency and his string of performances, including a win in Denmark, offered him the title by a strong margin in the end in Cremona.
For those drivers who are a little disheartened by the fact that they may not be competing in the fight anymore for the world title, or are watching at the sidelines, or are thinking, well, I had my shot and it's been taken away from me and now it's all over. Do not despair, because this competition has been so ruthless over the years. Kavalkin dives in on Gomez for second position. Brilliantly done for Anatoly Kavalkin, the Parolin driver. I was going to say at that point that this competition is so tough and so ruthless, and so many competitive drivers get the chance to win this title and it gets taken away from them, that there's a list of 5 world champions in recent years that I want to give you. Ayrton Senna, Michael Schumacher, Sebastian Vettel, Fernando Alonso and Sir Lewis Hamilton. Not one of them ever won the FIA Karting World Championship. They may have won World Cups, they may have won the European Championship. They never won the World Championship. The moral of the story is, it's not about what you win in karting, it's about what you learn. You can take it to any form of motor racing you want, or stick in this world and become a legend, like the likes of Davide Forte, Paolo Di Conto, Marco Ardigo, you name it, they have written the history books. And this is going to be such an opportunity for these drivers when we get to the final. Look at how hard Gabriel Gomez is trying to work to get this second place back in the final lap. He's going long, he's going long, he's going to try and squeeze Kavalkin. Nice try, it won't work. Lammers is going to get the victory and he will form up on the front row of the grid. Gomez to the line, not quite able to get there on Kavalkin. Well, René Lammers makes it look like effortless driving in the Sunday Italian countryside out in front. And the Dutchman, who is already the European champion this year, 10 years on from another Dutch son of a racing legend, who then went on to become European and world champion in the same year, and who yesterday became a 3-time Formula One world champion, aka Max Verstappen. Now it's René Lammers' turn to claim the limelight. The son of the 1988 Le Mans 24-hour winner, Jan Lammers, who is here in fine form, and the Racing Team Nederland colours have been so prominent over the course of this year. But 25 years after his father won the greatest prize in motorsport, the Le Mans 24 Hours, René Lammers has already won a European Championship, and now he is on the verge of fighting for the World Championship from the front row of the grid after sealing the deal in the second Super Heat in OK Senior. Wow, this race this afternoon is going to be biblically good. René Lammers and Anatoly Kavalkin on the front of the grid after a brilliant run, and they were first and second. Gomez, Galli, Kolnagi, Dubnitsky, the CRG iron wall that couldn't be crushed. Nathan Tai, Dimitri Matviv, Andrea Dubin, Nicola Coman, Alex Powell struggling to 11th from Jules Caranta, Oscar Pedersen, Jimmy Helias and Peter Stiller of the Pantano team. 16th position going the way of Miguel Costa in front of Maxime Verbruggen, Marcus Scheiter, Aaron Garcia and Mark Kastelich, Guillaume Bouzard and Jakub Kamenik from Lucas Samalisto and Matteo Giacardi. Teresa Babachkova in front of Alexander Begunovic, Alexander Savinkov and Sam Shaw, Sebastian Kolping, Marty Rittinen, and then it was Eliska Babachkova in front of Michael Eder and Jens Trua. Retirements, well, Ruben Moya lost out on the very last lap, I'm told, and so too, sadly, did Arda Turpinen. Well, a very difficult end to the week then for the competitors that will not make it through to the World Championship final. But it's now very much game on as we prepare for the final 4 races of the weekend. The road to the World Cup in the OKNJ and OKN categories. And of course, the Junior World Championship and the Championship of the World. René Lammers is just 1 race away from claiming 2 FIA karting titles in the same season. A brilliant opportunity knocking now for the Dutchman. He has a great shot at it, and he knows it. What an opportunity. What a great chance for René Lammers. Away they go, and you can see again just how resolute from the start René Lammers was. He didn't lose the lead at any point through the course of that Super Heat. The drivers obviously trying to take their time of it. The biggest moment of that race, essentially, in terms of the draw for the World Championship, Alex Powell struggling to break through the CRG wall and eventually unable to do so, as one by one they were able to take their moves. Anatoly Kavalkin got the move twice on Gabriel Gomez, but on both occasions Gomez was able to repeat the feat. Galli's move on Alex Powell, the writing on the wall for the Prema star, as one by one, driver after driver, tried and then managed to get their move on the Jamaican. Arda Turpinen's day and World Championship fight came to a disappointing end, but she'll be back in 2024. She's doing so much hard work to progress. This effort from Andrea Dupe, not quite successful. This one, however, from Gabriel Gomez, ruthless, determined, efficient. He wasn't quite able to keep it together, though, because Anatoly Kavalkin would get him one last time. Dimitri Matveev's move on Alex Powell, pretty concrete and very solid. But the final blow for Gabriel Gomez coming in the final couple of laps. A bit of a moment for Ruben Moya. Tried his best, and unfortunately on the last lap he would fade from supremacy as well. Super Dupe would finally get his move on Alex Powell, and Nicolo Kuman would follow fairly closely behind just a lap later. But this move from Anatoly Kavalkin, proof that he's determined. He's absolutely rooting to try and get this World Championship title. A year on from when he won the European crown in junior. But now René Lammers, his teammate, will take the front row of the starting grid. It's going to be an epic fight, that's for sure. And it will be very close to see who gets the job done in the Championship of the World this afternoon. Well, it's definitely going to be a show for the ages, that is for sure. No matter what your plans were for the afternoon, you may need to cancel them, because the only place to watch the great race is here this afternoon. So make sure you've got yourself some refreshments, some snacks and a bit of lunch, because after the interview with Guillaume Alvarez down in Parc Fermé, we're going to be building up to the big show.
This is the quiet before the storm, ladies and gentlemen. Those little moments before the presentation of the drivers, the actors, that will give you one heck of a show this afternoon. But now it's all come down onto the track, and we're waiting for the last race of the season 4 on schedule this afternoon. And René Lammers here with me. We'll get to start at the front row of the grid in the OK class. René, this is a strong performance for you. You did the job, still missing the overall pole for just a few points, but at this time in the World Championship, it doesn't matter anymore. It's gloves off for the final.
Yeah, it's been a really good weekend. We know the pace is there. Some heats we could have gotten a win, but we kind of threw it away. So hopefully we won't be having that again. So yeah, we feel confident for the final. The pace is definitely there.
I do remember that at the end of the European Championship that you won, you took the victory in Cremona for the closure of that competition on the same weekend as another famous Dutchman, Max Verstappen, won in Formula 1. I've heard that he won another title yesterday. That could be another sign of good luck for you?
Yeah, maybe it's a sign of good luck, maybe it isn't. We'll see, I guess.
All right, best of luck. Veel success, René Lammers, for the final this afternoon in the OK class. It's going to be one heck of a crew. Oh, you can go, of course, and debrief that strong performance in the Super Heat. René Lammers will get to start alongside Kina Alberta on the front row of the final this afternoon in the OK class. Can the Netherlands have another world champion this weekend after Max Verstappen? René Lammers is certainly one of the favorites coming to the final this afternoon. Stay with us.
A brilliant start to the day then, as the Franciacorta circuit has welcomed the championship with open arms once again. Last year it held the European finale. Now it holds the World Championship showdown, and we will find out who is going to join an incredible list of karting Hall of Famers on the 60th anniversary of the first edition. It's the 60th running of the FIA Karting World Championship in the direct drive categories. As you can see, in just a little over half an hour, we're going to get underway with our drivers' presentation. Then we will have the Road to the World Cup, the OKN Junior category. That race will kick off at 1:55, followed by the podium. Then the OKN race for the senior version of the OKN category. That will take place at 2:35. Then we will emerge for the two biggest races in the sport, the Junior World Championship at 3:15 and the Championship of the World at 4 p.m. Make sure you're there. It will be the toughest, roughest, most ruthless, most brutal race in motorsport. If Senna, Schumacher, Vettel, Alonso and Hamilton can't get the job done, what does that say about the racing driver that gets it done? They are something extra special. Join us at 1 o'clock when the Championship of the World begins.
Ready, steady, go. Ooh, this is gonna be smooth.
3, 2, 1, dropping.
E niente, ci vediamo tra 5 minuti perché tra 5 minuti chiuderemo le liste. Guys, another time, last 3 minutes to be part of our giveaway with a chance to win the GoPro Hero 12 Black. So last 3 minutes and we will close the list. So if you haven't already done, scan the code you can find on the posters. Another time, the important thing, the most important one is to be there at the GoPro stand. We will start in 5 minutes maybe to let the people have time to come here. So, scan the code, fill the form and be there, guys. Ragazzi, anche per chi è in giro qui nel paddock riesce a sentire la mia voce, tra 2 minuti chiudiamo le liste del giveaway, quindi se ancora non vi siete iscritti scannerizzate il QR code che trovate nei poster, compilate il form e cosa fondamentale è essere qui nel nostro stand di GoPro, ci trovate vicino al podio, quindi se mi sentite e non sapete da dove arriva la voce venite qui. Tra 2 minuti chiudiamo le liste, quindi se ancora non avete scannerizzato il codice è il momento di farlo perché poi chiuderemo e non ci sarà più la possibilità di partecipare. Come vi ho detto più e più volte in questa giornata ci sarà come primo premio e in palio per voi oggi la nuova GoPro Hero 12 Black, la nuova camera che GoPro ha lanciato nel mercato. Quindi iniziate a venire qui, tra poco iniziamo, chiudiamo le liste e ci sarà anche un momento in cui andremo a lanciare un po' di gadget che ci ha inviato GoPro per questo evento, quindi ci vediamo tra poco. Also in English, guys, in 2 minutes we will close our list for the giveaway, so you have the last 2 minutes to be part of this giveaway. You can find the QR code to be part of the giveaway on the posters. One is here on the GoPro stand, another one is near the terrace. Fill the form, submit it, and be there. The most important thing is to be there, because if you win the GoPro, but you're not here, we choose another winner that is here at this moment, okay? So be there. We also come some caps, some t-shirts for you from GoPro. So in 5 minutes we will start. Last minute maybe for be part of the giveaway. So last minute. This is your last call for trying to win the GoPro Hero 12 Black. See you later. Bye. Allora ragazzi, dai, lasciamo gli ultimi 60 secondi, vedo che siete arrivati in tanti, quindi lasciamo gli ultimi 60 secondi. Intanto vi spiego un po' come andremo a scegliere il vincitore dopo. Durante il giveaway, dopo aver fatto un piccolo show iniziale, apriremo questo schermo qui in cui ci sarà una ruota con tutti quanti i nomi dei partecipanti. Il vincitore verrà scelto in maniera completamente casuale, quindi avrete modo di vedere anche voi chi sarà il vincitore in diretta. E niente, vi ricordo ancora che per partecipare avete veramente gli ultimi secondi, scannerizzate il codice e compilate il form, ma soprattutto, cosa fondamentale, venite qui a trovarci nel nostro stand, ci sarà anche un lancio di cappellini, magliette, un po' di gadget di GoPro, quindi vi aspettiamo qui. Okay guys, we almost ready. There's the last seconds to be part of the giveaway. So for all the people in the terrace, you can wait to eat something, come here, we have some surprise for you. I think we can wait other 30 seconds, but not more. And after that we will start with a little entrance show. So, as I speak before, we will draw some gadgets from GoPro, so be there. The important things, be there, because we will start very soon. Ok, intanto ragazzi, voi che siete qua, vi chiedo di iniziare un po' ad avvicinarvi al defender, perché comunque lanceremo qui, su questa zona qui davanti al defender, tutti quanti i gadget. Come closer to the defender, guys. We will start very soon, and we will draw around this, near the defender, all the stuff. So come closer. Okay. Okay, we're almost ready. So I will go up the defender for start. Wait, I have to take my GoPro because I want to do some content up here. Okay, so we don't need this. Okay, who is asking which GoPro is this? This is the GoPro Max, which is 360 camera of GoPro. So in this moment, can capture all all what happened around the camera. So also from here, I can take the image from me. I can put the image of you. So it's the 360 camera, very jolly one. But today we're talking about the Hero 12 Black. How many of you has or used the GoPro? Quanti di voi hanno già usato GoPro? Ok, ce ne sono un po', ieri ce n'erano bene. Ok, molto molto bene. Innanzitutto adesso iniziamo, prima di fare il lancio dei gadget, con un conto alla rovescia. So, we do a little countdown to close the list, okay? So we start from 10 and we go to 0, okay? All together. So 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. The list are closed, right? Ok. Abbiamo chiuso le liste, è il momento di iniziare, però come facciamo ad ogni evento prima di iniziare, noi di GoPro abbiamo un rituale, ovvero andare a scattare un selfie tutti quanti assieme con il pubblico. Siete pronti? Ok? Ok, impostiamo velocemente la GoPro e ci siamo. Ok, facciamo un piccolo countdown. So we do a little countdown. 3, 2, 1, at 1. Make some noise for the picture, okay? We're ready. 3, 2, 1. I think we do a little bit one, okay? This was not good. But now we will do what we do on the GoPro event. So this is the classic one, okay? But at the GoPro event, on the GoPro stand, we do the 1, 2, 3, GoPro, GoPro, GoPro. So we will say 3 times GoPro, ok? Come dicevo in inglese, adesso faremo il classico inizio degli eventi di GoPro, ovvero un countdown, e diremo tutti quanti assieme per 3 volte GoPro, GoPro, GoPro. Mi raccomando, fate casino, perché altrimenti non lanciamo niente, ok? Ok. So, 3, 2, 1, GoPro, GoPro, GoPro! Ti piaceva? We can do better. So another time. 3, 2, 1. Okay, this was good. So I have some stuff for you. Oh, sorry. I have some stuff for you. 2 GoPro caps, and how many t-shirts we have? 3 t-shirts. Okay. But before start throwing all these gadgets, I want to split you in 2 groups, okay? So it's not important which part you choose. Prima di iniziare voglio dividervi in 2 gruppi, ok? Quindi circa qui a metà dividetevi di destra a sinistra, basta poco spazio. Magari voi buttatevi di qua, che sennò sono tanti di là, vai. Ok. We will do a little game. No. Dividetevi bene. Divide. Split in two. Dai. Okay, this one was good. Okay, this one was good. Okay. So we do a little game, okay? You're 2 different teams, okay? 1 and 2. Now we say go with the mic, you say pro. The group that make more noise, cioè quindi il gruppo che fa più casino vince il gadget, ok? The group that make more noise win the prize, ok? So, I say go, you say pro. I put the mic on the group, okay? So, let's see who's the best of you, no? 3, 2, 1. I start with the right one, on my right. Okay, ready? Go! 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 Which one? Okay, we have the first cap is gone. For the second we choose, and I take 1 t-shirt, okay? It works every time in the same way. So, we have this t-shirt. You can find it also on the GoPro site, okay? Let's do it again, okay? Now I start from my left, okay? So 3, 2, 1, go! 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 think it's like a split, so you can, I throw on the back, okay? So you can come closer, I don't want to see where it goes. But I want you to count from 3 to 0, okay? 3, 2. Okay, be careful. The next thing is the helmet front to side mount. Who want this? Okay, you're ready. This is the adhesive mount you can put on your helmet, okay? So it's very good for... How many of you run with a car or have raced with cars? Quanti di voi corrono con i kart? Ok, siete un bel po', no? E per questo come facciamo? Lo lanciamo a caso? Ok, tutti quanti, come closer to the defender here. Very closer, okay? I will throw again on my back, so I don't want to see where it goes, okay? You ready? Now we start with the countdown from 5, okay? So, 5. Ok, abbiamo una fortunata vincitrice. Complimenti signora. Lei neanche lo voleva, è arrivato in mano. Ok. This is another gadget. How many of you knows what is GoPro Quick Up? You need that? Nessun altro conosce Quick Up? Qualcuno la usa? Nessuno? Ok. Questo qui è una quick key che serve per collegare la vostra SD che trovate all'interno della vostra GoPro direttamente al cellulare, in questo caso abbiamo quello con la modalità iPhone, ok? E serve per passarsi direttamente i file dalla GoPro a Quick, quindi in maniera super veloce, senza connessioni wifi e tutto quanto. Quindi ora facciamo un bel giochetto. Vorrei prepararne 3 diversi che verranno lanciati, 2 da Federico, e vi spiego un po' cosa sono. Abbiamo curved and flat mount, che sono mount a TV da collegare e attaccare al casco, ok? Abbiamo un handlebar, ok? Per attaccarla a qualsiasi tipo di tubo, e la chiavetta per tutto. Questi qui, se facciamo un bel po' di casino, li lanciamo assieme, ok? So, I have to speak also in English. So we have the curved and flat adhesive mounts here, the handlebar to fix the GoPro on every pole you want, and also the quick key for transfer the files from the SD card directly to GoPro Quick Up, okay? So if we do a good noise all together, we will throw at the same time, okay? Okay? So we have to do very big noise, okay? You ready? Ready? Okay, another one, okay, another countdown. So, 3. No, we need more noise, guys. We need more noise, okay? Let's start from 5 this time. Okay, 5, 4. Be careful, guys, be careful, okay? Be careful. So we have another snap back here. Okay. Now we throw a snapback and another adhesive mount, okay? We do it in the same time, also this time, okay? Ok? Pronti? Adesso li inseriamo insieme, eh? Mi raccomando, come closer if you want to try to take it. Okay? Now we throw so, okay, another time, another countdown. This is probably the last one, okay? Okay, start from 5, guys. This is the last one, okay? Are you ready? Prendi la mia. Okay, we want to film it, so we have to make big noise because we will send this video directly to GoPro, okay? So this will be very, very big, okay? Okay, you ready, guys? Okay, from 5, this is the important one, okay? Okay, from 5. 5. Okay. Now the important thing, no, questi qua tieni là. What? Ok guys, no, devi prenderla tu. Ora ho appena chiesto a Federico di andare a prendere il premio che un po' tutti quanti voi state aspettando. So I asked Federico to go inside the defender and take the big prize for today, and probably the prize you're waiting for, ok? Federico, dammi qua. Ok. I want to show you what's inside this box, ok? But I think you will already know what's inside. Quindi questa qui è la nuova GoPro 12 Black uscita circa un mese fa, è il top di gamma di GoPro in questo momento. Potrete fare riprese 5.3K a 60 fps. È stata aumentata anche la durata della batteria, quindi usando la modalità massima 5.3K avrete tempo di registrazione di quasi 150-160 minuti continui. Poi, cosa è stato implementato? Sono state aggiunte le funzionalità che si può aggiungere qualsiasi tipo di AirPods o auricolari con il Bluetooth direttamente alla camera ed usarla per controllare la GoPro e anche per usarla come microfono. So, I say in Italian, GoPro improved this new camera with a 5.2K 60 fps, and the new improvement can, I don't know how to say, but you can use the camera for filming about 155 minutes continuous in the maximum resolution, okay? 5.3K for 60 minutes. Also, they add the Bluetooth when you can add to the camera directly your iPhones, your earphones or your AirPods to control the camera, and also to use your iPhone or your iPad, not your iPad, so your headphones to control the camera. Okay, you can control the camera. Also, if I put on the defender and I'm inside the cabin, I can control the camera, start recording, and also vlogging. Okay, this is a very good new entry in GoPro. So, before choosing the winner, we have some other stuff here, GoPro, okay? No, la GoPro non la lanciamo. No, la GoPro, we didn't throw the GoPro, ok? Lanceremo un po' di portachiavi che li ha Federico in questo momento, ok? Li lanci tutti quanti insieme, so we will throw some other gadget, ok? Another time, 3, 2, 1, let's go! Calm guys, calm. Ok. Ok, adesso chiederò a Federico di scendere all'interno del Defender e andremo ad estrarre il fortunato vincitore di questa Hero 12 Black. Come andremo a scegliere il vincitore? Nello schermo che tra un po' Federico aprirà ci saranno tutti i nomi dei partecipanti. So, we will choose the winner randomly with the wheel you can see on this screen. Federico will open it soon, but before that, I want a big countdown because this is for the Hero 12 Black, okay? So we start from 10 all together, guys. It's for the Hero 12 Black, okay? 10, 9, 8, 5. Okay, Federico, you can open it. That's the wheel with all the names that are part of the giveaway. Okay? If you didn't see your name here, it's also inside, but the wheel can show all the names, okay? It has maximum 60 names, okay? And you are more than 60. If you didn't see your name here, you're part of the giveaway, okay? Don't worry if you don't see your name here. Okay, before starting, I asked Federico to go inside the defender and be ready to spin the wheel, okay? He is the guy who choose the winner of today, okay? Federico, you can go inside. Let me know when you're ready. Ok, so Federico è pronto, quindi per una nuova GoPro Hero 12 vi chiedo di fare l'ultimo grande countdown. So for the Hero 12 Black, I ask you to do the last countdown, okay, from 10. Okay, 10, 8, 5, 4. Okay, Federico, you can do the spin. Okay, I leave the mic to Federico.
And the winner is Simone Bianco! Simone, dove sei? Vieni qua! Vieni qua, Simone!
Ragazzi, aspettate, anche se non avete vinto, non abbandonate, perché dopo la consegna ci saranno altre 2 magliette da lanciare, ok? Ora premiamo il vincitore e poi ci saranno altre 2 magliette, ok? Dov'è il vincitore, Federico? Dov'è il Federico? Ti aspettiamo qui su, sali pure sul defender, vieni qui, ti premiamo qui. Però ragazzi aspettate, don't go away. So we have other 2 minutes, okay? So we have to go fast. Don't leave the stand because we have all other two t-shirts here, okay? So I have the winner here. What's your name? Simone. And I think you do the race, okay? Ok, quindi lui corre, il vincitore di oggi è, mi ripeti il nome? Ok, abbiamo qui Simone, facciamo un selfie tutti insieme a Simone, consegnerò a Simone anche la nuova GoPro Hero 12. Pronti ragazzi? Ok, 3, 2, 1. Ok, complimenti a Simone, credo che se la godrà abbastanza in pista. Farà sicuramente qualche bel contenuto, quindi divertiti e goditela perché è veramente tanta roba, Simone, grandissimo. Ma prima di chiudere abbiamo l'ultimo minuto. Tutti quanti, come closer, come closer, come closer. This is the last 2 things from GoPro, ok? Ok. Mi piace. Almeno stanno andando bene le gare. Bene, giornate di merda. Okay, we have the last 2 t-shirts. I will throw one and Federico will throw the second one, okay? You ready? Okay. Okay, I will count. Okay, ready? This is the last 2 things from GoPro, okay? Are you ready, Federico? Okay. 3, 2, 1, let's go! Ok ragazzi, qui abbiamo finito, vi ringrazio per essere stati qui con noi, grazie a tutti quanti, buona continuazione di evento, so thank you to all that comes here to the GoPro stand and thank you for being part of this giveaway. We will see you next time on the next event. Bye to all and thanks again.
This is gonna be smooth.
3, 2, 1, dropping.
From the city of Milan in the north of Italy through to Venice on the edge of the northern part of the country is the Shakespearean corridor. It is also a very centrifugal part of Italian motorsport. While there is style, beauty and culture in the city of Milan, Bergamo, across to Padua and all the way to Venice and Verona, there is also the headquarters of one of the toughest sports in the world. There is nothing quite like karting, and it's the birthplace of some of the most legendary names in motorsport. From IndyCar to Le Mans to NASCAR to Formula One, you start your journey in the world of karting. And in the MondoKart.com FIA Karting World Championship lies the toughest competition of them all. Even the likes of Ayrton Senna, Sebastian Vettel, Fernando Alonso, Michael Schumacher and Sir Lewis Hamilton all tried in vain to win the Championship of the World in karting. This is the 60th edition of the toughest, roughest, most brutal, most intoxicating, most enthralling and most competitive form of motorsport in the world. 130 kilometers an hour, a couple of millimeters off the ground, pulling 2 to 3G in some of the bends. This is as close to being a fighter pilot, staying close to the ground as it's ever going to get. This is so tough and so brutal. If ever motor racing was ever as physical and demanding as it is to be an astronaut, it's here. The only difference is it's as far from space as you can get. Almost married to the ground, a couple of millimeters from it. This is as tough and as physical as it's ever going to get. You win this, you are amongst the world's greatest, most fantastic motorsport racers of all time. It's not about fame, it's about winning on your A game. I'm Jake Sanson, beside me is Guillaume Alvarez. You are here for the 60th running of the FIA Karting World Championship, brought to you by MondoKart.com, promoted by the RGMMC Group on the Franciacorta Circuit Daniel Bonara. This is the big one.
This is the big one indeed. Welcome everybody. Buonvenuto a tutti. Bonjour a tutti et tous. Welcome to the Franciacorta karting track in the middle of the presentation ahead of the 4 finals that we have on schedule this afternoon. It's time to crown the 2023 FIA Karting World Champion in the OK and the OK Junior class, as well as celebrating the birth on the international karting scene of the OKN and the OKN Junior, 2 new additions to the scheme of FIA karting classes all over the world. Thank you along for tuning in on FIAkarting.com and for joining us here on this beautiful racetrack. One of the new additions of the FIA karting calendar. This is the second time that we find ourselves on this beautiful layout of 1300 meter circuit that came from the ground less than 3 years ago, and already hosting the pinnacle event of the single speed season in FIA karting. Beautiful celebrations as we expect the drivers to make their way onto the track, and we're going to take those few minutes to introduce to you the actors of the show. 4 finals on schedule and over 300 drivers starting this weekend. Only a fraction of that amount will get to involve themselves and take the start of the most important races of the season.
So for those watching this sport for the first time, a brief rundown in history. The Karting World Championship began in 1964 on the Pista d'Oro circuit in the nation's capital of Italy. Guido Sala would win it in back-to-back years in the 100cc category that gave birth to this sport. In 1966, 2 years later, the only woman in motor racing history ever to win an FIA World Championship title on 4 wheels, Susanna Raganelli, was the one who came through to get the job done on her Techno with a Pirelli engine in the beautiful city of Copenhagen. In the following years, there were so many incredible drivers that came to play in the battles. The likes of Francois Goldstein, Thomas Nilsson, Edgardo Rossi, Riccardo Patrese, Felice Rovelli, Terry Fullerton, Ayrton Senna's closest ever rival, Lake Speed, the NASCAR racer, and even Ayrton Senna da Silva, the man who won so many things in his life as a racing driver, but was only the vice world champion in 1979 and 1980. Fast forward to the 1981 season and the Formula K category kickstarts with their 135cc engines. Mike Wilson goes into his epic phase. The 1980s were his decade to conquer as he ended up becoming a phenomenal 6 times world champion. 81, 82, 83, 85, 88 and 89. But during this incredible period, there were some amazing racing drivers to get their way through the karting world in the FIA Championships, including the likes of Thomas Danielson, Giuseppe Baghetti, Augusto Ribas, Jorn Haase, and then Jan Magnussen just onto the brink of the 1990s, along with a young, talented German called Michael Schumacher, second in the World Championship in his category. An amazing young star. Then continuing on through the world of Formula Super A from 1993, after the likes of Jarno Trulli and Danilo Rossi had finished the 100cc Formula K category in fine style. In Formula Super A, there were so many stars. Nicola Gianniberti, Alessandro Mennetti, Max Orsini, Johnny Mislijevic, Danilo Rossi, Davide Fore, all the way through to Vitantonio Liuzzi and Guido van der Garde. Formula A kickstarts in 2003, and some of the absolute legends of this sport comes through to become a champion or a podium finisher. The likes of Wade Cunningham, Oliver Oakes, who now, of course, runs the high-tech Grand Prix operation in single-seaters, John Lancaster, Michael Christensen, Baz Lammers, Libor Toman, Ari Vainio, Arnold Kozlinski, Marco Ardigo, and all the way through to the KF1 categories, where we start to see the emergence of some amazing venues such as Marienborg, La Conca, Macau, Zuera, Suzuka, Esse, Sakir, PF International, Kristianstad. So many incredible venues that have taken on the challenge of running the World Championship with some incredible superstars. Nick de Vries, twice a world champion for Zanardi in 2010 and 2011. Alexander Albon, who just missed out on the world crown but became vice champion in 2011. Then through the KF1 and KF period of Flavio Camponeschi, Tom Joyner, Lando Norris and Karel Baj. Then in 2016, we began where we are now, the original kart campaign. OK, the class that has been here since 2016, the 125cc engines that give us the amazing spectacle we've had. And in the senior category alone, we've had champions aplenty. Pedro Hiltbrand, Danny Kerr, Lorenzo Travasanuto, Callum Bradshaw, Tukka Taponen, and Matthias Morgato. In 2023, we will crown a new world champion in the senior category. In the junior class alone, there has only been a world championship in the junior category in selected periods, but there have still been some amazing names. Before it was a world championship in the Junior World Cup phase, we have had some amazing competitors come through. The likes of Mark Wouters, Dean Carlson, Alan Lane, Alain Prost, Felice Ravelli, Andrea De Cesaris, Stefano Modena, Bernd Schneider, and then, of course, the likes of Fabrizio De Simone, Jan Magnussen, Sebastian Philippe, Giorgio Pantano, James Courtney, and a young man called Fernando Alonso, who is now on the Formula One grid. We had to wait a while for the World Cup in the junior category to come back. That was in 2010, with the likes of Alexander Albon, Jake Dennis, Charles Leclerc, Matthew Graham, Luca Corberi and Henry Easthope taking great accolades. KF Junior came along in 2013 for Alessio Rarandi, Enam Ahmed and Logan Sargent, who now, of course, is on the Formula One grid with Williams. In 2016, OK Junior began in earnest, and even in that short time, we've had some amazing drivers reach the top 3 of the podium on the World Championship stage. Victor Martin, David Vidales, Theo Borcher, Dexter Patterson, Chris Lullum, Harry Thompson, Victor Bernier, Gabriele Mini, Gabriel Bortoletto, Thomas Tembrinka, Rafael Chavez Camara, Kaio Sixnelis, Freddie Slater, Tukka Taponen, Harry Burgoyne Jr., Kia Nakamura Berta, Anatoly Kavalkin, Enzo Tarvanichkul, Adam Hideg, and Jan Pastrovsky. This year, it's going to be completely different again, as we are likely to welcome 3 completely new faces to the podium in both senior and junior. This is the 60th running of the MondoKart.com FIA Karting World Championship. Drivers have come from 57 nations worldwide across the 6 continents to compete at this level.
There's going to be a fantastic event on the year of the 60th edition of the World Championship for the single speed category. Next year will be over 6 decades since we started in June back in 1964. Who will be able to write their names in the history books of karting after so many great names, so many great drivers over the years, over the past decades that have been able to win that beautiful event. Now, this is a special event not only because of that anniversary, as you can see the drivers of the 2 categories making their way onto the track. It so happens on the same week as Mr. Terry Fullerton won his World Championship title 50 years ago in 1973, defeating the 5-time winner Franciacorta back in the day. So it's a special week as well for the British fans in karting. Mr. Fullerton, who go down in history not only as one of the great legends of the sport that we love, but also as Ayrton Senna's most brutal rival in all of his career.
Yes, indeed. It was given notice in the Ayrton Senna documentary made 10 years ago, I believe, to this year, that his greatest ever rival in the world of motorsport was actually Terry Fullerton of the United Kingdom, who won the Karting World Championship title in 1973, 50 years ago this year. So it is a fabulous completion of an amazing arc, and it really does give you such an indication of the international and spectacular talent that we have here on the course. We have got such an amazing day of racing to come. 4 races to come. First of all, for the road to the World Cup in the OKN and OKJN categories, the new category for the 2023 season, but also these competitors in the Junior and Senior World Championship finals.
And for the statistic lovers, and the two of us are part of that as well. This very weekend, of course, tend to happen on the same, of course, decade after the newly crowned world champion in Formula One, Max Verstappen, celebrated his most impressive year in karting, actually taking numerous accolades and titles before making his way to Formula. So 10 years ago, Max Verstappen wrote another page of the long book of history in karting, and 10 years after, he just sealed the deal, taking his third F1 world title on the same weekend as we're going to crown 2 new world champions in the single speeds class.
Our finalists are presented with their participation medals to reach the World Championship Final of 2023 by our CIK FIA President, Mr. Akbar Ibrahim, and our CIK FIA Vice President, Mr. John Ryan, who are our delegates here this weekend, who will present the medals to our fantastic competitors. They do such an amazing job in this particular sport. They've done amazing works, even in the last 2 seasons that they have been with us, and they are going to continue to drive the sport forward as it goes into new territories, new opportunities, new technologies, and certainly new thriving races. We cannot wait for the 2024 season to get underway. The plans for the calendar are already being constructed, and we are very excited. At the end of October, beginning of November, we should know where we will be racing in the 2024 campaign in the FIA Karting paddocks. Do stay tuned on FIAKarting.com, and you'll be able to figure out all of the plans for the upcoming season. But what an amazing array of people and special delegates we have here as well. Alongside Akbar Ibrahim and John Ryan, our CIK FIA President and Vice President, we also have Giovanni Aldi, the Mayor of Castrozzato, is here with us this weekend, as too is the President of the ACI Karting Commission and one of the best Italian racing drivers to come out of the last 20 years, Raffaele Giamara. Then we have Ettore Bonara, the owner of Franciacorta Karting Circuit, Stefano Bonara, who is the organizer and owner of the circuit here, that is, of course, named after Daniel Bonara, Raffaella Giacomini, who is the organizer of the Franciacorta Karting Circuit and also the championship manager of FIA Karting, Mr. Simone Perego. This is a fabulous opportunity for our youngsters who have quested so long, so hard, and with so much passion and power behind them. To get to a World Championship final is a victory in and of itself. We say at this level, it doesn't matter what you win in karting, it's what you learn that counts. If drivers like Vettel, Alonso, Schumacher, Hamilton, Senna are not quite enough to win this race, it's about what you learn and take with you to go up the ranks of car driving. That's what counts. Or to any other form of discipline of motor racing. Drivers have come from the world of FIA karting to compete at the Indy 500, the Daytona 500, the Daytona 24 Hours, the Le Mans 24 Hours, the Macau Grand Prix, the Grand Prix de Pau, and of course, Formula One. Many of them going on to be world champions. Even if they didn't win this, they managed to get the tools and the resources and the mental training to get themselves to the pinnacle of the sport.
And this is what we're about to witness here with the collaboration, the passion and dedication of the Orange Army. Grazie ragazzi, grazie a tutti, of course, the marshals of the Franciacorta karting track in partnership as well with some of the marshals coming from other countries as well. Without your passion and dedication, well, it's very simple, ladies and gentlemen. There would be no motorsport, there would be no racing, no karting at all. And thanks to the marshals, those orange heroes onto the track, we get to go racing in the safest hands possible.
This is a very special day for the FIA Karting Championship. You've got to remember that in 1964, the first ever championship was held for the world title in Roma, in 1964. 60 years later, 2023, the pre-race show, the Fanfara a Caretto Berezzoli, is going to give us an amazing show. Why is it important? Well, it's the 60th year of the FIA Karting World Championship, so it's very fitting that it comes home. As Formula One has its base in the United Kingdom, as IndyCar and NASCAR has its base in the United States, as motorcycle racing traditionally has its home in Spain, karting has its home in Italy. And it really is the headquarters of the sport. Along this ribbon of Italian countryside from the city of Milan through to the city of Venice on the far side of the north, so much of the sport comes from this place. About 80% of the sport of karting at this level is represented at this point. Yes, guys, they are real. Try not to make out that they're chocolate. They're definitely not. But these fantastic racing drivers who have come from North America, from South America, across Europe, across Asia, across Africa, and across Australasia. They come far and wide with one objective in mind: to show the world what they can do. For the 36 drivers in junior and the 36 drivers in OK Senior, you have all proven what it takes to be something special. Just getting to the final is a win in and of itself.
The pinnacle of kart racing in the world is about to go racing as we're about to listen for the national anthem of Italy.
These guys really are doing a spectacular job and putting on a fantastic show for our fans here in Italy, as everybody on the start-finish straight is ready and in preparation, as we will stand and hear in fantastic time-honored tradition for the FIA Karting Championship, the national anthem of Italy.
Situazione vento. Dietro, ok. Ok. Stai lì. Tu dimmi solo dietro o no, basta. Ok. Aspettiamo. Da dietro. Va bene. Va bene, va bene, va bene.
Grazie ragazzi. What a fabulous rendition of the Italian national anthem as the skies light up in the tricolor, the Italian green, white and red. Fabulous. What a perfect venue for the FIA Karting World Championship's 60th edition. It is just a spectacular opportunity to witness the toughest, most brutal competition in world motorsport. To get to Formula One, to get to the Indy 500, to get to the Le Mans 24 Hours, first, you must do this. It really is the birthplace of all of the major legacies of world motorsport. And as has been very evident over the last 48 hours, when we have walked up and down the paddock and seen drivers from the worlds of Formula 4, Formula Regional, Formula 3, and even Formula 2 in the paddock, it really does show that you can take the racing driver out of karting, but you cannot take karting out of the racing driver. And as we have also seen in the past, it would not at all shock me if the man who won the event 10 years ago might be having a cheeky little sneak peek at what's going on here today. Max Verstappen, who won the World Championship in 2013, has gone on to greatness, and even in the last 2 years, essentially, has already become a 3-time world champion if you talk about the timeline. And it's incredible to think that it all started in this very paddock.
So many great names over the years have been written the pages of the history books here in karting along the likes of the top scorers. We mentioned Mr. Mike Wilson, of course, the 6-time world champion in the single speed category back in the 80s, but so many accolades and title won by the likes of Davide Forri, Mr. Danilo Rossi, a 5-time world champion, Marco Ardigo, Alessandro Manetti, among many others as well, who've been written, of course, who've been writing the many history pages of the karting book. As we can see here, Mr. Akbar Ibrahim and Mr. John Ryan, respectively the president and vice president of the FIA Karting Federation, always with us, always the smiles on their face, and we can easily understand why, because they enjoy the racing at first, they're passionate at heart, and they've been present with us at every single step of the European Championship and the world event for the past 2 seasons. And it's also thanks to the effort in the background as well, that the sport of karting has been so much evolving for the past 2 years with so many novelties. The last one, the one of the latest, being the addition of the OKN and OKN Junior categories that we're going to have on track, first of all, with the first 2 finals of 4 on schedule this afternoon.
There's something really special about the atmosphere and the vibe of an FIA Karting World Championship. It really does become a motorsport carnival. There is something quite spectacular about this. Over the last few years, it's been wonderful to see the shows and the displays and spectacles put on by the various countries that we've been to over the last few years. Just in the OK Junior and OK era, in 2016, we went to Sakhir in Bahrain, where the Middle East greeted us to a fabulous World Championship weekend. And in fantastic fashion, we got to see some amazing performances. Victor Bernier winning the Junior World title, and the Senior World title going the way of Spain's Pedro Hilbrand. Then we went to PF International in 2017 in Great Britain, where we saw 2 British world champions, Dexter Patterson in the junior category and Danny Curl in the senior. Then on to Sweden at the Kristianstad circuit, one that we all love and adore so much indeed. The 2018 running of the event saw Victor Bernier come through to take the title in front of Gabriele Mini and Gabriel Bortoletto in the junior category. And in the senior category, it was the first of 2 World Championship titles for Lorenzo Travasanuto in the Rosberg Racing colours, with Formula 1 World Champion from 2016, Nico Rosberg, in attendance as he got himself into a fabulous new sport, or a returning sport, I should say, for him. He was joined on the podium by Hannes Janka and Luigi Coluccio. Then we went to Alaharma in Finland, a fabulous race weekend that we remember in so much joy. Lorenzo Travasanuto winning another world title in front of 2 Brits, Taylor Barnard and Harry Thompson. The junior title on that occasion going to the Dutchman Thomas Tembrinka in front of Rafael Chaves Camara and Caio Sixnelis. Then, of course, we went to Portimao in Portugal in the middle of the worldwide pandemic. An amazing effort from everybody and a fabulous performance from the guys at Portimao in torrential rain conditions, which didn't make it any easier, of course. Freddie Slater, Tuka Tarpanen and Harry Burgoyne making their way to the podium in the junior category, and in the senior, a race won with a triple podium for the Tony Kart factory team on that occasion. Callum Bradshaw, Joe Turney and Pedro Hiltbrand. Then on to Campillos, a last-minute switch as the fabulous circuit in Spain gave us a World Championship to remember, with a world champion in Tuka Tarpanen ahead of Luigi Coluccio and Arvid Lindblad in the senior category, and Kian Nakamura-Berta inheriting the victory in the final ahead of Freddie Slater, who won on the road, and Anatoly Kivalkin third in the reckoning. Last year, a few miles from the foot of Mount Vesuvius, we raced at Sarno as Enzo Tarvanichkul became the first ever Thai karting world champion in the junior category, ahead of Hungary's Adam Hideg and Poland's Jan Piotrowski. And then, of course, in the senior race, we had waited a heck of a long time, 25 years, for the previous winner of a World Championship title from Brazil, and that was Matthias Morgato in his Kart Republic. He won ahead of Tuka Tarpanen and Oscar Pedersen. This year, it looks like it's going to be 3 completely new faces on both podiums. We are very much in for an exciting battle ahead of us in the World Championship weekend, the 60th running of this fantastic event, and it's going to be absolutely sensational. The junior and the OK race are coming up later, but we are going to start the bidding with the road to the World Cup. It really has been a sensational battle to finish off this maiden season of the OKN category, and it's a very special moment now for the drivers that will make their way forward here in front of us, as they have been working all the way through the course of the weekend and, of course, the season to prepare for this first chance on the world stage on the international level to compete. The OKN classes, of course, an opportunity to bridge the gap between the national karting classes and the FIA Karting European and World Championships, in order to give drivers on limited budgets the chance to get their opportunity to showcase their talents on the world stage. And as you can see, in just a little over 25 minutes' time, the first of those races will begin, and that is for the OKN Junior category, and then the OKN Senior will be after that. But it's going to be a very competitive front row of the starting grid in the OKN Junior race, as the first 2 rows of the grid will actually have some very talented competitors on them from 3 different nations. Great Britain will be represented in pole position by young Jesse Phillips. The second position of the grid will be the Dutchman Felipe Rice, and then the American driver who races under an Italian license, Asher Ochstein, will be in third on the grid in his CRG, followed by Dean Hugendorn, who will be in the Antonelli kart as well. The 2 Dutchmen, Felipe Rice and Dean Hugendorn, on their Kart Republic Antonelli karts that will be there on the second row of the grid. Check out the trophy. That is quite literally the road to the World Cup, the winding road that travels the globe, and it shows everybody just how hard you have to work to get to this point, and all the different nations, all the different ASNs, the sporting governing bodies that are taking on the OKN from Australia all the way across to South America, and of course all over Europe. It's just the starting point to allow some of these incredible youngsters to go from their national, regional and district titles to take on the road to the World Cup.
It could not be simpler. That's the mojo behind the new introduction of the OKN and OKN Junior category, with the aim of the FIA Karting Federation to, as you said, bridge the gap between the mini classes on the regional and national level to the international scene through the single speed classes. This is a new entry for the youngsters willing to make a career out of motorsport and climbing as high as possible on that ladder. With those youngsters, there were about 70 of them competing this weekend for the first time and the first edition of the Road to the OKN World Cup 2024. Next year, we'll see the proper launch, of course, of the single event for those 2 categories, as this World Championship and the first appearance of those 2 classes coming as an appetizer and a very tasty one for the things to come, and the birth of those 2 new classes, an initiative by the Federation that was introduced in 2022 at the World Championship 1 year ago, and it leads to that first demonstration. The drivers will make their way back onto the track in just a few moments, as to get themselves to that point, they had to go through not only qualifying practice, but also 2 qualifying heats and a super heat, but we call it pre-final for those 2 classes that took place this morning. Here's a view on the beautiful circuit on Franciacorta that came from the ground in 2020, open the next year in 2021, starting to welcome more and more international races. For the second time, the FIA Karting Championship Cup and competition finds itself here after the closure of the European season last year. Alex Powell, still one of the fastest around this track of 1,300 meter, 7.5 to 11 meter of wide, and a slight difference in elevation from the lowest to the highest point of the track. A relatively flat sort of a circuit, but don't get fooled because it may look relatively flat from the naked eye, but it's quite relatively bumpy. 14 turns to go through, 9 right, 5 left, 2 hairpin, and more than 1 spot for overtaking, especially into that first section. Turn number 9, turn number 11, as well as turn number 5 and 13. That hairpin just at the end of the lap. And in that first section, after the right-hander is turn number 1, coming to the braking zone, this is where the OK driver reaches top speed of around 130 km/h with the toe on an average speed of 100 km. So a very fast-flowing circuit here in Franciacorta, designed less than 3 years ago with the help of the Italian Federation and all the people involved here within the Bondara family and their colleagues and representative of the functioning team here in Franciacorta. Don't forget that Franciacorta has been around for quite a while because there's also a car and motorbike circuit nearby. This has been already booming in terms of motorsport activities for the past few years now, and decision came to add an extra category, karting, with the birth of that circuit less than 3 years ago. And in the course of that space of time, well, 2 rounds of the FIA Karting season, the European Championship of those 2 classes came to a close last year, and what a battle it had been in 2022 in the OK class. First of all, between the likes of Alex Powell and Kid Roberta. It went down to the wire into that very last race to decide who would become last year's European champion, and in the junior category as well, as we had the crown of Anatoly Kavalkin from Jan Perezowski. Those drivers, of course, stepping up to OK this season. You'll get to see them on track later on this afternoon. The 567 driving a Car Republic will be one to watch in the OK and junior category. That will be the first of the 4 classes to make their way onto the track. JC Phillips, that's his name, from Kiddis Driver Performance. He will be the one starting on pole position after taking the win in the pre-final earlier. JC Phillips, who took on as well a win in the qualifying heats that we had yesterday, Saturday, and it was enough for him to, with 2 victories in a row, to name himself as pole sitter. But the opposition in that junior class of OKN will be certainly fierce, as we have up to 30 different teams represented on that grid, with a lot of smaller formations, smaller enterprises, and private teams, mostly for the Italian karting scene. Up to 17 nations represented, and among those nations here in the OKN factory, we have the likes of not only Italy, but also the United Arab Emirates, Turkey, Estonia, Andorra, South Africa, Romania, France, Switzerland, Poland, Panama, the Netherlands, Slovakia, Great Britain, Spain, Portugal, and Lithuania. So pretty much all over the world represented here in those 2 OKN and OKN junior category. Among the teams, and of course some of them being supported by the factories like CRG that you can see on the left side of your picture. We have the likes of Mondena Kart, FK Motorsport, Gamoto, Spino Project, Maranello, as well as Team Driver Racing Kart in partnership with Car Republic, but also names well known to the karting world like Novalux, TB Kart, as well as NGM Motorsport, Tona Racing, GMP, Kiddix Driver Performance. The list goes on and on and on. This is truly one of the strongest forces from the Italian karting scene. Here's the president of the Italian Federation on the track here on the pre-grid before they make their way onto the track, making sure that everybody is in place. And this is the first part of the proceedings, the quiet before the storm, as we would like to call it. The time for the drivers to align themselves on the pre-grid according to their respective positions after the pre-final that took place this morning. Beautiful field, as we said, of up to 70 competitors in those 2 new classes. And this is their first attempt at becoming winner in the OKN or OKN Junior category for the first time in the World Championship.
Yes, indeed. Great to welcome Raffaele Giamaria, the president of the ACI Karting Commission, who was a fabulous racing driver in his own right, of course. He was runner-up in Formula Renault 2000 Italy back in the day, raced in International Formula 3000 in 2003. He even represented the A1 Grand Prix World Cup for Team Italy in his youth. He's been racing in Italian GT in the mid-2000s. He raced in 4 Le Mans 24 hours and, of course, in the WeatherTech Sports Car Championship as well. Also worth giving a big shout-out to Raffaella Giacomini, the organizer here at Franciacorta. Great to see her. She is one of the most passionate people in the sport here in northern Italy, and it's great to see the hard work that she and the whole team at Franciacorta have done to put this World Championship on. It's wonderful to see just such an incredible team of people who are so passionate, so dedicated, such amazing enthusiasm and a real vibe and a thirst to bring these racing drivers to their little circuit. And it's already becoming one of the most popular in the karting community.
Definitely so, as FIA Karting was very, very fast to ask the permission as well to come here, first of all, for the European Championship closure, as we're going to have the road to the OKJ World Cup. We're going to have to wait to 2024 to see that happening, but here they come for the first appetizer of many great things to come for the years ahead. But yeah, the Franciacorta team has been very, very busy for the past few seasons to really get the new tool up to the standards of the FIA Karting Federation, and it's worth to say that they've been doing an incredible job working tirelessly behind the scene all throughout the season, year after year, to get ready for those big events, along with a very busy season. And for the stats is a little anecdote, but you might have noticed already, or you will during the cover of the finals, that the track of Franciacorta has a building in the middle of the paddock, just nearby the last hairpin. This is one of the hotel, actually, of the track that was built specifically for those events within 4 months. Only 4 months was enough to get those facilities up to standards. Mr. Ettore Bonara, the owner of Franciacorta Karting Track, the man responsible for all this, if you will, and we are very grateful, of course, to Mr. Bonara and his entire team for the efforts and the passion that have been showing over the years. Franciacorta being one of the new additions of the FIA Karting calendar, once again in Italy, the country of karting very much so. Even though the sport was invented back in the 50s in the United States of America, was brought down to Europe, and Italy became the epic center of the sport that we love. So many great tracks that we have here in Italy, in the upper part of the country, along with other pistes as well further south, like Sarno, where we crowned last year's World Championship in those two classes, the OK and the junior class. Mr. Stefano Bonara, the organizer and owner as well of the track. Well done to you, sir, for this beautiful event under such a fantastic weather. And it's fair to say that all the conditions are met for another great event.
And of course, the circuit here at Franciacorta is named in honor of their fellow family member. Ettore and Stefano worked tirelessly, and all in the spirit of Daniel Bonara, and that is why the circuit is named Franciacorta Karting Track Daniel Bonara. There is Simone Perego, our championship manager, the man who makes sure that all of the gears and all of the cogs work in harmony. They tick over, and they put on a fabulous event. And I have to say, what the FIA Karting World and European Championships have grown into over the last 6 seasons that I've been involved with it. I remember watching this back in the 1990s when we saw those incredible battles with the likes of Rossi versus Forey and all these amazing events. And we actually harkened back to an event yesterday when we were watching one of the highlights of the late 90s at Garol, when we saw the amazing last lap battle between Danilo Rossi and Davide Forey. Great to see all those memories, but I was here watching as a kid, watching all these young guys coming forward, and it's amazing in the most recent past to see what this championship has become.
The drivers making their way onto the track as we're going to have the first of the 4 finals on schedule this afternoon, starting with the OKN Junior, ladies and gents. The OKN will come just after, for each time a 16-lap race. Then we're going to have the Junior and the OK class for 20 and 24 laps. This will be the mother races of them all, the pinnacle moment of the FIA karting season, a race that so many young drivers have been expecting for so many months. Some of them have been showing to the world what sort of wood they were made of in the European class. But now it all comes down to that one race to be crowned world champion. But before that, we welcome 2 new classes to the scheme of the FIA karting classes, OKN Junior and OKN, a new bridge to the international karting scene, coming from your original national series as well. Your chance to get a grip at what OKN is all about ever since 2016 as it was introduced after the TF period. The officials are waiting for the first competitors, as we're going to have a full grid in the junior class of the OKN, with as in pole position the young British driver GC Phillips, ready to rumble as he took 2 wins in a row in the qualifying heat and the pre-final. GC Phillips, not an unknown at all in the karting ranks for the past few seasons, very efficient on home soil in the mini classes as well as in Britain, and this is his chance to seal the deal and maybe take his first big accolade in the FIA Karting World Championship.
We're going to see some really exciting pairs of races here before we get to the World Championships themselves. This is the formula that is brand new for 2023, and of course next year there will be a World Cup for these classes. This is the road to the World Cup this year, and it's to basically introduce this category to the nations of karting. For those drivers who perhaps don't necessarily have the huge budgets required to run at the forefront of the junior and OK categories, this is to bridge the gap between those competitors who are in their regional and national categories, and then basically giving them a chance to experience what it's like to race at this level, and then hopefully use that as a launch pad to go and compete in the Junior and World Championships a year or so later. But what a fantastic array of youngsters these guys have proven to be. Young men and women who have come here for the very first time. Some of them have never even seen the circuit prior to this weekend. And it's definitely going to be an exciting first race for a lot of these drivers, and certainly for a lot of you guys at home. It's the first time you'll ever really get to see these guys on the world stage, and here they come. This is a big moment for these young racing drivers. They have come from Great Britain, from the Netherlands, from Italy, from Spain, from Poland, from Turkey, from Panama, all the way in the South American country, and then of course to Lithuania, to Switzerland, and of course to Portugal and to Slovenia. It's a very tough competition when you race at this level, but these guys are absolutely deserving of the chance to be here and be part of the show. Pole position is going to go to the British driver Jesse Phillips, and second on the grid will go the way of the Dutch driver Felipe Reis. So what are we going to see from this incredible encounter? The OKJ Final is definitely going to be a fabulous opportunity and one of the most exciting challenges, if not the toughest challenge, that these racing drivers have ever faced in their young fledgling career. They are greeted on the starting grid by not only Raffaele Giammaria, but also by Manolo Bastianelli, the secretary of the FIA Karting Commission, who is one of our honoured guests here, as well as all of our delegates from the ACI. We obviously talked about Giovanni Aldi, the mayor of Castrizzato, Raffaele Giammaria, Ettore and Stefano Bonara, Raffaele Giacomini. There are so many fantastic competitors who have been part of the sport as it's grown up, and also now part of the organisation and administration of the sport in years to come. So great to see Ettore Bonara coming forward to meet and greet the drivers in the OKN Junior category. This is such a big moment for all of them. What must it be like to step out onto a circuit like this in front of the world stage with thousands upon thousands of people watching around the world and put themselves into the international playing field? This is not a sport like any other. The world of football, tennis, rugby, cricket, you are under scrutiny from the moment you get into a kart at this level. James Geidel, we just saw there, of the RGMMC group, the man who helps to promote the sport and has done such an incredible job for the world of karting on the international stage over the last 6 seasons. But what an amazing spectacle this is for these youngsters. They have traveled far and wide with their families, sometimes without their families, for their commitment and dedication to the sport that they adore. Why do they do it? Well, there's nothing greater than questing after Formula One. Being a racing driver at the top level of the sport is every boy and girl on this grid's dream. They want to experience it, they want to enjoy it to the fore, and it's great to see so many of these young competitors prepared to dedicate themselves to their craft with such ruthless and relentless efficiency.
So we gear ourselves up now for the start of the first of 4 races this afternoon, 4 finals. Thank you very much once again for being with us on FIAKarting.com, on Motorsport TV, on any channels all over the world, as we got you covered up for the pinnacle event of the single speed season in the FIA Karting Championship, brought to you by Mondocar. This event for the first time taking place in Franciacorta in the northern part of Italy, and this is the 60th edition of this event for the single speed categories. As an appetizer, we're going to have those 2 classes, the OKN Junior and the OKN, as the first grid of 36 competitors are getting themselves ready to get going, as they're going to have the biggest challenge so far, 16 laps to go through on this 1,300-meter track.
So without further ado, let's give the drivers the center stage they deserve as we get ourselves ready for the first ever Road to the World Cup OKN Junior Final in 2023. This is the beginning of an era, a new chance to bridge the gap between national and international karting competitions in a fabulous manner. These youngsters have been testing themselves over the course of the last 3 days, and of course the run-up to this in preparation as well. Great to see them get the chance to put on a showcase on the world stage. Let's talk you through the grid from the front all the way to the back. It's going to be an amazing cast of competitors, and we can't wait to see what they can do. The front row of the grid is going to be shared by two very talented racing drivers. The first one, not necessarily a new name to karting fans, Jesse Phillips from the United Kingdom, in the Fusion Motorsport colours, but racing under the Kiddix Driver Performance banner. He's got a great shot from pole position. This is not exactly his first rodeo, but it certainly is in the FIA Karting paddock. He's had an amazing career leading up to this point, winning multiple titles and accolades, both in his native United Kingdom and across Europe and the Middle East. He's been a fabulous young competitor, and he's just got started as far as everybody's concerned. Expect big things for this boy. This is just chapter one of a novel that could go on for decades. Meanwhile, the man alongside him has a very similar story to tell. The Dutchman, Felipe Reis, for the Antonelli AKM Motorsport team. The squad started by Andrea Kimi Antonelli, who currently, of course, leads the Formula Regional European title, and as far as the worst-kept secret seems to be, could well be on the Grand Prix paddock next year. Third position on the grid for the United States of America, although, of course, he races under an Italian license, Asher Ochstein of the CRG squad. Expect big things from him too. He's got plenty of accolades behind him already. A great star of the future, an amazing speed, considering how big motorsport is getting in America, particularly on the Grand Prix scene. This man, Asher Ochstein, could be one of the first to really reap the benefits. This man too also has a great chance to shine. Dean Hugendorn, one of the fastest drivers over the course of the weekend, certainly the fastest in time qualifying, and the winner of the opening heat. He has a great chance to put on a show in his Antonelli Kart Republic kart.
Further back on the grid as well, sharing the top 6 positions. We have Bosco Arias from Team Driver Racing Kart. Watch out from the young Spaniard that we've seen competing in very impressive fashion in the International Karting Series over the past few seasons with the AC Motorsport colors on his crash helmet. Bosco Arias will be starting from P5 on the grid with the interesting advantage to be starting with the toe of the pole sitters just in front of him and coming to the inside line onto turn number 1, 2, and 3. By his side, from Poland, Bruno Grick at the wheel of his Parolin machine. Some of the Italian factories very much supportive of this new initiative of the OKN Junior and OKN category, as Bruno Grick is certainly, up to this point, one of his strongest chances of victory. But the challenge will be big. Is he up to it? He certainly has demonstrated his skills and speed over the course of that weekend.
So much has been written about this particular youngster as well. Iskender Zulfikari, the Turkish driver for the Team Driver Racing Kart squad. Over the last 18 months, he has completely rewritten the form book in the Italian National Championships at the Mini 60 category. This is his first real step up into a junior category, and straight in at OKN Junior. He has every opportunity to turn this into something pretty majestic. Cristian Tonalini, another star name from Italy, who you're just going to hear more and more about as the years go by. For the Tonna Racing Kart ASD squad, he has a great opportunity to get himself into the top 3 of this final by just being calculated, disciplined, and cool as a cucumber. This is going to be a very tricky race to win, but it's going to be even harder to go the distance.
The 5-minute board has been shown as we're getting near the last few moments before those young beasts will be unleashed. Andrea Marcella from MiG Racing at the wheel of his Parolin machine. White crash helmet, quite easy to recognize from a distance. And watch out for this young man from Italy, one of the many young local drivers competing for the first time at the world stage of karting. As Andrea Marcella from 9th on the grid, ready to give a hard time to Iskender Zulfikari, as well as the rest of the inside line coming to turn number 1. Andrea Marcella picked up some strong results to put himself in that position for his first weekend at this stage. A lot of people surrounding the track as always, waiting patiently, counting the minutes before we get going. And another strong young Italian from Italcourse this time around, Davide Mizzoni, will be sharing the line alongside Andrea Marcella, who will be 10th on the grid, the 521. And Kenny Putt, Italcorse, chassis brand from Italy, of course, very well known into the national ranks that we don't get to see that often competing in FIA karting, so always refreshing to see new names, brands and colors.
The Swiss ace is next up, Francois Caudal, another name that a lot of the hardcore fans of karting will already know. He's had a pretty exciting birth point coming up the ranks. And of course, he has been taken on by the Minardi management that looks after several young drivers in the Italian and European ranks of motorsport. So he's definitely one to watch out for in the future. He's got a lot to do in the years to come. Paolo Tizzano of the fabulous Italian national sport. He's done a fantastic job coming up to this one. A privateer entry, not actually run by a proper team, but certainly running as a customer lad and dad operation. It's great to see that there are still drivers out there able to do that at international level. Elliot Kaczynski and I think Oliver Rasmussen there chatting at the side of the racetrack. Their weekends may be over, but they're not wanting to go home just yet. They are just as mad about watching the racing as they are about competing in it. So they want to make sure that they have a front row seat for the best race in the house. As it comes down to the best helmet designs of the weekend, my personal favorite has come from this man, Antonio Tomás Macedo of Portugal. Without a shadow of a doubt, every other driver on the grid wishes they had a helmet design that looked as cool as this one. It's very cool indeed, and of course he's part of the Danilo Rossi karting operation. Great to see them continuing their march forward. And this man, Filippo Donanzan, has been very quick over the course of the weekend as well. One of the many competitors to be part of this brand new Antonelli operation. And it's worth pointing out as well, they don't have a big team in the FIA karting paddock itself. They do at national level, which is why you've got the likes of Dean Hugendorn, Felipe Rice, and of course, Filippo Donanzan at this particular race, because they're looking after the new talents coming up the ranks.
Now, talking about the livery and crash helmets, Gino Rocchio, another strong Italian, who will be starting from 15 on the grid. Look at that painting job, actually, with that beautiful inside as well, mix of colors. I like that, certainly reminding us of time passing as well. And for him, of course, he has all the time in the world, even though 16 laps will go certainly down to a checkered flag very rapidly, so that's for sure. But Gianmato Russo by his side from AKM Motorsport, the 549 from Panama. Watch out for Gianmato Russo, 16 on the grid, very much focused with those blue colors of the Antonelli Motorsport racing team. One of the new additions to the karting world in Italy lately, as Alex Mollotta will be further back from 17 on the grid from Slovakia at the wheel of his X-Prix machine from Firefly Racing Team. And another beautiful painting job for the crash helmet of this young driver. So many different colors and designs. That's what we love, of course. And it's usually the case that coming to the pinnacle event of the season, some of the drivers tend to have a different painting job than the one that we've been used to see in the European season. Of course, this is for the greatest occasion of the year, and for some of them, the greatest occasion of their young career.
Right, you guys have been patient enough. It's been a fantastic build-up to racing on mondokart.com, FIA Karting World Championship final day here at Franciacorta on the circuit Daniel Bonara. You guys have waited long enough. It's time for the road to the World Cup 2023 to begin, as the drivers in the OKN junior category are gearing up, ready for the biggest race of their careers up to this point. This is the moment when they get to show the world what they can do. Thank you for tuning in via Facebook, via YouTube, via motorsport.tv, and via all the international channels where you are watching around the world. Jake Sanson and Guillaume Alvarez are going to guide you through the biggest race of these youngsters' careers. The road to the World Cup begins here in the OKN junior category, as the racers will get up to speed for 16 laps of this Franciacorta circuit. Jesse Phillips and Felipe Rice from Asher Ockstein and Dean Hugendorn. Bosco Arias and Bruno Grick from Iskender Sufakari and Christian Tonalini. Then Andrea Marcella and David Mazzoni, Francois Cadal and Paolo Tizzano. Tomás Macedo, Filippo Donanzan, Gino Rocchio, Gianmatteo Russo from Alex Mollotta and Giovanni Toso.
They're followed by Pietro Lilli as well as Marchiara Nardelli, and one of the drivers, unfortunately, at the back end of the grid. It seems to me that Samuel Sotile, is it possible, that is getting into trouble over there? Hopefully, he will be able to get started. The 519 it is, unfortunately. That was due to start. Let's try to see who that is in a second.
Pietro Lilli.
Yes, indeed, Pietro Lilli. Unfortunately, who was in the middle of the grid over there from 19 on the grid, and he won't get to take part into the final of the OKN junior category. Such a disaster already for Pietro Lilli. As further back, we have Giuseppe Papiglio, Elia Zuen, Kevin Battistoni, Giuseppe Piccolo, Billy John Marstaveren, Celia Sodu, Giacomo Giusto, Samuele Sotile, Salvatore Quiglio, Anna Piloto, Luca Esposito, Salvatore Zardo, Alessandro Carria, Davide Iannone, Kais Aziza, and Vanessa Silconetti. We're good to go to racing on the first attempt. No, we are not. As we go around one more time to get ourselves in order Well, another extra formation lap. Not the end of the world. We've had them on many occasions through the course of that weekend in Franciacorta. As I do think that on the left side of the picture was Gwen Lagrue. We'll come back to that.
So they've tried to get Pietro Lilli started again, and it just isn't happening. This is just heart-wrenching for not just Pietro Lilli, but also the LGK Racing team, who have worked hard to make sure he's got the best possible material and equipment. Just sometimes you don't get the opportunity for whatever it is. And you know what that's going to be as well. That's going to be a €1.50 part that's broken on the kart somewhere. It's going to be one of those things that will just take the whole weekend up in smoke. You've got to feel for Pietro Lilli. I just hope that he doesn't get too demoralized about the situation, that he will come back, he will rebuild, he will regroup, and he gets himself back into the FIA karting paddock next year for a crack at the World Cup itself. Right, here are the mechanics getting themselves ready for an exciting race of gestures and sign language, which hopefully their drivers will be able to A, spot, and B, understand at speed. But here come the drivers: Phillips, Rice, Ochstein, Hugendorn, Arias, Grieg, Zuvicari, Tonolini, Marcella and Mizzoni. It's time to begin the road to the World Cup. Off we go in OKN Junior, and it's a perfect start from Phillips in front of Ochstein. They work their way through to the first couple of corners. There's a spin already as the recommended are going to really struggle, and it's several karts having to take avoiding action. The first one to go around there was the 547 of Christian Tonolini, and it just caused a chain reaction. So many drivers caught up. Zovicari is in there, so too is Paolo Tizzano. He got going again. Maria Caria Nardelli is in there. Elia Zuin is there, so is Giacomo Gusto, Semine Sottile, and also Alessandro Carla. So many karts piled on top of one another, but you've got to feel so sorry for Christian Tonolini and Iskender Zovicari, two drivers who easily could have contested the win in this one.
And we might have actually a slow period if the marshals are quite quick enough, and they've been efficient to remove all those cars from the racing line to turn number one. The yellow flag is still waved as they come across, finishing that opening lap. I think the track has been made clear.
Double waved yellows. Oh, this is going to be tricky, as the drivers will try and work their way through without too much difficulty. So Jesse Phillips out in front of Ochstein, and then Hugendorn, Rice and Arias from Bruno Grieg and Francois Caudal. Marcella is there in 8th place from Macedo, Rocchio, Papillo, Malotto and Giglio. So a fascinating start, but Phillips and Ochstein have already started to make waves and pull clear from the rest of the pack.
That's such a disappointment for Iskender Zulfikari. He was one of the strongest coming to this final, and he won't get to play a part in it, as is one of those who got to retire. Let's watch that back shot with the starting procedure.
Now you've got to watch Christian Tonolini. He's the one in the number 547 car that's going to appear on the left side of your screen. He just suddenly loses it. And look, the chain reaction just begins. There's nothing the drivers behind can do. Just so many karts taken out in that one. We've gone from 36 starters to 26 runners as we lose Zovicari, Tonolini, Mizzoni, Nardelli, Zuin, Giusto, Sottile, Filotto and Carla. And interestingly, one driver has actually managed to get restarted and join the back of the field, and that is Pietro Lilli. So he is still going out there in 27th position. But this is now getting into pretty tight racing, because we've got Jesse Phillips in front of Asher Ochstein and Dean Hugendorn, the Brit, the American and the Dutchman. Bring it on.
Bring it on. Lap number 3 out of 16. Already so much drama into that OKJ Junior class. We find ourselves with the top contenders of the past few qualifying heats. With Asher Ochstein in the middle. He's from America, but driving with an Italian flag on his chassis from CRG. And is ready to give a hard time to little Jesse Phillips coming to turn number 2. On the inside, was able to make the commitment. Yes, not quite yet. The CRG driver is still very much in P2 under the close watch of Dean Hugendorn from AKM Motorsport. Those three are getting along quite well at the moment, but that won't gonna last. And taking a 7/10 advantage on Bosco Arias, the young Spaniard, who's leading the second wagon at the upper part of this race. We have Felipe Reis dropping 3 places down to 5th from Bruno Grieg, François Caudal, Andrea Marcella, Gino Rocchio, Thomas Macedo, Alex Molotta around just outside of the top 10, coming across around the turn number 13, around the inside. There he goes, Hugendorn. The first moves are many to come, certainly. It's down to Ochstein now to try to respond, but this is the first step on this course to potentially victory for Dean Hugendorn up into P2. And it gave a bit of a breather to our leader, Jesse Phillips, pulling up just a tiny bit of a gap, 0.2 of a second. Not quite enough to feel comfortable in this race. Is way too early for that. Lap number 5 out of 16. And Dean Hugendorn proving to everybody once again that he's the man on form into that field. He saw the victory in the pre-final taken away from him by J.C. Phillips, but he's here for revenge.
Good run from Hugendorn to move into second position. Watch out for Bosco Arias, the Spanish driver. He's there in fourth position, right behind Asher Rockstein, who is racing under the Italian flag this weekend. Of course, he is originally from the United States, but he also has British heritage. So he's a very travelled racing driver, shall we say, and has got a lot of cultural heritage behind him. Here is Jesse Phillips over the line, still leading well up at the front end. Hugendorn, Rockstein, Arias, Rice, Grek, Kerdal, Masala, Rocchio and Malota. Incredible for all those drivers that did manage to get through the carnage, because it was pretty tricky in that first hairpin. I tell you, another driver that's managed to work their way through pretty progressively, Giuseppe Piccolo, has got through 12 places. Kaiser Ziza has made up 22 places by just keeping very smart and keeping very fluid all the way through this opening couple of laps. Great dueling, as we got several drivers on the back foot. That's one of the gold chassis getting lodged aside essentially there and losing several positions. I think that was Kaiser Ziza up in 12th position originally. But Kaiser Ziza is still going. 23 places made up now for Kaiser Ziza. It was Kevin Battistoni on the gold chassis that ended up losing a little bit of time there, and quite a few positions with it as well. We also need to watch out for Vanessa Shilkuniate, the Lithuanian driver. She's up to 18th place from dead last on the grid. So she's working her way through the field rapidly and actually has several drivers behind her. She's now up to 20 positions, 16 places made up. Meanwhile, we've got a penalty, I think, that's been handed over to Celia Sodou. So Celia Sodou, unfortunately, has got a 10-second penalty. That's very unfortunate. Not entirely sure what the reason for that was either, but Celia Sodou is unfortunately the first recipient of a penalty in this race, and it's 10 seconds. So that's pretty much going to put Celia Sodou to the back of the field, which is where they are anyway.
And David Iannone seems to be in trouble by the look of it. He's still with us on this race at the back end of the classification. Picking up on what we said about Kaiser Aziza, 23 places gained up to 12. Let's not forget that they had the most difficult of qualifying races, but they finished in P8 and P14 after coming together with one of his rivals. In this case, it was Iskander Zulfikari, another one who's having the worst possible conclusion to his weekend. But now the pace is very much there for Kaiser Ziza. As round the inside in 10.5 goes the 5.15. This is Greek on Felipe Reis. Bruno Greek, the driver from Poland, who is now up a place into the top 5 against Felipe Reis. Dutchman trying to catch up as well and maybe switch position at some point, as we have the fastest lap in the race from Billy Jordan van Staveren, climbing 7 places to P18 at the moment, so good recovery as well, with the fastest lap in the pocket for Billy van Staveren. Among the strong recoverers in this field as well, Vanessa Silkunete has been climbing 20 places as we speak, lap number 8 out of 16, halfway through that final, and the Kaiser Azizas 23 positions, 15 positions for Salvatore Giglio, 20 for Vanessa Silkunete, as 13 as well for Salvatore Sardo. So a lot of very performant and efficient drivers out there in the field. Didn't have the best of outcome in qualifying races, and this is at least a little bit of a prize for them at the end of what has been an up and down weekend.
So for those who are cheering on the female talents in this particular grid, well, you've still got half of them in the race, because we sadly lost Anna Filotto and Maria Chiara Nardelli in the first corner incident. But we do still have 2 of the others competing in. Clelia Sodou, unfortunately, is now penalised at the back. Here comes the move on the inside. Oh, nearly going way too far beyond the line for Bosco Arias. Got on the inside of Oxtein, very nearly cannoned into the back of Hugendorn. That was a big scare for Bosco Arias. He went for the move and very nearly had to make it a move for second place. He just got away with that. And that was a very scary moment for Bosco Arias. I was going to say that not only do we have Clelia Sodou in the race, but Vanessa Shilkuniat, who is now in 15th position, just behind Gian Matteo Russo, the Panamanian. So good performances there all round. But Jesse Phillips leads the way. Hugendorn second, Oxtein third, Arias fourth. Back to the drawing board for Bosco Arias. He's going to have to come up with a move that will work slightly better this time.
Yeah, there's late braking and there is late braking. And I'm sure for Bosco Arias, this is something that he won't be trying twice into that same corner, because we came close to a bit of an incident over there. Thankfully, everybody got away unhurt. As Jesse Phillips is trying to shake off the order. Dean Ogadon for the back, still 3 tenths down. We're here with the 5.15. Let's try to see that again indeed, around the inside of the hairpin. And look at that move, at least his attempt. 1 down, and then the contact with Asker Ottstein. It was a slight one on the rear bumper. Here's another angle. It was a good attempt though. On the inside, avoiding to clip the curb, and you can see that slight touch on the rear bumper of Asher Ochstein and losing a little bit of a control as a result for Bosco Arias, who saw Asher Ochstein getting back into contention. It was Dean Ogadon, my apologies, who had that bit of a bump at the rear, but wasn't shaken off as a result. 2 attempts down now between Phillips and Ogadon, who keeps on craving for first position. That would be his first victory at this stage in the World Championship in a final like that. But Phillips has been, of course, accustomed of many accolades on British soil and international series over the years. Can he replicate that good performance, that good level of performance of his in front of the world? Less than 3/10 of a second. JC Phillips, Ogadon, Ochstein, Bosco Arias, and Lucas might be joining the party further back as well. I was going to say the Greek, but it is actually almost 3 seconds down. So this is Bosco Arias. It's going to be 4 aces in the same hand, within the same frame, on the way to the checkered flag. And it's getting near. It's getting near. We're about to conclude lap number 12 out of 16. JC Phillips, by the look of it, fully in control mode of that final. Always easier said than done. Don't be fooled, because anything can actually be turned upside down. Starting with a move. That was a close call already from Ochstein on Dean Ogadon. First warning, certainly, for a Dutchman.
It's definitely the first proper attempt and the first look up the inside of Dean Ogadon, isn't it? But Asher Ochstein just having to wait a little bit longer for that first slingshot manoeuvre. We continue on here on lap 13 out of 16 in the road to the World Cup, the OKN Junior category. Further back, we've got Grieg versus Quidal. Still doing a fantastic job, these two. Bruno Grieg, the Polish driver, and Francois Cadal, part of the Minardi management operation, of course, in 2023. Let's see how far up the ladder he will continue to climb. A P6 in his first appearance in the FIA Karting paddock will definitely serve him well. But there is Dean Ogadon, still trying to shake off Asher Ochstein, who is trying to shake off Bosco Arias. And it's a perfectly good start to their campaigns in OKNJ. But Jesse Phillips, the British driver, looking good at the moment. 3 laps to go. Just keep the faith. Just keep driving hard. Don't overwork the tyres. Don't overwork the engine or the brakes. Let the other drivers do the hard work. Focus on managing your tyres. Because if Ochstein keeps pushing Ogadon, they're going to start battling each other. Ochstein needs to be very tactical about when he makes the bid here on Ogadon. Does he wait till Ogadon makes a move? Or does he just go for broke himself and try and get into second place? Because it's a double-edged sword. If you make the move for second, making the move could actually drop him further back from Phillips. Or does he work with him, get closer to Phillips, let him make the first move, and hope that you can counter-attack? Because once Jesse Phillips starts defending, I guarantee you this race could be over. Phillips is one of the best in the world when it comes to defending at this level.
He's going to have to be using his skills very, very soon, even though 4/10 of a second might be quite enough if he keeps it steady like that until the checkered flag. But one thing's for sure, JC Phillips has been unshakable so far, even from Dean Ogadon, dropping a bit of momentum, half of a second that he's been missing for the past 2 laps now, as Asher Ochstein is putting the pressure on the Dutchman. He's not helping his case, obviously. Ogadon would be certainly more than willing to catch up as well with the leader, but you can see that Ochstein, as JC Phillips responds to the pressure from behind with a fastest lap in 49.6. Ochstein is smartly waiting, certainly, for the later stages. We're getting near, the concluding lap of that final. And could we see maybe one very late move? Maybe no, why not in the hairpin at turn number 13? We've seen before from Bosco Arias that sometimes you have to pace yourself down and really choose your breaking point.
Jesse Phillips is not letting anybody catch him. He is just getting into his stride, and he's got 1 lap to go. Paolo Tizzoni, unfortunately, is out of the race. Paolo Tizzano. So his race is over, but this is all about Asher Ochstein now, trying to challenge Dean Ogadon for second. I don't think Ogadon's going to have the legs on Jesse Phillips to go for the victory. He's trying everything he can. The Antonelli driver is doing everything he possibly can. But just like Thanos in the Marvel universe, Jesse Phillips is inevitable. He is keeping himself in the forefront of absolute dominance of this final. He has been leading since the start, and it looks like he's going to lead it all the way. This is a talent you need to bookend, and remember, this kid is going places. Ogadon, Ochstein and Arias have driven beautifully in second, third and fourth and thrown everything they can at him. But Jesse Phillips is coming out of the final turn. He will win the first ever Road to the World Cup in the OKNJ category. Brilliant run from Jesse Phillips, the British boy wonder. Wins on his first ever appearance in the FIA Karting paddock, and that is just the beginning of a multi-year legacy. Jesse Phillips, welcome to the big show.
Welcome to FIA Karting. Indeed, GC Phillips, winner for 6/10 of a second almost on Dean Orgendorn, with Archer Ostein running up the top 3 of that first ever final of the OKN junior category in the FIA Karting World Championship, brought to you by MondelCar.com. What a beautiful achievement, and what a demonstration. He's been steady and kept the gap alive for most of the race, unshaken by Dan Orgendorn and Archer Ostein, who were within distance, 4/10 of a second. Archer Ostein coming to the conclusion and the checkered flag, left the throttle just a tiny bit to conclude his run on the podium in front of Bosco Arias, Bruno Grigg, as well as Franciacorta. This is your top 5 as we're going to go through the full classification. The drivers making their way back into the pit lane. We're going to celebrate, ladies and gentlemen. Stay with us. The first podium ceremony. There will be 4 of them this afternoon in just a few moments. But GC Phillips wins for the first time the OKN Junior Final in the World Championship on the road to the World Cup 2024. Dan Orgendorn had done certainly all in his power, resisting to the charge of Archer Ostein, having to make do with second place. Well done to those two. Well done as well to Bosco Arias. P4, Bruno Grigg in P5 from Franciacorta, Andrea Marcella, Philippe Reis, Kais Aziza climbing to 9th place, 26 positions recovered in the course of 16 laps. Well done to Kais Aziza, who went through so much trouble twice during the qualifying heats and was able to recover beautifully into that last race. Kais Aziza, P9 from Gino Rocchio, and you can see GC Phillips, the young British driver, wearing the colours of one of his teams, Fusion Motorsport, very well known from Britain, competing this weekend in Franciacorta with the Kiddix racing team in partnership with Car Republic. Well done to you, GC Phillips, winner of the OKN Junior Final, going through the scale and the scrutiny ring, of course, in the Parc Fermé, as we're about to celebrate in just a few moments the top 3 finisher of the OKN Junior Final here in Franciacorta. In the rest of the classification, we have Alex Morota outside of the top 10 from Antonio Tomas Macedo, Vanessa Circunati, 23 positions gain as well for her, beautifully made in 13th position from Billy Jordan Van Staveren, Gianmato Russo, Giuseppe Piccolo, Filippo Donazan, Salvatore Stanislav Ghisillo, Salvatore Sardo, as well as Giuseppe Papio, running out the top 20. 21st on the line, Pietro Scilli, Lili, as well as Luca Esposito, Kevin Battistoni, Davide Iannone, Claudia Sordu, and we lost, unfortunately, a good pile of drivers in the end. 11 were lost, and the cheeky smile from GC Phillips. Well done to you. Well done to Kiddix. Well done to Car Republic supported team at the end of what had been a very strong demonstration for GC Phillips. He went on to win the Pole Final, and he made it 2 wins in a row in that class, and even 3 with the second qualifying heat. Dean Orgendorn was his strongest rival, and both took 1 win in the qualifying heat and second place. Dan Orgendorn was the leader at the end of those qualifying races due to his fastest lap time in qualifying practice. But in the pre-final, there was this young man from Kiddix and Britain, GC Phillips, who was able to have the upper hand. 2 wins in a row, and the most important of them all from Dean Orgendorn and Archer Ostein, making him the first ever winner of the OKN junior class in the road to the World Cup. The drivers that we've lost in the process of that race, there have been plenty, unfortunately for them: Alessandro Carilla, Anna Filotto, Samuele Sotille, Giacomo Giusto, Elia Zoin, Macchia Chiara Nardelli, Davide Mizzoni, Cristian Tonalini, Iskandar Sulficari, Paolo Tizzano, and Giovanni Toso, who couldn't make it to the checkered flag. Let's have a look back at the proceedings of that race. A good start and get away from our pole sitter, GC Phillips, taking the field with him just before drama occurred into the then 2 and 3. A couple of drivers coming together, unfortunately, after one of them got tangled in there, and bing bang boom, a lot of shocks over there, but fortunately everybody got away with it uninjured. But always impressive to see back those images, as you can see the rolling effect, the pile-up effect in that particular part of the track. We've seen a lot of drama in all 4 classes throughout the weekend, as in the lead the 2 wagons were starting to shake up a little bit, folding as going run inside down Orgendorn on Archer Ostein, a move that would prove in the end to be successful for the second place. Archer Ostein with the CRG not quite able to switch the positions. As further back we had the recovery as well from Bruno Grigg, buttoning along with the 585 of Felipe Reis. The Dutchman on course for a top 3 finish will end up in the end in P8. And a beautiful move from the 542 as well into that race. Asher Onstein fighting back on Dean Orgenborn. And then that dive from Bosco Arias, the Spaniard. A very late breaking point for the Spaniard. But unfortunately for him and also for Dean Orgenborn, who was slightly touched at the rear, both were able to continue and see the checkered flag. In second place for Dean Orgenborn and in fourth place for Bosco Arias, who lost all momentum in the second part of the final, I'm afraid. 3.3 seconds from the top three after that incident. But it was a well try. You have to try, of course. You have to go for the move. If there's a gap, you have to go for the move. Otherwise, you're no longer a racing driver, as the great Ayrton Senna used to say. That's exactly what Bosco Arias has been trained to achieve. Sometimes you succeed, sometimes you fail. But this time around, he was able to keep it together onto the track and making his final up to P4 from Bruno Grink. A lot of people around the track in Franciacorta under the beautiful sun of this upper part of the Italian region, not far from the beautiful cities of Bologna, Milan and Venice, close to the epicenter of the karting world, with so many different tracks around, the likes of Castelletto, Lonato, Adria and many more are part of this engine region, the engine certainly of the motorsport industry and the car industry in Italy. Andrea Kimi Antonelli is with us, ladies and gents. Nice to pick up on the young Italian. Of course, the AK Motorsport by Antonelli team. More than happy, certainly over the moon with the second place of Dean Orgenborn. And very nice to see Kimi Antonelli present this weekend, congratulating his driver. Kimi Antonelli has been busy for the past 2 seasons, winning pretty much everything in Formula 4 in the Italian-German competition and leading the classification in the Formula Regional European Championship this season. On his way to certainly another title for Kimi Antonelli, who left karting on a high, doing some races in the gearbox class. As you might remember that in 2021 he took pole position in Adria at the conclusion of the European Championship before all the greats of the category, before moving to Formulas. And we still expect great many things from Kimi Antonelli for next season and so on. But as always, he keeps himself busy on the side, having created the karting formation with his dad, and the Antonelli family being busy in Italian GT as well as in karting for the first time this season. Still a small formation, mostly busy on national solely in Italy, and one of the biggest supporters of those new categories, the OKN and the OKN Junior. But Kimi Antonelli is not the only former karting drivers and current Formula drivers to be present this weekend, as we had the likes of Rafael Camara that was spotted into the paddock as well. I've been told that Susie Wolf was among us as well. But I think we get ourselves all ready to celebrate the top 3 of the OKN Junior Final.
We have had a fabulous first race in the battle. And now we welcome the top 3 drivers from our first final to the dais. In third position for Italy, Asher Onstein. In second position for the Netherlands, Dean Hugendorn. But your race winner for the United Kingdom, Jesse Phillips. And in deference to our man on the top step of the podium, the national anthem for the United Kingdom. God Save the King rules out over Franciacorta And now we will welcome our dignitaries to present the trophies to our 3 top drivers. Firstly, Giovanni Aldi, the mayor of Castrizzato, will come forward to present the trophy to our 3rd place driver, representing Italy, Asher Ochstein. And now to our 2nd dignitary, Signor Manolo Bastianelli, the secretary of the ACI Karting Commission, to give the trophy to our man in 2nd position after a fabulous performance here in Franciacorta, representing the Netherlands, Dean Hugendorn. And finally, but by no means least, we will now welcome the president of the ACI Karting Commission, Signor Raffaele Giamaria, to come forward to give the trophy to our winning driver in the road to the OKN World Cup for the United Kingdom, Jesse Phillips. It's a fabulous start to these youngsters' karting journey in the first ever road to the OKN World Cup. They'll be back in 2024, no doubt, to compete for it. And we are very excited indeed to see how it all plays out in the 2024 season. Ladies and gentlemen, your top 3, Asher Ochstein, Dean Hugendorn, and your race winner, Jesse Phillips. And so as the photographers finish off in fine style, we will allow our competitors to finish off in fantastic fashion. It is going to be a great end to a great showcase. The first ever road to the OKN junior category, road to the OKN World Cup race. A fabulous performance from our competitors, and they're going to celebrate in style here in the Italian sunshine. It's going to be a fabulous opportunity. I don't think Jesse wants Kare to get wet. So he's making sure that Kare gets just as far away as the dignitaries. So, ladies and gentlemen, for Asher, for Dean, and for Jesse, it's time to get busy with the fizzy! A great start to their karting journey at international level, and you can bet your bottom dollar there's a lot more where that came from. Ladies and gentlemen, Asher Ochstein, Dean Hugendorn, and your road to the OKN World Cup junior winner, Jesse Phillips. Our attention now turns, of course, to the OKN final, which is coming up very shortly. But we will leave our drivers on the top step of the podium to celebrate in style with their nearest and dearest, Asher Ochstein, Dean Hugendorn, and your new road to the OKN Junior World Cup winner, Jesse Phillips.
Well done to our top 3 finisher of the OKN junior category, Jesse Phillips, Dean Hugendorn, and Asher Ochstein. Thank you very much, Jake Sanson, as we're getting ourselves ready to go on with the 2nd of the 4 finals on schedule this afternoon. As we'd like to thank you once again, everyone here involved, for joining us on the Franciacorta karting track, and for everybody listening and tuning in from wherever you are in the world on FIAkarting.com, on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, as well as on Motorsport TV and all the many channels that we have to get you covered up for this pinnacle event of the FIA Karting season, the World Championship, brought to you by motorkart.com for the OK and OK Junior classes. One race done, 3 to go, and the OKN is coming up next at 2:35. In a bit more than 10 minutes, we'll be ready for the start of this 2nd 16-lap race. And this is the same class, different, of course, drivers. The OKN, the equivalent of the senior class to the OKN junior category, if you will, as we're going to have almost a full grid coming our way. Almost 70 drivers competing this weekend for the first appearance of those 2 classes in the frame of a World Championship event. And we have our first winner in Jesse Phillips, Dean Hugendorn, and Asher Ochstein. Thank you very much to those 3, and thank you, of course, to the entire grid for that epic first final. Stay with us because there's a lot more coming our way as the OKN category will make its way onto the start-finish straight. Antonio Apicella will be starting from the front row on pole position with Francesco Mareghi by his side, Eduardo Vera and Lamberto Ferrari, who has been one of the most impressive young drivers in the class, fighting his way through the field from Eduardo Leo and Federico Albanese. Presentation, as always, will get underway in just a few moments, giving away, of course, for the officials, handshakes, felicitations and advice, as well as a nice few words for those youngsters of the OKN category. which has been launched a year ago in Sano at the FIA Karting World Championship. Nothing could be simpler is the mojo of those two new classes, allowing drivers to make the bridge between the regional and national classes through the FIA karting scene, through a more affordable package and system as well. And for those drivers involved in those two classes, it could be the first step of a glorious and long career, maybe starting next year in the junior class on their way to the OK, and maybe, who knows, for the gearbox, and so on and so on. Well, we got to talk to the drivers, of course, at the end of the parkour in those single-speed category. Of course, names like Alex Powell and Zoltan Vanishkul, or some others, of course, come to mind, as Kinne Roberta on his way to Formula Cars in 2024. And we keep asking the same questions about how about maybe one extra season to get a try to gearbox for Powell and Kinne Roberta. It was the case this season. And Zoltan Vanishkul deciding to go to Formula next year as well. Each driver, of course, is free of choice according to the respective program that they have the support of. But over the years, we get to see some of the young drivers having a try for a couple of races, or maybe for a full season into the gearbox category, whether it is KZ2 or KZ. Andrea Kimi Antonelli, that you've seen on screen briefly just before, cheering along Dan Hogondorn, one of his drivers at the AKM Motorsport racing team, is a good example of that young driver winning everything there is pretty much in single speed, having a try at KZ before going on an even more successful path in Formula Cars for the past 2 seasons. So the choice is yours. It's always interesting to see about that sort of challenge and the transition mode between the single speed and the gearbox. This season, of course, in the OK class, Alex Powell and Kinne Roberta, two of the drivers that you will see fighting for the world title later this afternoon, are two strong examples of a successful transition, as Powell stepped on the podium of the KZ2 World Cup in Wackersdorf. That's for another story. Now we're gonna focus ourselves on the 35 drivers making their way onto the grid. The OKN class is up next, and a lot of those young drivers you have to keep an eye on, keep a name in mind for the years to come.
What we should point out as well ahead of the OKN final is this isn't just a big moment for the young drivers that are competing at the Junior and OKN Road to World Cup, probably many of them for the first time at international level. It's a big moment for the mechanics as well. These guys really do have to work week in, week out, 52 weeks a year, full slog to try and make sure they obviously earn their living in this sport. It's a hard grind, it's a tough level. You're training drivers, you're looking after karts, you're understanding tires, you're working with fuel, you're desperately traveling from one part of the world to another. It's a hard, hard road. It's not for everybody. It's a tough old life being a karting mechanic, because you're not just dealing with young racing drivers coming up. You're dealing with kids, you're dealing with families, you're dealing with organizers, you're dealing with manufacturers, you're dealing with rental suppliers and all these different bits and pieces. There's so many different commands of the chain, and your life is a very, very tricky one as you move forward through that rank. It's very, very difficult and very demanding. So these mechanics are getting an opportunity for a little bit of limelight now as well, which is obviously a very special part of the duty that they put in. So it's great to see that these guys get a little bit of flamboyance, a little bit of pomp and circumstance as well. So great to see them soaking up the opportunity and the moment to get into the FIA Karting Championship. There we go, the road to the OKN World Cup, the senior category, led out by Championship manager Simone Parego, and the 36 drivers, or I should say actually 33 drivers that have made their way to this final race, coming out in style. Antonio Apicella versus Francesco Marenghi, two of the ace young Italians in this field. This is going to be one heck of a race battle. So many contenders, again, from all over the place to continue this battle. Not all of them are young whippersnappers either. Some of them have been waiting for this opportunity, this calling, for quite a few years. And it's great to see that just because you're in karting, this doesn't mean this is a sport for kids. If you are competitive, if you are willing, if you are able, if you have the chance to make it to this level, then your call could still come. This is a big hope for anybody. I mean, we're not going to get to see her in the World Championship finals, but I tell you the story very briefly of Sofia Cotala, who only made her debut in the FIA karting paddocks last year at the age of 45. She wanted to take up karting. She did so a few years ago, has not been racing very long at all, and is already about 0.8 of a second off the pace of one of the top drivers, Olin Galli, in one of the warm-up sessions yesterday. So anybody sitting there thinking, this isn't for me, I can't do this, I'm not capable, I'm not good enough, speak to Sofia Cotala. She'll tell you just how good you get to be.
We do sometimes see as a cheering and a salute from some of the officials as the men and women responsible for all this, working tirelessly on the background, of course, behind the curtain, to make sure that this event has been organized on a perfect way for the second occasion that the FIA Karting Championship is taking foot here in Franciacorta. The first time was last year for the European Championship of the junior and the OK category. This time, this is the big one, but the officials as well saluting the OKN competitor, as we're going to have 33 of them aligning themselves for this big final. 16 laps to go through, the same as for the juniors, and a lot of challenges ahead.
This is going to be a big race for these competitors. They've obviously worked incredibly hard to get to this stage of the weekend. They've gone through the practice and training on Thursday, the qualifying on Friday, the heats yesterday, and the pre-final this morning. Now it's time for them to go racing up at the sharp end of the dais. It'll be a very tough situation for all of our contenders as they race for supremacy. The Italian flag flying very valiantly indeed over the top of the Franciacorta karting circuit. Daniel Bonara, and a great chance to see everybody here in close proximity, as everybody wants to be part of this fantastic show, as some of the future stars of the sport are here waiting for their ceremonial medals as representatives of getting to this point in the weekend. It's a big moment in any young racing driver's journey to compete in an FIA Karting World Championship weekend. And so they finally get the chance to put on a great spectacle. 33 drivers, young men and women from around the world, to get the chance to represent their nation, represent their team, represent their own motor racing name and family and their own legacy, and continue that incredible path up the ladder. And they will get the chance now to race wheel to wheel in fantastic fashion. And this is one of those few sports where the fans, both young and old, can have their imaginations captured in fantastic fashion by this sport. Once you get bitten by this bug, it's very, very difficult to get better.
Very, very difficult indeed, as the drivers are now getting themselves already into their own concentration bubble, along with the mechanic, as we get ourselves ready as well in the box. And with you guys at home, please take a seat, get out the popcorn, take a fresh drink, and enjoy the spectacle in front of your eyes. This is the top of single-speed karting, with the newly introduced OKN Junior and the OK Juniors, with some of the best karting drivers in the world for the second part of the afternoon. The second World Championship event of the season, as a tradition that has been going on for so many decades. 60th edition of the World Championship event, and the first one with these two new additions. Antonio Apicella has been certainly the man to beat so far in the OKN category, as he won not only the two qualifying heats, but as well as the pre-final. Here is Antonio Apicella from Team Driver Racing Kart at the wheel of his Car Republic machine, ready to give a hard time to his opponents, ready to consolidate what has been a very single domination so far, and a strong pace that he wants to emulate into that 16-lap final. 2 wins in the heats, 1 win in the pre-final. Can he make it 4 in a row?
A fabulous opportunity for Francesco Marenghi. Alongside him on the front row of the grid, the Modena kart driver on his paralane. He's had his opportunities in the past in the FIA Karting paddock, raced in the World Championship in 2020, and has been in the paddock in one way or shape ever since then, but he's never exactly had the best of budgets. This is an opportunity for him to kind of reset the pace to a certain extent. Eduardo Rovera has been very consistent over the course of these last few races to get himself into 3rd position on the starting grid. He is very ready to take on the challenge that he will get in his paralane for the MIG racing team. But one of the most spectacular drivers out there on the grid has been this one, Lamberto Ferrari in the Formula K chassis. He has beautiful opportunities now to move forward from here on the 2nd row. He was already very tantalizing and very enthralling to watch through the course of the heats yesterday and the pre-final this morning. Expect him to put on another spectacular show in this one.
For the back as well, we have Edoardo Leo, another strong Italian from Spino Project, with his Car Republic outfit as well, ready to give his opponent a hard time for 5th on the grid. Edoardo Leo on the inside line coming to turn number 1. That should give an advantage to some of the drivers on the right side of the track, left side of your picture. We've seen that countless times during the qualifying heats so far. Federico Albanese by his side from Italo Corse Racing Team, 6 on the grid. Federico Albanese, no relation at all to Danilo Albanese, who has been crowned this year KZ European champion, and was here with us this weekend. And we'll get to see more of the other Albanese on the grid later this afternoon.
There's Gianmarco Cortopassi for the Maranello squad. We have to remind everybody, of course, that while this grid may not be quite as full of the flamboyant personalities of your Antonellis, your Tarpanens, your Travasanutos, I mean, this is still an incredibly talented bunch of drivers. You have to remember that it's only the history books that get written by the winners in life, and these competitors are easily as good a talent as the names that have been made famous. The only difference between them and the Formula One drivers on the grid is the money. That's literally all it is, and that's why this championship was created in the first place, to give these guys a chance to shine on the world stage. There's Nicolas Tomasella. He was very quick indeed over the course of qualifying, put himself in the top 4, who's kind of been there for most of the week, but there's still an opportunity for him to bounce back. What about Maxime Gély, the Frenchman, in the privately run Sodi car? He has a fantastic opportunity here. From 9th on the starting grid, he's already bounced back in magnificent fashion. Had a big problem in the first race, had to retire from heat number 1. But ever since then, he has been on the comeback charge. He drove all the way to 2nd in this morning's pre-final. The sky's the limit for him, and he really could put on a spectacular display. And there's Giacomo Maman for the TB Kart Racing team. He's been helped and assisted this weekend by the FIA Motorsport Games gold medal winner last year, Ellie Goldstein, who is here in the paddock and has been assisting the TB Kart technical operation all weekend long. So he's definitely going to have a really exciting battle ahead of him, and it will be very interesting to see what these guys have got to say. The Gambler, 11th position on the grid. Robin Sarg for the Novolux team with that fabulous Las Vegas livery on his helmet. He's definitely one to look out for. He last competed in the World Championships at Campillos in 2021.
By his side, we'll see Filippo Parmigiani on 12th position with his technical outfit and machine, ready, of course, for the challenge ahead from 12th position on the grid 408. Watch out as well, even though starting from the outside line is not certainly the biggest of advantage. Here in Franciacorta, we've seen that line sometimes being a little bit late coming to turn number 1, but the challenge ahead, and let's see if he's up to the task.
It's a big opportunity for Filippo Parmigiani. I've been watching him since he was about 10 years old in his native Middle East, and he's been climbing the ranks very steadily. Good to see him get his shot here in the World Championship weekend. Eric Christian Anash, the Romanian driver, lining up 13th on the grid in the Danilo Rossi chassis, which I have to say, it's been on a bit of a whirlwind in 2023 in general. There's Bati Yildirim, the man who represented Turkey in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy last season. So again, he's been in the FIA Karting paddock before, but never really under his own steam. He was given a scholarship last year to race for Turkey in that particular competition. This is his first real chance to do so under his own steam, and he's there in the top 15 of the grid in his first appearance in the FIA Karting paddock that isn't a round of the Academy Trophy. So great to see the Turkish driver still putting in a good display and looking very solid and strong indeed. There on the row behind, the very worthy competitor from Italy, who is there in position. Just in behind that is Giuseppe Capuano for the Capuano Crescenzo privately run entry. Great to see how he is continuing his own very tight battle up in there in the forefront of the grid. He'll be starting from 15th position on the starting grid, and he's lining up alongside another Turkish talent on the starting grid, Aysat Chabi, on his Paralin, who'll be going off 16th position on the starting grid. So it'll be very interesting to see how he gets underway. There he is for the Modena ASD team that does have a decent bit of pedigree, of course. It wasn't that long ago that they actually wrapped up the KZ2 International Super Cup with their fabulous racing driver, Simone Cunati, when they took the title at, I believe it was Sarno, wasn't it, a few years ago?
Matteo Guidotti, the Italian from Modena Kart Service 410, ready to give it a good shot as well from 17th on the grid. So many local drivers willing to shine on home soil, as drivers have been given the green flag and the thumbs up. They are released by the mechanic on the way to the track for the warm-up lap. Here we go through the grid.
Antonio Apicella, Francesca Marenghi, Eduardo Rivera and Lamberto Ferrari from Eduardo Leo, Federico Albanese, Gianmarco Cortopassi and Nicolas Tomasella in front of the first of our non-Italians, Maxime Gély and Giacomo Maman, then Robin Sarg, Filippo Parmigiani, Eric Christian Anash and Bati Yildirim, Giuseppe Capuano and Aysat Chabi.
Followed by Matteo Guidotti and Alessandro Cocozza. Then we have Simone Pirelli and Gabriele Foy, Mattia Bori and Troy Sneeman, followed by Nicolaus Vostanis and Giulio Olivieri, Pietro Santilli and Roberto Nalli, Giulian Leo, Eduardo Mormorelli, Lorenzo Poletti, Silvio Calza, Federico Rossi, Alex Macado and Nico Zafiris from South Africa, running up the top 33 of that starting grid in the OKN category. One formation lap, 16 lap to go through, as get ourselves already 2 formation laps, shall I say, as we're going to have a rolling start coming up. And the task for Antonio Apicella to pace everybody down and to make sure that all those drivers can get themselves into the position right in time, crossing the red line that we have at the back end of that long straight line coming to turn number 13, 100 meter actually of length, that straight line where we have seen so many overtaking maneuvers. Some of them didn't go so much according to plan, as for Bosco Arias in the OKJ Junior category just before. Still made it to P4 at the end, but watch out for that particular corner. And this is where everybody needs to line themselves up the right way, otherwise, well, it won't be to the liking of the officials. We've seen a lot of extra formation laps through the course of that weekend. It's another proof of how difficult it can be, of course, to find yourself in the position of a pole sitter with so many furious young drivers for the back ready to give it a go. But it's down to the pole sitter and to everybody as well, to the field, to make it in one piece in order onto the grid.
Get ready, folks. 16 laps of the grid is going to be very exciting to play out. OKN Road to the World Cup Final is getting underway. Apicella and Merengue hoping for a good start. Are we going to go racing? First time of asking, is it going to be a full start? It is a green race start. Away we go. Apicella and Rivera into the first couple of corners first. Is everybody going to get through and pinged off into the barriers? Oh, very unfortunate indeed for Lamberto Ferrari, one of the top drivers in this field. He cannot believe his luck. Lamberto Ferrari is pinged off in the first corner of the race as Eduardo Rivera loses out in turn 5. That looks like the fast starting Francesco Merengue, who has been able to work his way further forward. But sadly for Lamberto Ferrari, more problems as there's a little bit more jockeying for position, and it's the 459 that ends up getting spat down there. That's Julian Leo. More drivers trying to work their way forward. Alex Mercado on the TV cart, I notice, is trying to gun his way through the field like scissors through wet newspaper.
Watch out as well for the recovery of Maxime Kelly with the solid card machine onto that famous airpin of turn number 13, controlling lap number 1 under the leadership of Antonio Apicella. Lucky it in the qualifying races, lucky it in the pre-final. Supremacy for Apicella, who already built himself a bit of a gap, almost half of a second, as round the inside goes the 426 by the look of things. Gonna get back to that in a minute, but drivers trying to find some space into the opening lap. A little bit of a nudge, I'm afraid, with one of those drivers. Might have been Nicolas Tomazzella fighting his way through with Federico Albanese. We'll get back to that. But Apicella, almost a full half of a second. Merengue, Rivera, Kelly up into P4, the Frenchman. Oh, and the 420 from Lenzo Car by the look of things.
That's Robin Sarg, that's the gambler. So Robin Sarg has had a problem, unfortunately, the Estonian. So that's put him all the way down the back of the field. He was going to be one of the beneficiaries. He was in about 10th position.
Yeah, he went betting on the red, and it was the black, actually, that came out, unfortunately for him. The 427 run inside, beautifully made further back into the classification. As we'll get back to that in a second. That
was Rivera.
Yes, it is. It was Rivera. My apologies. The 421 on Merengue into the inside of the hairpin for P2. As the Gillian Gate preparation colored chassis of Maxime Gellet in P4, trying to make his bet around the inside of turn number 5. He's staying where he is, but look at that 4-driver group. And Gellet is being taken in sandwiches a little bit. Cortopassi just behind the 472, trying to make his bet, climbing from the back end of the grid a little bit. 2 places up for Cortopassi on the back of Gellet. Seems to me that he seems to be stuck a little bit outside of turn number 11. This is a battle currently between those 3 and 4 drivers for P2 potentially on the way to the hairpin. There he goes on inside, the Frenchman, beautifully made, and he takes Gianmarco Cortopassi with him. So that 2 places gained for Francesco Merengue, 2 places lost, shall I say, for Francesco Merengue. And Maxime Gellet finds himself in P3, as you can see the replay of the start. And the unfortunate Lamberto Ferrari, such a shame for Lamberto. He was P9 on the grid of the pre-final, managed to P4 after what had been a very, very efficient race. But this time around, quite unfortunately, he wasn't able to emulate that strong pace of his, being kicked out of the field onto the opening lap just after 2 corners. That one must hurt, that's for sure, for Lamberto Ferrari, whose illustrious name wasn't certainly synonymous of luck.
And that's one of the TV cards being spat out to the scenery there. I can't tell if that was Mammon or whether that was Alex Mercado, but Giacomo Maman is still there in 9th position, and Mercado is up to 18th position, so it could well be either of them, to be brutally honest with you. 4 laps completed of 16. We're a quarter of the way through this final, and it's Apicella from Rivera, Gelli, Cortopassi. That's Cortopassi making the move on the inside of Maxime Gelli. So the Maranello versus the Sodi as they go to battle. This very unique livery for a Sodi from Maxime Gély, making his own paint job. Look at that as he gets the beautiful shuffle on the inside of Cortopassi and gesticulates to Cortopassi. Come on, stop wasting time. We're up to third position now, so let's go catch the guys in front. If you want to be in third position, then that's all you're going to get. Stop trying to overtake me. Let's go after the leaders.
Let's keep on pushing and the momentum, because there's still a long way to go into that race. Only lap number 5 out of 16. And those three are going to have to work together. And he stays where he is, actually, Cortopassi, into turn number 13.
I think he's got the message.
Yeah, absolutely. But Marenghi is on a different strategy, that's for sure. He's going to try to go and take them two at once. Must be furious to have seen that P3 snatch away from him. He's going the long way, the Berlin driver. He's not quite able to switch the position, missing half of a meter to be much of a threat. As further back to Macella and Albanese battling along. P7 for Albanese from Leo, Maman and Parmigiani running up the top 10. 10 places up in the classification for Troy Sneeman, the South African driver, who's 22nd on the grid, now knocking on the door of the top 10. As we see the Frenchman making his bit on the inside, beautifully made by the 484 of Maxime Gély, taking Gianmarco Cortopassi in front of Francesco Marenghi. In the meantime, Antonio Apicella, a full second, 1.2 now on Eduardo Rovera, 1 and 2. 1.8 second is the gap between Apicella and Maxime Gély, leading that trail of drivers. The road is still long, not only for the World Cup in 2024, but to get to the end of this final of the OKN category. But Gély, Cortopassi, Marenghi into Mazzella as well. I want to try to work together to decrease that gap. Antonio Apicella having other ideas in mind, responding to any form of pressure coming his way. 1.4 seconds and the fastest lap in this race. So pretty much a walk in the park, as it has been so far this weekend for Apicella. Really, certainly one step behind in terms of overall performance from the rest of the field. And certainly, if nothing moves, well, 1.4 seconds, 1.6 now at this stage of the race. It's an impressive commitment from Apicella, and it's going to take a lot of work for any of his pursuers, to try to catch up with him.
Antonio Apicella is just commanding the troops the way he had done in all of the previous sessions prior to this one. The only thing he hasn't got right so far is qualifying, and he only started third, so it wasn't exactly as if it was a bad performance in qualifying. It just wasn't the top stop. But Eduardo Rivera doing a good job to run in second position, 1.7 seconds back. This race for the rest of the podium is actually going to be dictated by Maxime Gély and Gianmarco Cortopassi, because it all bases down essentially as to how patient is Cortopassi going to be sat behind Maxime Gély. Gély can go for second place here, but he needs some assistance to get there. He doesn't quite have the legs, really, over the last 2 or 3 laps on Rivera. Of course, the tyres could come to him. On the longer run, he seems to be very good at tyre management, but Maxime Gély could do with a little bit of support here from Cortopassi and Marenghi, but it's whether or not he's going to get it or not to see whether he has what it takes to go after Eduardo Rivera. There's no problems at all for Antonio Apicella up front, and it looks like the Italian is going to put at least one Italian winner on the top step of the podium during the 60th running of the FIA Karting World Championship weekend. And Antonio Apicella is out in front, 49.58, doing a very good job, the team driver racing kart man, as he continues his incredible efficient run. Still doing a great job of it as he continues on the charge, looking for a move on the inside. That was a big mistake there, wasn't it, from Eduardo Rivera, running very wide. Now his backs are against the ropes, and it's going to be an interesting one now to see if Maxime Gély is going to go for it. Surely he'll have the chance. Rivera knows he's coming. Too late. Maxime Gély executes the move. Rivera shuts the door in time for Cortopassi, but that's Maxime Gély through to second place, and now he has got to do the impossible. He's got 7 laps to get a 2.4 second deficit down.
You saw him actually gesturing to Rovera, saying in a way, just give me a little kick on the rear bumper as I was passing through. Watch out, because that's not the sort of thing that I would appreciate. And now he's in front. He's going to be paying attention and going defensive, that's for sure. But he needs to open that gap as much as he can if he wants to have at least the tiniest of hope to get close to Apicella. At this point, with almost 3 seconds, it's almost like mission impossible. As run inside goes Cortopassi in turn number 11. On Rovera. Rovera closing the door very soon, because both Marenghi and Tomazzella were certainly keen on doing the same. He's going to find himself under pressure around the outside, and look who's going on the inside. Marenghi forcing his way through, taking a place, as well as Leo Tomazzella in front of Rovera. So that's the start of a disaster, unfortunately, for Eduardo Rovera. Was firmly attached to that second position and now finds himself tumbling down to P6.
Like the man stealing the last sandwich from the cool box at the family picnic. That was beautiful from Merengue, but Eduardo Rivera coming straight back at him, going for the move again. Up comes Nicolas Tomasella. He wants to go for the opportunity himself. Works his way through. Fantastic race battles at the moment. So Apicella, Gelli, Cortopassi, Rivera, Merengue and Tomasella. Who's going to get the first move? Well, Tomasella not quite able to be close enough to Merengue to get up into the top 5. And Eduardo Leo is not quite close enough to challenge himself. Federico Albanese and Giacomo Maman are there or thereabouts. A big opportunity there from Leo, and he's going to be joined by Albanese. Completely caught half asleep, Nicolas Tomasella. He'll be kicking himself for that one as the door is left wide open and 2 cars slip through. That'll be a very painful moment for Nicolas Tomasella. Very unfortunate.
Yeah, very unfortunate. Eduardo Leo just did as Bosco Arias sort of move, but this time around, unlike the Spaniard, he was successful with that very late move and the switch on the inside. Giacomo Cortopassi is under investigation. Well, for the driver who took P3 a few moments ago into the hairpin. Certainly not the kind of news that you want to hear.
Well, that could end up being a potential podium lost, of course, because he's in 3rd position at the moment. Maxime Gelli is making sure that there's going to be at least one alternative nation to Italy on the podium at this stage. But look at this man. Antonio Apicella completes lap 12. He is at 75% race distance now. He's cantering away. Maxime Gelli can't catch him. He is absolutely destroying the opposition. Maxime Gelli 2nd place, Cortopassi 3rd, and they are 3.5 seconds back from Apicella.
Antonio Apicella doing a Verstappen in great style with that amount of seconds that he was able to build to himself in just a matter of laps, 3.4 seconds, leaving Maxime Gelli, Cortopassi battling along with Rovera, Merengue running up the top 5, Leo Albanese, Tomasella, Maman and Yildirim. A word about Alex Machado climbing 20 place up to P12 in his attempt going defensive from the 414, a long way around. It was the move, of course, the attempt here in turn number 13, run inside as Francesco Merengue was going defensive. There's an angle on the attack. That dive, a fantastic run inside, of course, from Eduardo Leo, getting ahead of Federico Albanese, as well as Nicolas Tomasella just behind. Apicella, 3.5 seconds on Maxime Gelli, who keeps Cortopassi at bay for just 3 tiny tenths. It's not over yet, ladies and gents, as we're here with the 423. This is Nicolas Tomasella and Federico Albanese battling for P7, not far from Eduardo Leo, the late diver, as the battle for the order on the podium is not finished quite yet. Gelli, Cortopassi split by 0.3 of a second, 4 now. Pretty much nothing between the Maranello driver and the Sodicat machine. Remember that Cortopassi is under investigation. We don't know what that means yet. Hopefully we'll get to keep that 3rd position if he stays where he is post-race. Maxime Gelli has been taking advantage of that Sodicat machine of his, as well as the strong preparation of his TM machine, TM engine, shall I say, by J&J preparation. Very well known among the classes and karting ranks in France. And this is actually the livery of the Sodicat machine as a tribute to his engine preparator. And we seem to have been doing a great job looking at the pace and the consistency of Maxime Gelli in this race.
It's a good advert, isn't it? They're running in 2nd position in the 1st ever Road to the World Cup. So a great performance. There's the move up the inside from Francesco Merengue. Very well timed as well on the penultimate lap. Eduardo Rivera is going to have to try something special to get this back again in position. Going defensive, Merengue covering off Rivera. Rivera is getting pretty frustrated, sat there, but here comes Eduardo Leo in 6th position for his own crack to try and get into the top 4. And if Cortopassi does get a penalty, of course, this is going to be the driver that ends up on the podium. So they've got to be very careful about this. They've got to be calculated and tactical. Merengue, Rivera and Leo. Behind them is Tomasella. Here comes Leo. Nothing to lose. Slides in, gets into 5th position. Nicely timed from Eduardo Leo. So he comes through, and that's a final lap problem for the 482. That's Nikolaos Vostanis. So Nikolaos Vostanis on the hairpin. Unfortunately, his race is over. Yeah, but it's going to be an absolute rout for the man at the top of the game. Antonio Apicella has been absolutely superb. He comes out of the final hairpin. It's job done. It's mission accomplished. He is the winner of the Road to the World Cup in OKN. Antonio Apicella, vincitore. Maxime Gelli is 2nd. Gianmarco Cortopassi is 3rd. In front of Francesco Merengue, Eduardo Leo and Eduardo Rivera. But Antonio Apicella is the king of Franciacorta in the road to the World Cup in the OKN category. We'll see him for even more in 2024.
What a beautiful achievement that is for Apicella. Antonio Apicella, congratulated by Cortopassi in P3. And it has been an absolute domination for this young driver at the wheel of his car equipped machine from Team Driver Racing Car, one of the satellites formations of the Italian factory. Maxime Gellet did his bit, but 3.6 seconds in the end of the race was totally uncatchable, even for the best. So Maxime Gellet still must be proud of his performance, climbing 7 places up to P2 from Gianmarco Cortopassi, having to make do with 3rd place on the line, as Gianmarco still under possible investigation, as we've seen just before. So hopefully Gianmarco Cortopassi will get to keep his 3rd place in the end. Francesco Marenghi having to make do with P4 from Eduardo Leo in front of Eduardo Rovera, Nicolas Mazzella, Federico Albanese, Filippo Parmigiani, as well as William Batti. Giacomo Maman just outside of the top 10 from Alex Macado. What a recovery that is, 20 places gain up to P12. He was on the last row of the grid, can you imagine, Alex Machado, and now finds himself just near the top 10 in front of Eric Christian Enake. Then we have Troy Sneeman, P14, from Giuseppe Capuano, Giulio Olivieri, Federico Rossi, climbing 14 places up into P17 in the end. Nikos Zafiris, P18, 15 places recovered from Mattia Tori, Roberto Nali, P20 from Gabriel Foy, Simone Vereri, Pietro Santilli, Giulian Leo, Alessandro Cocozza, and Lorenzo Colletti. Here's Antonio Apicella. What a weekend this has been for him. For his first attempt in the OKN category, the smile is on the face, and we can easily understand why. This is pretty much a home run for Antonio Apicella. The only thing that the young driver from Italy didn't top this weekend were the warm-up sessions, can you believe? But fantastic piece of driving from Antonio Apicella, winner in the qualifying heat number 1, winner in the qualifying heat number 2, and later on Saturday night, winner of the pre-final, and once again, a domination for the young Apicella on the final here in front of Maxime Gellet and Gianmarco Cortopassi, running up top 3 of this second final of the newly introduced OKN Junior and OKN category. Well done to you. Well done to you, my friend, as a race of that magnitude, a demonstration of that scale with almost 4 seconds out the line is certainly going down into the history books as the first ever winner of the OKN category for his first appearance in the World Championship. Let's have a look back at this domination of Antonio Apicella. Good start, a good getaway from the pole sitter on the left side, taking the entire field. And unfortunately, the first of many drivers that we lost was Lamberto Ferrari, who was caught up in an incident over there in the turn number 1, turn number 2 and 3, shall I say, and an incident, unfortunately, that rushed him into the barrier, putting his Formula Key machine to the ground. That means that Ferrari, unfortunately, who had been so efficient into the pre-final, well, didn't get the chance to emulate that beautiful pace of his that saw him going from 9th to 4th into the final. A couple of good overtaking maneuvers and the recovery, 7 places up in the classification by Maxime, the Frenchman, Maxime Gellet, as one of the TB cars got caught in an incident as well outside of the hairpin. The 424 as well over there into trouble as drivers keep battling each other around the inside. Went the 421 of Eduardo Rovera, getting ahead of the 414 of Francesco Marenghi, and it keeps on switching position between the two powering machines, just in front of Maxime Gellet and Giancarlo Cortopassi. Gellet was the first one to make the commitment around the inside. The door was open, and it was plenty enough for Francesco Marenghi to, Gianmarco Cortopassi to make his way through. Then the two kept battling just for a tiny bit before Maxime Legger would head out with the finish on taking a 2nd position in the end. As around the inside of turn number 5, under the pressure for the back of Francesco Marenghi, but the momentum was the best for Maxime Gellet, just outside of turn number 6, and from then on he was uncatchable after getting ahead of Eduardo Rovera into the hairpin. A little bit of an edge, and he wasn't happy about it, as you can see, but Maxime Gellet with his Solicat machine getting ahead here of Eduardo Rovera on 2 different angles has been one of the most impressive recovery on the track. In turn number 11, Another strong move from Gianmarco Cortopassi, securing third place in front of the Parolin machine of Francesco Marenghi, who would lose another place to 414. This was, Eduardo Rovera, who would lose out to Francesco Marenghi, allowing Eduardo Leo through as well, 4P5, thanks to that move. A dive around the inside. There was a bit of a contact as well with Francesco Marenghi taking the advantage, and the 423 of Nicolas Tomazzella as well in the mix. He will go on to finish P7. Plenty of battles into that OKN final in Franciacorta, as some of those young Italian drivers making most of the top 10 here, unlike Maxime Legelet as well as Filippo Parmigiani in 9th place, as well as Fatih Eg Yildirim from Turkey rounding up the top 10. 17 nations represented, as we said. That move from Eduardo Leo around the inside of the Parolin machines just after him. What a move that was. Very late breaking point. That paid off at the right time for him to make it to P5. And then it kept on battling between Francesco Marenghi as well as Eduardo Novera, allowing Nicolas Tomazzella to make his way through. Those would finish 4th, 5th and 5th respectively, with Nicolas Tomazzella 7th. And there was no one able to catch up with Antonio Apicella, who's been absolutely superb all throughout the weekend in this OKN category ever since Friday, where he wasn't still one of the fastest in qualifying practice. The pole position going from Francesco Marenghi in that class in front of Nicolas Tomazzella. The third fastest in the qualifying practice, and from then on, Antonio Apicella was able to make one impressive run of the victories, the 2 qualifying heats, the pre-final and the final 4 in a row for Antonio Apicella. We are ready for the top 3 celebration of the OKN category.
Another fabulous encounter here at the Franciacorta karting track, Daniel Bonatta. And here we are to greet the drivers in the road to the OKN World Cup in the OKN senior category. In 3rd position for Italy, Gianmarco Cortopassi. In 2nd position for France, Maxime Guilly. And your road to the OKN World Cup winner 2023 for Italy, Antonio Apicella. And in deference to our man on the top step of the podium, the national anthem for Italy. Congratulations to our 3 men on the podium. We will now ask our dignitaries to come forward to present the trophies on the dais. First of all, the Mayor of Castorosato, Mr. Giovanni Aldi, to come forward to present our trophy to our man in 3rd position in the OKN Road to the World Cup. Ladies and gentlemen, for A fabulous performance and for a fabulous result. Ladies and gentlemen, for Italy, Gianmarco Cortopassi. And now we invite Signor Manolo Bastianelli, the Secretary of the ACA Karting Commission, to bring forward the trophy to present to our driver, finishing in second position. For France, Maxime Guély. And last but by no means least, we will ask the President of the ACA Karting Commission, Signor Raffaele Giammaria, to come forward to present the winning trophy to our man on the top of the podium in the road to the World Cup. For Italy, Antonio Apicella. A fabulous performance from all of our drivers here at Franciacorta, and we will see them again in the 2024 World Cup in the OKN category. A fabulous performance. Ladies and gentlemen, Gianmarco Cortopassi, Maxime Guély, and your winner of this fabulous event, Antonio Apicella. And after such a fantastic spectacle, it is an opportunity, of course, for our drivers to celebrate in the Italian sunshine. They have been fantastic on the circuit for all of the events. I don't think Kare wants to get wet, actually, so make sure he steers well clear of the action on the podium. Our drivers are going to enjoy such a fabulous end to a fabulous spectacle here on the podium. But the competitors will now enjoy and soak up the moment at Franciacorta in the 2023 Road to the World Cup. Let's celebrate! Congratulations and felicitations to our three drivers on the podium, Gianmarco Cortopassi, Maxime Guély, and our race winner, Antonio Apicella. A fabulous first race event then for the OKN and OKN Junior categories. The Road to the World Cup has been a very exciting one. In 2024, they'll be back for more. Our attention now turns, though, of course, to the main event, the Junior and OK World Championship. Here we go.
We cannot wait to get going for the last two finals. This was a very tasty appetizer with the OKN Junior and the OKN. Well done again to our top three finisher, Antonio Apicella, Maxime Guély, and Gianmarco Cortopassi. Another strong win for the Car Republic brand and chassis after the one of GC Phillips in the junior category with the Kidix Racing team, this time around with team driver racing car supremacy of the Italian brand here on home soil, and a victory in front of his peers for Antonio Apicella. Now, we still have a couple of minutes to wait, ladies and gents. Stay with us for the next final, the OK Junior category, and the presentation will get underway in just a few moments. The start at 3:15 local time. In a little bit under 10 minutes, we'll get ourselves ready for a 20-lap race for the OK Junior category. The time to celebrate who will get the crown on his head and will be celebrated as world champion in 2023. In this class, last year, Enzo Talvani School and the Tony Kart Factory imposed the supremacy on home soil again in Sarno. Who will succeed this time around? Who will be the newly named King of the World in the junior category for the drivers between 12 and 14 years of age in the FIA Karting Championship Cup and competition? Drivers about to make their way onto the track, 36 of them. There were more than 120 at the beginning of the weekend in the OK Junior class. It was a fascinating showing in this category. What is a record field in the FIA Karting World Championship, brought to you by Mondo Kart. OK Junior Final, 20 laps, 25 kilometers to go through, and from the 120 drivers that we had starting this event on Thursday and Friday, well, only a tiny fraction of that, 36 exactly, will get to compete on track for the supremacy, and only 3 of them stepping on the podium with the big trophy awarded to the world champion. This junior category has seen many accolades and titles over the years, and so many great names have been able to write their own in bright letters into the book of karting. 60th edition of the World Junior and OK Championship, the single speed class World Championship, if you will, and this appellation going on since 2016. In the junior class, well, many great names over the years, including the likes of Jake Dennis, Logan Surgeon, Victor Martins, and in recent years, Dexter Patterson Victor Bernier, Freddie Slater, and Kin Nakamura, among many others. In this junior category last year, as we said, it was down to Enzo Valvanishko to write history and becoming the first Thai driver to be World Junior Champion, the first one since Alex Albon to win an FIA Karting title for over a decade. Who can write his name and who can be World Champion this time around? 36 competitors, and a couple of them with certainly more than an advantage to play out. Christian Costoia and Filippo Sala will be sharing the front row of the grid with Dries van Langendonk, Tim Saleh. We're going to go through all those names and the protagonists of the junior final here in Franciacorta at the end of those 3 days of competition. They've been through not only qualifying, but qualifying heats on Friday, on Saturday, and the Super Heat 2 were completed this morning, and now it comes down to just that one race, the mother race of them all, the pinnacle event of the 2023 season in the junior category. Get ready, whether you are on track, dancing to the music and cheering along from the sideline of the Franciacorta racing circuit, or at home on FIAkarting.com, Motorsport TV, on social channels, and on the numerous TV channel partners that we have around the world. Here they come, the junior drivers, the 36 competitors of that class, and the smiles are on the faces, of course, and we can easily understand why. The competition is at stake. This is the top of the cream. This is top of the karting drivers in the world. The cherry on the cake in the junior category, all classes all together, and they're gonna line themselves up and have, of course, as always, the cheering and the medals from the officials as we get ourselves ready for the presentation. The junior finalists, 36 of them, 143 to start with. Thibaut Ramakers on the left side of your picture is the vice European champion in that junior category after a sensational battle against Alexander Bondarev. The drivers getting themselves ready here as the public here. Thanks again very, very much for joining us in Franciacorta. A bit of a chat, a bit of a fun for Dries van Langendonk, one of the standard bearers from Forza Racing. This is the time, of course, at this point when you still have a few moments to cheer up with your fellow drivers and friends. This is the moment of quiet before the storm. Scott Lindblom all cheering up as well. Noah Wolf, as well as the rest of the junior competitors. Alexander Bondarev with the Prima Racing colors is the one who took the European title this year. The new addition to the junior driver program of the Williams Racing team in Formula One. We wish any of those drivers, of course, all the success in the world for the years to come. And this race, the one that they've been expecting for a full season now to show the potential in front of the world. Before they get to go racing, of course, the medals will be awarded by the officials to the junior competitors as the sun is still very much shining here in Franciacorta on this beautiful track of 1300 meters as the competitors get themselves ready for the medals first of all, and then to go racing. 20 laps to go through for this junior final. We had 4 rounds this season in the European Championship, taking us to all 4 corners of Europe with new addition to the calendar in Denmark, in Czech Republic, in Valencia, Spain. We went to Cremona by the end of July, and this is the first time that the World Championship for the single speed class get to compete here in Franciacorta. The drivers are now heading to the machines, the tools to show the brilliance, the tools to show their skills, what sort of wood they made of. Some of them have been through some trouble through the course of that weekend, including the reigning European champion Alexander Bondarev, who will be starting from further back onto that grid with certainly the green to fight his way through the World Cup 2024 for the OKN. And OKN Junior is now behind us, and we'd like to thank once again all the competitors, 70 of them, for joining us this weekend, and all the teams, mechanics and people involved, as well as the Italian HE Federation for the support to this new addition to the scheme of FIA Karting classes. This has been a great spectacle, but now we come down to the business, the one that we've been expecting for a year in the junior class.
Christian Costoia of Spain will be starting from pole position for the biggest race of his career, the World Junior Championship. The Paralympic driver has been so smooth and so solid from the start of the weekend. Fastest in time qualifying, consistent through the qualifying heats, and put himself into the frame this morning to finish off the job and to get pole position. But this man, Filippo Sala, has suddenly been thrust into the limelight. He joined the Ricky Flynn Motorsport team for this round of the campaign. The World Championship is his first ever event for the Ricky Flynn Motorsport team. There is the race director, Nigel Edwards, just instructing the drivers on the front row of the grid, their responsibility on the rolling start. It'll be fascinating to see how these two brilliant drivers, Cristian Castoia and Filippo Sala, handle the pressure. This is not like football, rugby, tennis, cricket. When you're a kid, your matches are in private. Everything is done behind closed doors. You develop in the secrecy of a little bit of just a little bit of quiet and peace and calm. In this sport, you are under the microscope from the second you step into a kart, be it in the national championships or in the international scene, just like this. It's tough, it's brutal, it's demanding. Here is Dries van Langendonk, the Belgian talent for the Forza Racing team. His last 12 months have been a bit of a whirlwind. He was a newcomer last year. Now everybody knows him as a potential world champion. He could get the job done here today from the second row of the starting grid, but so too could the man in fourth place for the Sauber Academy on the Kart Republic chassis for Germany. Taim Saleh, looking to become the first driver from Germany to win a junior world title in direct drive in the FIA Karting categories since 1980, when the legendary German racer Bernd Schneider got the job done.
Further back as well, onto that grid, we have Scott Lindblom. You can see him now, the Swedish driver, fifth on the grid, representing the Tony Kart factory team. Scott Lindblom, determination in the eyes after such a strong ring of performances with 2 victories in the heats, and he's the one who won one of the Super Heat in great fashion after what had been a tremendous battle with the British driver Lewis Webber earlier today. Scott Lindblom certainly more than willing to bring another title to the Tony Kart factory after last year and Enzo Dan van Ischkool. David Kosma, Christopher by his side on 6th place. Watch out for David Kosma from Romania. 6th on the grid after another strong string of performances throughout the qualifying heats.
What about this young man, Augustus Toniolo, who has got Kart Republic written through him to his bone marrow. He even carries a helmet design in the color scheme of Kart Republic. He's very proud of racing for this particular team. The young man from Brazil has been very quiet over the course of this week, but you know what he has been? Fast. He's also been solid, consistent and smooth. 7th on the grid is a very valuable position to be in. He may not have been the name on everybody's lips, but he could just be the underdog that wins this. Wake up, Melbourne, Australia. Your boy is in position to challenge for the World Championship title. It's a brilliant chance for Luis Francis from 8th on the starting grid. He has a real shot at doing something particularly special here, and it'll be quite an amazing feat if he gets it done. Joe 90 with a steering wheel, 9th position on the grid. Lewis Werrell for the Forza Racing team, very much taking on the accolade left over by George Russell 10 years ago. He was the man for Forza Racing from Great Britain. Now it's Lewis Werrell's turn. What can he do in the Championship of the World? And alongside him, the boy from Belgium. So much written about this boy, Thibaut Ramakers.
Thibaut Ramakers, the vice European champion in the junior class. 2 wins for himself. Vice champion this season. Belgian vice champion last year as well. One of the contenders, that's for sure, for the win this time around. Is going to be starting from 10th on the grid with Lewis Werrell by his side. That's going to be particularly electric between those two.
Noah Wolf from Great Britain looking for an opportunity on the Birolart for the Leclerc by Lennox Racing team, captained by Jordan Lennox-Lamb. He's going to have a very tough race ahead of him from 11th on the grid, but that's not an impossible place to win this final from. It's an absolutely sensational chance for Noah Wolf, and he knows it. There is Hugo Marti, the man who won this year's FIA Karting Academy trophy. Looks like he's going to push start himself. So good for him to try and get a very physical start to this World Championship Junior Final. And we have just heard from the race director there are going to be 2 formation laps. It'll be 2 formation laps for the Junior World Championship Final. 20 laps ahead of us for the Franciacorta running, the 60th edition of the FIA Karting World Championship weekend. And it's going to be a very exciting junior title. It looks to me as though Hugo Marti is going to be the only driver on this grid that's going to push start himself. Take note, everybody else, that man's made of steel. Here we go then. The OK Junior Championship of the World is about to begin. Cristian Castoia and Filippo Sala on the front row of the starting grid. Dries van Langendonk and Taim Saleh from Scott Lindblom and David Kosma. Augustus Toniolo and Lewis Francis. Lewis Werrell and Thibaut Ramakers. Noah Wolf, Jacopo Martinez, Chris Elfagali, Jack Eiliff, Stepan Antonov, Davide Battano, Mike Bachala and Roman Kamyab.
They're followed by Sonia Eju as well as Joel Pajola, Karian Kraling and Noah Montero, Jerry Clark and Henry Domain from Alexander Bondarev, Jadim Skulanov, Andy Kansani and Mardian Neto, Salim Hanna and Sebastian Minz, Scott Marsh and Makar Savelev, Tijana Monza, and Vladimir Ivanikov, Thomas Kinsey, and Ugo Marti, who finally made it to his kart. But it's interesting to see the little different mojos as well and habits of the drivers. Some of them tend to sit in their kart very, very early once they get onto the grid to make themselves really into that bubble of focus. And some of them, like Ugo Marti, it was interesting to see as the drivers were pushed and really making their way onto the track. He was waiting and still, you know, getting into the zone, getting into the fitness condition that he needs, and finally he made it into behind the wheel. He's going to be starting from the back end of the grid. Unfortunately for him, it has been a very difficult weekend made of ups and downs for the new winner of the FIA Karting Academy Trophy, the Spaniard, who did wonders in that school of karting that concluded in Cremona by the end of July. But he still made it through to the final of the junior class, and let's see what Ugo Marti can do. But pick your number, pick your name, and there's many that can have a go at the World Championship.
The World Cup started in 1968 for junior drivers. You've only got to go back as far as 2010 for the Junior World Championship race. Jake Dennis, Matthew Graham, Henry Easthope, Alessio Lorandi, Enam Ahmed, Logan Sargent, Victor Martin, Dexter Patterson, Victor Bernier, Thomas Ten Brinker, Freddie Slater, Kian Nakamura-Berta, and Enzo Tarvanichkul are your previous world champions. Nobody has ever defended their crown, and it's definitely going to be a very tough one to see who gets there this time. It's one of the most competitive junior fields we've ever seen in the history of the sport. Costoya and Salah will lead them round the final couple of corners. Are we going to go racing straight away? No, false start.
Well, 2 formation laps and 1/3 to go through, 1 extra warm-up lap, as Mr. Nigel Edwards, our race director, wasn't happy certainly about the formation of the grid. He is, of course, escorted and helped in his task by the deputy race director in this event, Mr. Pasquale Lupoli, as well as the judge of fact that we have onto the track, Gonzalo Plante. They will see certainly gesturing to the drivers and telling them to pace themselves down. You can feel the pressure, of course, augmenting on the shoulders of everybody here, especially the drivers. Christian Costoya, the Spaniard, finds himself in not only the role of pole sitter, but the one having to show the example to pace everybody down. And once they get past that red line that you're going to see into the start-finish straight, the straight before the start-finish, well, everybody has to really get to the pace. Gonzalo Plante, you can see, actually telling them it's about time now, get together, otherwise we won't get it again.
The last person to win the European and World Junior titles in the same year was Enam Ahmed back in 2014. For Alexander Bondarev, starting all the way back in P25 on the grid, it really is mission impossible. But from his point of view, all he has to do is just knuckle in and enjoy the race. Let's see what happens. Will the world champion come from Spain, Italy, or somewhere completely different? Let's go racing at Franciacorta. Good start from Filippo Sala. Perfect start from Christian Costoya. Sala trying to keep it round the outside. He's going to go wheel to wheel with Dries van Langendonk. There's a spin in the middle of the gaggle. It looks like it is Alexander Bondarev, who's dropped all the way to the back of the grid. The rest of the field works its way through. That's Lewis Werrell and Timo Ramekers. Werrell and Ramekers, the top stars from Britain and Belgium, gone already. Lewis Werrell and Timo Ramekers will not be world champion.
What did I say about that 5th row on the grid being electric? Lewis Werrell and Timo Ramekers off in turn number 3. We're gonna need to see that again, if they took each other out, if it was a result of other incident. But it has been very electric between those two drivers from VDK and Forza Racing. Lewis Werrell is trying to get back into the track, but unfortunately having his rear and maybe front axle is completely bended. As for Timo Ramekers, he stepped out of his car already. We've just lost 2 of the biggest contenders for the World Junior Championship title this season in just a few meters into that race.
Several drivers were compromised in all that. Bondarev has dropped all the way to 31st, as we mentioned, but Noah Wolf has already gone to the very back of the grid as well, so that's another British name that is not going to be challenging for the World Championship. And look at the leader of this race. It's Dries van Langendonk from Belgium, who leads the way in front of Costoya and Sattler, with Tame Soleil in 4th position. Scott Lindblom in 4th. Oh, look at the agony and the despair of Timo Ramekers and Lewis Werrell. Heartbreak. Absolute heartbreak on the very first lap of the World Championship. 2 drivers who have more than proven capable of winning this World Championship, and they don't even get the chance to show us what they could do.
Lewis Werrell was P4 in the European Championship, to Timo Ramekers vice champion title, but they won't get a chance to confirm that or to go for even better accolade. We're back with the leaders, the teammate of Lewis Farrell. Dries van Langendonk to the leadership in the meantime, in front of Christian Costoya, Filippo Sala. Here we go. We are in for a treat into that junior final. 20 lap long already, almost 3 done. Van Langendonk, Costoya, Filippo Sala, Tim Saleh further back as well, leading the trio with Scott Lindblom, David Cosma, Cristoforo Toniolo, as well as Noah Wolf now find himself under investigation. Might be one of the reasons of some of the drivers coming together into the opening lap.
Lindblom!
On the inside, wow, what a move from Lindblom. There was a bit of a nudge, I think, and a contact that might have lost a bit of momentum to Tim Saleh.
What was Lindblom saying to you earlier, Guillaume? I'm going to win this World Championship. He's absolutely on the charge. He's up to 4th position. He's got 17 laps to go. But that's the kind of confidence that can surge you forward. And Scott Lindblom has the faith. Up on the inside of Tim Saleh goes Stepan Antonov. It opens the door as well for Augustus Toniolo. So Saleh drops down to 8th position. Antonov and Toniolo both work their way through. But for Dries van Langendonk, Christian Costoya and Filippo Sala, they are staring a podium in the face, but they all want to be world champion. Van Langendonk's going to have the pressure dialed up big time when Christian Costoya hits the frame, and he is definitely on the march. Look at that, the Paralin is starting to gain ground again on the Forza Racing Expert. All you need is a little bit of the toe, a little bit of a draft, and you can start to gain ground on the man in front. And for Van Langendonk, his lead over Costoya is not huge. Here comes Lindblom, having a think about Filippo Sala. Don't go too hungry. It's only lap 5. You've still got plenty of race to go. Filippo Sala is the kind of man you want to work with. Or maybe not. Lindblom's going to go for it. Into 3rd position goes the Super Swede.
Scott Lindblom actually lapped in 49.3 to a 49.6 for Filippo Sala. Here's your reason. The Swedish driver had actually had enough of it. He was being stuck a little bit behind the Italian and decided to go for P3 to get rid actually of the pressure of having to follow Filippo Sala. Now he can actually focus on the task at hand with Dries van Langendonk and Christian Costoya just in front of him. And you can see actually the frustration in David Cosma, who was gesturing to Filippo Sala, who doesn't seem to find the pace that he had back in the qualifying heat. But look at him struggling actually with the pressure of David Cosma. Let's have a look back at what happened at the start and the tussle between Lewis Farrell and Thibaut Ramakers on the 5th row on the grid.
See, it's a tough one to spot where it all starts, but there is the moment, and it's Ramakers going over the top of Lewis Farrell's front fairing, and it's Noah Wolf that goes in with them. So let's see if we can get a better view of it. Count about 6 karts in, bang, there's the moment. It's Wolf on the inside of Werrell, and Werrell gets nudged into Ramakers. That was completely blameless from either of the drivers that ended up out of the race. It was one of those things, but Werrell and Ramakers just ended up connecting, and once those 2 karts connect at that angle, at that speed, you're on a one-way trip to the barrier. Nothing either driver could do. I'd still call that a racing incident. There's so many karts going into that first corner. I think it's very hard to put the blame on one driver. Roman Kamyab making a bit of a moment as well because he's under investigation. Meanwhile, Antonov has just lost 2 places. One to David Cosma, the other to Augustus Toniolo.
Yeah, the blame is pointless at this point because Noah Wolf, almost like a DNF for him, is all the way down to P27 at the moment. So it's pretty much done and dusted in terms of hopes for Noah Wolf, unfortunately. So that's all the 3 drivers involved, unfortunately, at the back end of the grid.
Right, it looks to me as though Bondarev is charging through the field again as well. He went all the way down to the back as a result of that start line incident. He's back up to 23rd, so he's made up a bit of time. What's happened to Vladimir Ivanikov? Well, he's learnt that you don't get a lot of room to play with the hard way. He was very lucky there. He almost hit either a cone or the timing line, and he was very unhappy about being squeezed there at the final turn. So out of turn 1, Tim Saleh under more pressure, trying to hold the position, but a position is created there by Lewis Francis. So Francis gets through in the 9th position. Tim Saleh is not having the final he wanted to top. Oh, over the top! Contact. And Saleh and Francis are gone! Tim Saleh and Lewis Francis out of the World Championship final. The German and the Australian are gone. Lewis Francis is furious. Tim Saleh is frustrated, but Lewis Francis just cannot contain himself. He walks away. Tim Saleh tries to recover, but I don't really see this working out for Tim Saleh. He wants to finish the World Championship final. He's going to do his best, but I'm afraid it's not going to happen, Tim. You're not going to be world champion. What a shame.
Almost.
No, I'm afraid not.
That's a shame for Tim Saleh as well. Oh my God, those 2 drivers, Lewis Francis and Tim Saleh, coming together. Another 2 other strong performers that we've seen so much of throughout the course of the weekend, dropping out of the final.
Right, Filippo Sala's under big pressure now. David Cosma, Augustus Toniolo and Stepan Antonov are putting him under massive pressure. This is not the way that things were supposed to go for Filippo Sala. Here's the go again as Tame Soleil is about to disappear into position. What we're looking at there, well, hopefully we'll get a look at that maneuver again very shortly. But look, Filippo Sala has got big pressure. 3 kart republics all over him. Cosma, Toniolo, Antonov. Here comes David Cosma, making his move on the inside. On the inside line of Filippo Sala, gets through into 4th position. Great work from the Romanian, looking to be the first from his nation to get onto a FIA Karting World Championship final podium. Toniolo having a size up of Antonov as well. Antonov gets the move on the inside, lovely job, into P6. Now, Luis Francis is apparently under investigation for that incident. I'm not entirely sure if it's Luis Francis who we could really point the finger at there, or Tame Soleil, but we can have another look at it and certainly try and make out what actually happened between Tame Soleil and Luis Francis. We're going to see if we can go back over the fine details of that little maneuver, because essentially, Antonov's going to nip up the inside of Filippo Sala and cause even more problems for the Ricky Flynn Motorsport driver. So let's see if we can find out exactly what it is that is going to be the talking point of the race afterwards for Luis Francis and Filippo Sala. Not Filippo Sala, sorry, Tame Soleil. Let's have a look. So this is Tame Soleil starting his maneuver. Oh, now that's earlier on.
Push to pass, sort of, as it kind of worked just outside of the turn.
Didn't quite work out, though, did it? But look, Luis Francis is swarming around all over Tame Soleil, and then he pulls a cross on him. Now, Tame Soleil has not slowed down enough, so Francis is going to be furious. Do you know what that is? To me, to my eyes, that's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. I don't really think you can lay the blame at one driver there. Both of them caused that incident.
Yeah, we'll see what the officials made of it. Oh, a bit of a nudge, a bit of a contact over there between the two around the inside. I think Sala actually just made his way past Toniolo. That was a close call, but Sala finds himself now in P6. So we're back with the leader, Dries van Langendonk, extending his gap almost a second. With 900, and now a full second on Christian Costoya, the Paralympic driver, not quite able to make the connection with the Belgian. 1 Belgian down, 1 up at the moment, as we lost very early Thibaut Ramakers, but now Dries van Langendonk is very much in contention to seal the deal. As we're back here with some of the battles happening with one award racing machine, the 270 of June, Toniolo as well as Antonov and Sala battling along, and that means that is it Jacopo Martinez as well for the back with the Car Republic machine, fighting his way through with the pressure of Chris Alfegali running up the top 10, making his way through Alfegali.
Martinez giving Shun Zhao Yu a proper hurry up here. Come on, get out of the way. You're not fast enough. I need to find my way past you, otherwise I'm going to have Chris Alfegali all over me. Shun Zhao Yu is just blocking. Martinez trying to nudge him aside. Come on, what are you doing defending on lap 13? This is just crazy as far as he's concerned. Swarming around left, swarming around right. What are you doing? You're a roadblock. And here comes Chris Alfegali up the inside. Martinez will be so frustrated. Puts 1 wheel on the grass, 2 wheels on the curb, and he's going to go down now behind Albanese. He's going to go down behind Bocchiola, behind Montero. And that is just so frustrating for Jacopo Martinez, who's got a warning flag for his efforts. And now there goes Tiziano Monza.
Yeah, he's losing a place in the process, being warned for that little bit of a push into the hairpin. Christophe Alfegali as well under investigation, as he's now making his way up to P9.
There's going to be loads of investigations into this one, isn't there?
Yes, it's glows off so far for this junior final amongst the field, as 11 places gained for Chun Yuanju. It's fair to be said that might be the first time this weekend he finds himself in such a high position, having some trouble to deal with the pressure and staying in the center of the line.
Now, this is an earlier incident from Tame Soleil. Oh, no, actually,
That's
interesting. That's why Chris Alfegali is being investigated, because I don't think, looking at it, Tame Soleil is to blame or Luis Francis is to blame. It might be a third party.
There might have been a 4th driver involved, actually, behind Christophe Alfegali. So, interesting action that we'll get to see back in the highlights post-race, but as an incident, as a result of that incident, unfortunately, a couple of drivers involved and warnings in investigation giving away at the moment. We'll see that afterwards, as in the meantime, while Dries van Langendonk has been once again extending his gap 1.4 seconds. Watch out for the maneuver further back with the 237. This is Montero, Noah Montero on Sun just in front. And the Portuguese just make his bid on the inside, coming to turn number 2 and 3. It was very close. Noah Montero climbing through the field. He stays where he is with the pressure of the 210. This is Tiziano Monza.
1975 was the last time a Belgian driver won any form of karting World Championship title. You've got to go back even further as Monza picks up the move there on Noah Montero. You've got to go back 52 years, all the way back to Mark Wouters in 1971 at Hürrem in Germany, to the last junior world title winner in FIA Karting. There's never been a junior world champion other than Jonathan Donnon, Francois Goldstein and Mark Wouters. Belgium has not really had a lot to shout about in recent times in the world of karting, and there's certainly never been a junior world champion from Belgium. 12 months ago, people were saying, who is Dries van Langendonk? Now he is the man who's disappearing out in front of Costoya and Lindblom. Great battles in the midfield still. We've got Monza, Montero, big dive on the inside there from the 2-3-3. That is a lovely charge forward from Arjen Kraling, the German. Henry Domain in the energy course going with him, and that's Kraling going ahead again on Martinez. And Domain goes with him. Joel Bocchiala is in there. Mike Bacchiala has got Alexander Bondarev right behind him. They're going to try and work their way further forward as well. So a very tricky battle. It's still all guns blazing with the last 5 laps in tow. Up the inside, Bondarev, the Bison, is charging forward. Marianito goes with him. So they are still trying to pick off drivers in the middle of this field as well as at the front end. But it looks as though we're going to have another history maker. We never had a Ukrainian world champion in junior. We've never had a Belgian world champion in junior either up until this point. Dries van Langendonk is about to give Belgium their first junior world crown of any kind for 52 years and their first direct drive world championship title of any kind since 1975.
Still a couple of laps to checkered flag to make that accomplishment complete as Christian Costoya sees Scott Lindblom coming to his bend. And let's see, there's have a couple of tenths of a second between those two as we are here with one of the Car Republic machine of David Kosma and Stepan Antonov. This is the battle for P4 into turn number 13. But at this point, 7 tenths of a second still between Costoya and Scott Lindblom. The Spaniard still has, of course, a bit of a mattress of tenths of a second to feel comfortable. As around the inside, Tatiana Monza on the 318 with Joel Bohola as well getting involved at 249. Taking a sandwich there from Kotala Racing. Oh, a contact over there with the 210, actually losing momentum. Unfortunately, that was Tatiana Monza as he was climbing at the back of another driver in his attempt to move, and the front fairing on the left side is bended, as you can see. He can still keep going to that race. Fortunately for him, the front fairing is not misplaced, just a little bit bended as a result of that contact, but Monza still battling along for P14 and P13. Look at the amount of drivers we have within the same frame. As we have Kraling, Henry Domain, P16, Martinez, Bondarev, close on points as well. Kraling making his way up to P14 from Monza, Domain, Bondarev. Such a shame to see the struggle in the final of Henry Domain, who has been so consistent to his qualifying heats Friday and Saturday from P3 on the grid, every time nailing its starts. This is what just happened.
Look,
Monza,
he tried his best to get through on the inside there of the 270 of Shen Xiaoyu, and he's got a broken and bent front fairing as a result. Such a shame. He was doing such a brilliant job up to that point and looking like he was going through the field like wildfire. How about this boy, though? This is such an impressive performance. Forza Racing has got a bit of a habit of coming up with these superstar talents. Lewis Werrell's already had a strong season, and now Dries van Langendonk, 12 months since his debut in the World Championships, is back and doing a sensational job up front. He's just got a lap to go. He was only 5th in the European Championship, but why go for the European when you can go for the world title? That's what Dries van Langendonk is going to say. Costoya in 2nd, Lindblom in 3rd, and it looks like that's the way it's going to go to the flag, but it will be a sensational battle. This place has already given us plenty of accolades this year. Only a few weeks ago, the warm-up race and the title that in that particular category was won by his teammate Lewis Werrell. We thought he'd be a contender. Sadly, he faded on the first lap. But there is a little bit of history being cooked up here. The battle's still raging in the middle of the lap. But the man up front, we've had to wait a heck of a long time for a moment like this. Get ready in Belgium. First it was Francois Goldstein, then it was Mirko Wouters. 5 decades later, we finally get another direct drive world champion. He's big, he's brave, he's bold, he's Belgian. Dries van Langendonk, junior world champion. What an amazing result. Forza Racing and the X-Bridge chassis get the job done, but it's Dries van Langendonk, junior world champion, the first for Belgium for 52 years.
Congratulations, hartelijk proficiat, Dries van Langendonk, winner of the junior title of 2023. After such a demonstration of 2.1 seconds onto the flag, you can cheer up, you can of course let it go out. This has been a fantastic performance and weekend for Dries van Langendonk. He came to the fore on the karting scene 1 year ago in Sarno with the Energy Corsa team, 7th of his first ever Junior World Championship. For the second season, the second event at this scale, Dries van Langendonk has sealed the deal in the greatest fashion possible. After taking the lead, building on the gap lap after lap, there was no one catching up with Dries van Langendonk, no one able to be at his foot. And in the end, we had one Belgian down in the opening lap with Thibaut Ramakers, unable to fight all the way through. But another one kept rising through the ranks to shine under the sun of Franciacorta and offer his first junior title to Belgium for so many decades, joining the likes of Franciacorta and Jonathan Tonon in the history books. Dries van Langendonk. Bow out, everybody.
A fantastic result for such a popular young man as well. When he emerged on the scene 12 months ago, he was up in the top 5 instantly, and nobody really knew where he had come from, how he had been so quick, so strong. It may have taken him a year to uncork the bottle, but I tell you what, this one's overflowing for years. Dries van Langendonk, world champion. Well done, buddy. That is such an amazing result for such an incredible young talent. He absolutely deserves this. He has worked so hard all year, never mind all week, and now, finally, he can soak up the spoils. Dries van Langendonk, world champion. What an amazing moment for the team, for Belgium, and for young Dries. What an amazing week. Congratulations, buddy. You absolutely, richly deserve it.
And what a roller coaster of emotion that is for Forza Racing, who lost one of the strongest chances of victory, Lewis Rowell, in the opening lap, only to have Dries van Langendonk taking the junior title at the end of that crazy race and domination for the young Belgian. And the family of van Langendonk being congratulated, cheered up by everybody. And Christian Costoya, the young Spaniard from Paulin. The last few words, of course, after that crazy race. Costoya has been utterly impressive all throughout the weekend. Couldn't catch up with Dries van Langendonk. You have been the strongest at the end of that World Championship, and this is such a well-deserved performance and title. The first of Dries van Langendonk, who still cannot believe what just happened. Not quite able to realize just yet. Of course, gonna have to wait a little bit. Enjoy the moment. Enjoy those times, those few minutes after the heat of the battle. And battle there's been in the opening stages of that race, that's for sure, before Dries van Langendonk was able to really put the performance, the greatest achievement of his young career so far, for only his second World Championship in the junior class. That's the open door to the OK category for next season. On such a high for Dries van Langendonk, Christian Costoya and Scott Lindblom stepping on the podium of that junior final. Let's watch back what happened as a good start was taken by the Spaniard. Costoya was our first leader, and then the drama, unfortunately, between Noah Wolf, Thibaut Ramakers and Lewis Rowell taking each other out on the exit of turn number 3. For Noah Wolf, it was certainly the start of trouble into his final, as he made it in the 21st position in the end. But for those two drivers, Thibaut Ramakers, vice-European champion, and Lewis Rowell, 4th this year in European season and winner of the prep race on this track, it was a complete disaster as they were unable to really show and display their strengths and their skills. Further back as well, it has been a crazy final throughout the rest of the field. Battles are plenty. Scott Lindblom, the fast Swede, who was so confident in himself. Well, this has been a difficult race for Scott Lindblom, climbing from 5th to 3rd, but in the end, he was rewarded with a P3 in the World Junior Championship, thanks to one of his moves on the 242 of Filippo Sala. Quite 14th turn of event for Filippo Sala, who was unable to bring back the title to Rickfin Motorsport, finishing in the end P7, struggling a little bit with pace, as some others learned the hard way that don't get an overtake done quite easily into the last turn. It was the 292 that got tangled at the back end there. It was Vladimir Ivanikov, actually, who finished P24th in the end of this final. Battles are plenty, and unfortunately, it was ended prematurely for Lewis Francis and Tem Saleh, that were pushed a little bit. Tem Saleh from further back, as you can see, the two Czech Republic drivers involving Christopher Fegali, who was being under investigation throughout the course of this final. And Lewis Francis, the unfortunate victim of that coming together. Run the inside, Jacopo Martinez, the 260. Sorry, my apologies. David Costa-Cristoforo making his way up to P4, as it was another sort of race, much more difficult for one of his teammates, Jacopo Martinez, up to P17 in the end. On the inside as well, making his bits in turn number 11. We've seen so many moves already throughout the course of that race. A bit of an edge from Filippo Sala on one of the car with the big drivers, Stepan Antonov as well. And on the inside, a 253, making his bit, Augustus Toniolo, the Brazilian, P6 at the end of this final. And then the battle kept on raging with the 270 of Yang Juchen, the Chinese driver, who after battling his way through the course, finished in P16 in the end, having climbed 3 places from the grid. But it was such a difficult race for so many of these drivers battling along. It was gloves off from start to finish. As you can see still on the corner of the picture, Dries van Langendonk wading into the scale to get through the scrutiny procedures before being able to celebrate and spray the champagne on his achievement. Jacopo Martinez right now, who actually got tangled in a bit of trouble and went halfway sideways to the grass on the outside of the last turn, but was able to keep going. Fortunately for Jacopo Martinez, it didn't turn out to be the result he had expected, as the 203 was in battle with the likes of Tigero Monza and Alexander Bondarev. Bondi the Bison, who climbed 10 places up to 15 to finish his 2023 season. As we had that contact, Tigero Monza, unfortunately, trying to get the best of Yao Chu Chen. Unfortunately for him, it ended with a bended front fairing, and Tigero Monza made it to P14 with still a 19 places climb. But in the end, there was no one able to catch up, not even Christian Costoya. Dries van Langendonk, your winner of this year's FIA Karting Junior World Championship by monocar.com. And what a result for Forza Racing, who went from the disappointment of losing West Warwell to the joy, as long as for the Van Langendonk family, the joy of the Junior World title for Jamie Croxford and his entire team. And as we said on numerous occasions, those drivers may be rivals on track, but the camaraderie and the friendships in the paddock are plenty, and it's always what we like to see, as the cheering and the congratulations from the rivals and the other teams and mechanics who know what it takes to achieve such a victory, to go for the world title. The European season is one thing, as it requires consistency, good preparation, diversity of skills as well, and a bit of luck as well at times. But the World Championship is a totally different business. Alexander Bondarev, who made it in the end in P15, not the race he had been expected after what has been a up-and-down weekend for the Ukrainian European Junior Champion, but he will be back next year for more. Jamie Croxford congratulating his driver, Dries van Langendonk. What a result that is for Jamie. Of course, over the moon with another title for Forza Racing, the team that brought to the world George Russell back in the day on the way to Formula One. Forza Racing, one of the strongest British teams on the international karting scene, and another achievement for him with Dries van Langendonk. Christian Costoya in second place. Strong result as well for the Parolin Racing Car team that won the OK title in the European season with René Lammers already. Second place of the Junior World Championship with Christian Costoya. And Scott Lindblom back on the podium with the Tony Kart Factory. Strong results for Scott Lindblom, who had been determined all throughout the weekend, as the drivers are going to be taken to the podium by Mr. James Geidel, the president of the RJMMC Group, promoter of the FIA Karting Championships. Jamie Croxford about to celebrate that achievement with the entire team. Van Langendonk, winner of the World Junior Championship from Christian Costoya. Scott Lindblom, David Cosma-Cristoforo, Stepan Antonov, Augustin Toniolo, Filippo Sala, Joel Pohola, Christopher Fegali, Noah Montero, running at the top 10 from Andy Cansani, Davide Botaro, Arjen Kralling, Tigero Monza, Alexander Bondarev, Yao Chu Chen, Jacopo Martinez, Henri Domain, and Mike Pahala, as the cheering and congratulations are in order, as the father of Dries van Langendonk, of course, all over the moon, cheering with his son, and he must be proud. He must be proud of his boy, and what a race. What a fantastic performance it has been. As quickly before we get going with the podium ceremony, in the classification we have Mike Pahala, P19 from Scott Marsh, Noah Wolf, Marian Neto, followed by Ugo Marti. 13 places gained for the Academy Trophy winner of this season. from Vladimir Ivanikov, Salim Hana, Jared Clark, Jasim Skulanov, Maka Savelev, Sebastian Mins, Thomas Kinsey, and Roman Kamiab, the last driver who made it to the checkered flag. We lost, as we said, Lewis Tibor Amakos, Lewis Jack Alaf, Lewis Francis, and Thames Saleh. Over to you, Jake Sanson, to celebrate our junior champions of 2023.
What an amazing final it has been here at Franciacorta, and what an amazing trio we are about to welcome to the rostrum in this fabulous race for the World Championship title in junior. In third position for Sweden, Scott Lindblom. An amazing performance from Scott, who has been fighting all week. He deserves his spot on the rostrum. In second position for Spain, Christian Costoya. An amazing work from the young Spaniard and the Paralympic team. They can be very proud of their achievements. But your new junior karting world champion for Belgium, Dries van Langendonk. A fabulous performance from the young Belgian, the first junior title winner for 52 years. And please welcome the winning team boss for Forza Racing, Jamie Croxford. And in deference to our man on the top step of the podium, for the first time in 52 years in a junior world title, the national anthem for Belgium. History is made in Franciacorta on the top step of the podium. What a wonderful result. Now we ask our dignitaries to come forward to present the trophy, starting with the president of the ACI Karting Commission, Signor Raffaele Giamaria, to come forward and present the trophy to our man in third position for Sweden, Scott Lindblom. And now to the Mayor of Castrazzato, Signor Giovanni Aldi, to come forward to give the trophy to our man in second position, representing Spain, Christian Costoya. And now we ask the CIK FIA Karting President, Mr. Akbar Ibrahim, to give the trophy that our young man on the top step of the podium has been waiting 12 months to receive. A fabulous moment and a wonderful new world champion, the first for Belgium in direct drive of any kind for 48 years. For Belgium, Dries van Langendonk. And last but by no means least, we will ask the CIK FIA Vice President, Mr. John Ryan, to come forward to present the winning team manager the trophy. It's not for the first time, and it won't be the last, for Forza Racing, Jamie Croxford! A fabulous result for our three drivers on the Junior World Championship podium. They have been amazing through this final, and we cannot wait to see what they will do with the rest of their racing careers. This is only the beginning. Ladies and gentlemen, Scott Lindblom, Christian Costoya, and your new Junior World Champion, Dries van Langendonk. It's going to be quite an incredible journey for these young racers from here to, well, infinity and beyond, essentially. They've got an amazing journey ahead of them. And what a fantastic accolade for Dries van Langendonk. The garlands will come forward to all three drivers so that we can have a fabulous photograph on the podium here after what has been a very impressive race indeed. Some very fast and fair driving all the way through, particularly from our top three drivers who really made sure they were on a one-way mission to the podium. And all three of them can be very happy with their efforts here today. One more time, ladies and gentlemen, to Scott Lindblom, to Christian Castoya, and the new Junior World Champion, Dries van Langendonk. There is only one podium duty for them all to do, and that is to enjoy the moment in the Italian sunshine in the time-honored tradition, started, of course, by Dan Gurney many, many years ago in the motor racing world, and it has continued ever since that point. It is great to see these three new contenders on the world stage get to celebrate it. We will ask our dignitaries, well, you can stay if you want to, but it's about to get very messy indeed on the podium as we ask Scott Lindblom, Christian Castoya, and the new 2023 FIA Karting Junior World Champion, Dries van Langendonk, to soak up the Italian sunshine here in Franciacorta and party in the true honored fashion. Let's get busy with the fizzy! Fantastic work and a very happy trio, ladies and gentlemen. Scott Lindblom for Sweden, Christian Castoya for Spain, and the first Belgian Junior World Champion for nearly half a century, Dries van Langendonk. If you thought the junior final was epic, the senior final is right around the corner, and that is going to be a showstopper. But we bow out to the Junior World Championship with our top three, Scott Lindblom, Christian Castoya, and the Belgian star, Dries van Langendonk. Remember the names. You heard them here first.
What a fantastic achievement by Dries van Langendonk, the new Junior World Champion of 2023, giving back the title to Belgium for many, many years. Christian Castoya and Scott Lindblom, second and third. Congratulations to you three, and congratulations to the junior finalists for a great spectacle. Ladies and gents, stay with us as we have one more race to go, one more title to award, and it will go to the OK class. We have 24 laps, the longest race that we're going to have this weekend. It was supposed to start within 3 minutes, but we're going to have a bit of a delayed start, as you may understand. The time for the presentation of the actors, the drivers, onto the grid to take place. A bit of a delayed start, but stay with us as we'll get going with the racing in just a few moments. The time to go through the grids, and for the finalists of the OK class to be awarded the medals of honor from the officials of the FIA Karting Federation. The OK World Championship title is at stake, and many protagonists in this class, many competitors, more than one certainly, have a good shot at the title, including the likes of Kin Nakamura, who's going to be starting from pole position. René Lammers by his side, the reigning European champion in the class in Cremona by the end of July. Phil McLaughlin, Gabriele Gomez, Anatoly Kavalkin, and Ian Hickmans. Just a few of the protagonists starting at the forefront of this class in the OK category. For the junior class, it's done and dusted with a new title for Forza Racing, the third one in over the past 6 seasons, going back to 2017. And Dexter Patterson in PFI on home soil. We had Kin Nakamura winning the junior title in the reign of Campillos in 2021. And now, this time around, Dries van Langendonk adding a new title to the many won by Forza Racing in the junior class over the past few seasons. So what a great accolade for the team of Jamie Craxford. In the junior class, it's fair to say that the past few World Championships have been shared by both Forza Racing and Ricky Finn Motorsport, as well as the title last year for the Tony Kart Factory. We got ourselves ready this time around for the OK category now, coming up with 36 best competitors. There were more than 100 to start the weekend with, and only a fraction of that, a third of that pretty much, will get to compete for the last honors. 3 on the podium, one only to be crowned World Champion of 2023. Who to take the deal, who to take the crown after last year's performance and domination with DPK Racing of Matheus Morgado. The Brazilian, unfortunately, won't get a chance to repeat his performance this time around, but another Brazilian might actually keep the crown at home with Gabriele Gomez, who will be starting from the second row of the grid. Pick your name, pick your number, who's your money on, and there's more than one contender who can make a difference. Win here as well for a treat with many surprises still available to our course. In the junior final, for instance, we had, unfortunately for them, Lewis Rarrell and Thibaut Ramackers being taken out in just a few meters after the lights went out. This is part of racing. and this can be cruel. The OK Final is up next, 24 laps over 30 kilometers, and so many great drivers over the years have been writing their name in great letters in the history books in that very class. Used to be KF all the way down to 2016. Now we came back to the original karting concept for almost a decade now, since that season in 2016. The first ever OK title on the worldwide stage was won back in the day in Bahrain by Victor Martins, who has been doing wonders for the past few seasons in Formula cars, competing in FIA Formula 2 this season, and hopefully watching along for what will be the decider of the FIA Karting World Championship, brought to you by Mondocar. Here come the actors, first the machines and the mechanics. Canivel Dasdong, you can see, pushing along the kart rig machine of Fionn McCaughlin, will be aligning himself on third on the grid. The Irish driver, one of the sensations in Franciacorta for this World Championship event, with a strong chance to become the first ever world title winner from the Republic of Ireland. We're not there yet. As we said, many contenders up to the challenge on this Franciacorta karting track that came out of the ground in 2020, welcoming his first few international races on that same year, and in 2021 as well for that big year of grand opening. Alex Powell, still one of the fastest around this 30-meter long track, with a slight elevation of 5 meters. 180 meters is the longest straight that you have, coming down to turn number 13, a little bit up behind the new hotel that has been built within just 4 months last season. 14 turns, 9 right, 5 left, and 2 hairpins. That's what you have at stake, with a couple of overtaking opportunities in turn number 2 and 3 that we've seen at plenty. Turn number 9, turn 11, turn number 5, and turn number 13 as well. Turn number 11, the hairpin, has been the scene of many great maneuvers over the course of the Super Heat, the pre-final and the final, something we didn't get to see that much coming to that Sunday of racing. Top speed of 100 km an hour, average speed of 100 for the OK categories with the toes, coming to turn number 2, one of the heaviest braking zone onto that track. Certainly becoming one of the favorites among the drivers on the international karting scene. And the artists, the young competitors of the OK class, ready to get going for the final. Here they are. Kian Nakamura Alberta will be starting on pole position. The young protege of the Alpine Academy by his side as well. Further back, it will be Fionn McCaughlin, the young Irish driver from VDK. Watch out for Anatoly Kavalkin, last year's junior European champion, who for his first season in OK finds himself 5th on that grid for the OK final, with a good shot at maybe making it 2 titles in a row. The young artists are here, the contenders. Luigi Coluccio with the 30 kart colours on his short. Oscar Pedersen back as well, and maybe another podium finish. He was P3 in Sarno last year for the World Championship. So many contenders, as we said, so many names that can have a good shot here at Franciacorta. The presentation is going to go underway in just a few minutes, and now as the drivers just align themselves up onto the grid, they get themselves ready to get into the machines with the trophy up for grab. This is the World Championship trophy, and certainly a couple of drivers already might have had a good look at him while passing through on their way to the karts. The respective machines are lined up on their places onto the grid. Thanks again to everybody here at Franciacorta. Mr. Giovanni Aldi, the mayor of Castresato, who held last night, a white night as it was, as twice a year, one of the great events of that nearby city, with everybody actually going through the streets at night and cheering along. And I might have been led to believe that some of us here in the paddock certainly had a drink or two last night to celebrate, of course, what had been a great event of kart racing, but the white night as the beautiful event that we had nearby. And the services of the town, of course, had been kind enough to invite the people of the karting world to join them for last night celebrations as well, with special shuttle services. So thank you for that again, to get ourselves, men and women of the sport, involved in the community at the occasion of that World Championship.
Yeah, truly lovely to see the World White Night taking place last night. There's Ada Tapinen getting herself in position, and Ronnie Sala, of course, the man behind the Birolart Group, watching and waiting to see if his man, Ian Eichmans, can get the job done. In first position, though, it's this man. World champion in the junior category in 2021, European champion in the OK category last year. The third time of asking for Kian Nakamura Berta. This is his chance, his best chance, to win the World Championship. For Japan, for Slovakia, for Great Britain, for Prema, for Kart Republic, for Kian Nakamura Berta. This is your moment, mate. Go take it. A fabulous opportunity for the Alpine youngster. He has everything he needs to get it done, but he is going up against the current European champion, René Lammers, hoping to do something that has not been done since the Renzo Travasanuto 4 years ago. He and his driver coach, Felice Tieni, have gone through every single fine-tooth comb. They know exactly how to make this work. The Paralympic superstar from the Netherlands is going to try and emulate his fellow son of a world superstar. Max Verstappen did this 10 years ago and became world champion. What can René Lammers do? If he can emulate him, then the rest is likely to be history. The man in third position, though, for the VDK racing team, has got an entire nation behind him. Ireland is watching, very proud, very focused, very passionate about this young man. Finn McLaughlin has been working so hard for the last few years. This is his moment. Third on the grid is just about the golden ticket to go for the world title. He's got an amazing kart underneath him. He's got so much passion and dedication and focus. This could be the biggest day in Ireland's history. And what about this boy? Gabriel Gomez, vice champion of Europe, Italian champion of OK last year. But the boy from Brazil really has a shot at this World Championship title. He has so much going for him. He has won the Trofeo Ayrton Senna twice over, and he would dearly love to put right what his hero couldn't quite achieve back in the 70s and 80s.
Twice vice world champion Ayrton Senna da Silva back in the day, as he was called, in 79 and 1990. Twice to Peter the Brain, would you believe it? And one of them was in Nivelles in Belgium. Anatoly Kavalkin already behind the helmet visor, already in his bubble of focus. Last year, he won the Junior European Championship with the Parolin Racing Kart. This time around, Parolin has already won accolade in the junior category with the second place of Christian Costoya. Can Anatoly Kavalkin equal the performance or do even better and make it 2 titles in 2 years? Watch out, ladies and gentlemen, watch out for Ian Aikmans. He was third 2 years ago in the European Championship of the junior class, stepping up to the OK for his first season under the colors of Lennox, by the Lennox Racing Team by Charles Leclerc, with of course, the stern of the Birelat factory. Ian Aikmans, the Oakman, as he's referred to, is certainly one of the biggest surprises of this championship. We've seen him going through the ranks of karting, and this is his biggest chance to make it 2 in a row for Belgium.
Right, your nation has had a world champion. What about mine? Joe Turney, the vice world champion in 2020, the nearly man of the sport. He's done everything there is to do, except an FIA Karting title. This is the best chance he has had so far. He came so close at Portimao in 2020. He's had his moments since then, but this is as good as it gets. He has a great shot. And how about the new contender up at the sharp end of the field? Estonia's Mark Dubnitsky in the CRG. Andrei Honta, the wizard behind him, doing an absolutely sensational job of spannering and coaching him to get him further up the grid. It's been an amazing team, these two. Mark and Andrei with a great chance to pull off something spectacular. What about Olin Gali? He's the other top star Brazilian in the fray. He's had his shining moments of glory this week already. He's had 2 of his victories taken away from him on technicalities. This time, there will be no second chances. Olin Gali will be ready and motivated.
2 wins in the qualifying heats for this young man from France, Arthur Poulain, wearing the colors of Kimi Antonelli and the family of the young protégé from Mercedes F1. AK Motorsport on his shoulder, the concentration for the young Frenchman, who has been absolutely impeccable throughout the qualifying races and finds himself on 10th position on the grid alongside Olin Gali. He has a good shot, Arthur Poulain, to step on the podium of this World OK Championship. 1 minute left onto the grid as the actors are getting themselves ready into the bubble. One last handshake with the mechanic. The Tony Kart mechanics are watching along as well. One last handshake for Mattia Kolnagi, another young standard bearer of the CRG factory. Could this be the year of CRG to return on top of the karting world in the OK class? They've been working tirelessly for the past few years to get back where they belong, into the gearbox world, winning the World Championship title last year with Victor Gustafsson and collecting accolades with the likes of Jeremy Iglesias as well as Arthur Carbonell in Le Mans, with Iglesias winning one of the rounds of the European Championship. Can they maybe get back to the world title this time around? Thomas Tolsemanis is certainly more than willing to prevent that from happening. The young driver who came to the fore as well very recently, taking on a double program this year in both the gearbox and the single speed class. 4th in this year's European Championship, 3rd in the gearbox European class, is certainly one to look for.
This is the moment we've all been waiting for. The 60th FIA Karting World Championship here at Franciacorta, with over half the field able to win this one. This is going to be a good one. Kia Nakamura, Berta and René Lammers, Finn McLaughlin and Gabriel Gomez, Anatoly Kavalkin and Ian Eichmans, Joe Turney, Mark Dubnitsky, Olin Gali, Arthur Poulain, Mathieu Kolnagi, Thomas Stochmanis, Kirill Kutskov, Jan Pastrovsky, Alex Powell, Dmitry Matveev, Enzo Tarvanichkul and Kai Riliards.
There we have Nicola Kuman, Sebastiano Pavan, Andrea Dupe and Nathan Tai, Jules Carantan, Simone Bianco, Oscar Pedersen and Jimmy Elias, Nacho Tunan and Len Nace, Emmanuel Olivieri and Luigi Coluccio, Louis Iglesias and Maxence Verbrugge, David Walter and Marcus Sater, Miguel Costa and Enya Frey. Only 36 get to compete in that class. There were over 100 competitors in the OK category to start with. Only a third of that for the honors and 3 onto the podium. As many people watching along.
There is Enzo Tarvanichkul's mother watching on very closely to see if her boy could actually do the unthinkable and go back-to-back for world titles. She watched him win, the World Championship in Junior last year at the foot of Mount Vesuvius. This time around, he's going for the senior title. It's a much tougher task. Nigel Edwards and Simone Perego with the best seats in the house. There is the judge of fact, Gonzalo Planta. There's an amazing team of people. They can all be incredibly proud of what they've achieved this season. So many great races, so many great battles, so many great winners, so many great battles, so many great champions. Now, we get to conclude the season in fine style. This is the last race of the FIA Karting calendar for 2023. They'll be back for more in 24, but for now, it's time for the greatest show in our sport, the Championship of the World. We already have our European champions, René Lammers and Alexander Bondarev. We have our world champion in gearbox, Paolo Ippolito. We have our European champion in gearbox, Danilo Albanese. We have our junior world champion, Dries van Langendonk. It's time to settle the age-old question: who's the best racing driver in the world? Today, in karting, you're about to find out. Nakamura Berta, René Lammers, the 2 European champions of the last 2 years, on the front row of the grid together. McLaughlin for Ireland, Gomez for Brazil, Anatoly Kavalkin, Ian Eichmans, Joe Turney, Mark Dubnitsky. Let's go to battle for the World Championship! Nakamura Berta leads from McLaughlin. Kavalkin coming through to 3rd position. Side by side. Lammers is going to try and get squeezed, and there's several carts off in the background. As off into the wall goes the 25. That's the Tony car.
Sebastiano Pavan.
It is Sebastiano Pavan, and also off the road goes the 101. That is Kai Riliards. So unfortunate as one Belgium triumphs, another struggles. That's David Walter as well. So 3 of the Tony Kart factory drivers in the walls on the first lap. And that is disastrous for them all.
And we've lost Simone Bianco from CRG as well, got tangled into that opening corner.
So Nakamura Berta leads the way, McLaughlin is 2nd and Joe Turney is 3rd. This will be an epic war between the 3 of them. Joe Turney of Great Britain sizing up Finn McLaughlin, who is giving chase to the former World Junior Champion, the former European Senior Champion. Kia Nakamura Berta going for a 3rd crown in as many years.
Bringing on, lap number 2 is on, and Pierre McLaughlin is going to try to attack as soon as possible. Kia Nakamura Berta, we still have a yellow flag waving in turn number 2 and 3 by the look of things, as I think Wire Driver is still by the fence. We'll get back to that.
We've also lost Emanuele Olivieri. I should point that out as well. One of the top stars for Birolard has also gone. That's really unfortunate. René Lammers is all the way down in 11th, by the way. A big problem for him as we watch the drivers sat at the sidelines. That's Pavan, that's Walter, that's Walter's kept going, sorry, so it's Pavan, Bianco, Olivieri,
Coluccio is out as well.
And Kai Riliards. So Coluccio, who won the last round of the European Championship. There's Kai Riliards, the star who's put on a great performance. McLaughlin goes for the lead, and Turney gets them both! Joe Turney hits the front of the World Championship. McLaughlin racing wheel to wheel with Nakamura Berta as they squeeze each other down the main straight. Gomez unleashes the beast to get into 4th position in front of Kavalkin, Gali, Kutskov and Alex Powell. Tarvanichkul on the warpath as well in 9th ahead of Kolnagi. And here comes the conflagration. Gali goes wide, so does Kavalkin. Powell trying to get his way in there. So too is Tarvanichkul. They squeeze in as Powell gets the move on Kirill Kutskov. Alex Powell has not given up on his dream of becoming world champion. He's going to push his way forward. This is the Indy 500 of karting. Win this and you're the greatest there is in the world. Joe Turney with 7/10 of a second to the good. This could be his day.
Could this be his day for Joe Turney? He came close in 2020 in the rain of Portimao, Portugal. This time around, he finds himself once again leading a World Championship final. Phil McLaughlin, 6 tenths down. Gabriele Gomez making his way up into P3 from Kinda Alberta. Cavalcin Powell already P6 for the Jamaican, who was so unlucky in one of his last heats and going around the inside on the 32. Watch out for any contact. He makes it through on Anatoly Cavalcin, opening the door to kill Kutskov as well. Well done for the TPK driver, taking advantage of that open door. And now he goes into P6, Cavalcin down to P7. And René Lammers, Kolnagi and Oligali. Lammers tumbling down the order all the way to P9. Disastrous start of a final for René Lammers, who looked so confident, steady on the front row of the grid. Didn't go according to plan into that opening lap. But Powell back into pace. He struggled so much into the super heat. He finished outside of the top 10, but now he seems back into contention.
For me, the top 5 are all World Championship winning material. Turney, McLaughlin, Gomez, Nakamura Berta, Powell, they all have a shot. And they all have what it takes to get this done. Look at Gabriel Gomez, the confident stance of the Brazilian on the CRG, hoping to become the first driver for the manufacturer to take a shot at the World Championship and conquer it since Pedro Hiltbrand all the way back in 2016. They've had a long wait for a direct drive World Championship title, and Gomez is the man to lead the charge. Meanwhile, the Prema twins, Kia Nakamura Berta and Alex Powell in their final karting race want the World Championship. Here's McLaughlin going for Nakamura Berta. They edge each other out, they squeeze each other. Joe Turney says, fine, scrabble amongst yourselves, I'll win the World Championship instead. He got them both. Nakamura Berta determined to keep McLaughlin at bay. He held each other up. Turney gets them both. Thanks, boys, I'm off.
That was a textbook move from Joe Turney. Thank you very much indeed. Bye-bye, hopefully. And up to 0.8 of a second now for the British driver in front of Gomez, who just got ahead on Fiona McLaughlin. Gabriele Gomez is on a charge as we just saw the 34.
That's
Nicolas Kuman on Forza Racing. Quite unfortunate, Nicolas Kuman, who's been through some trouble so much in the past 3 races leading to that final, and now he's having to step out. Nicolas Kuman, who joined a long list of retired drivers, as we've had seen in the previous races. Emanuele Olivieri under investigation, unfortunately, as he retired, I'm afraid, the Birala driver.
When did Stolchamanis drop out of the race? Thomas Stolchamanis is out of this race as well.
What on earth happened there?
The Energy Course driver from Latvia has suddenly fallen out of this race as well.
Could it have something to do with Nicolas Kuman's retirement as well? We don't know yet. We might need to see that again.
Apparently it was a lap after the first. It was on lap 2, so he had all sorts of problems.
Thomas Stolchamanis was a disaster, that is, for Energy Course. He was keen, certainly, on giving a hard time to his opponents. He was P12 on that grid, climbing for the field. And he won't get the occasion to emulate his performances in this season.
Oh, and that's one of the Kart Republics gone. That is Len Nys. And I think he's had an incident with Nacho Tunion. So a big problem there for Len Nys. So the Belgian is another to fall by the wayside. Nacho Tunion gone as well, but Nacho Tunion, I think, has recovered. And interestingly, Gomez, now that he's got past Finn McLaughlin, he's going to go for it. Oh, Powell makes the bold lunge on Kia Nakamura Berta, his teammate. This time, Alex Powell will not come second fiddle to Kia Nakamura Berta. He gets through. The Jamaican is up to 4th, and he is absolutely rocking it. There goes Kirill Kutskov. He makes the move on Kia Nakamura Berta as well for 5th.
We're talking about Belgian misery, unfortunately, for Ian Aikmans, as he was on the outside on the grid coming to turn number 2 and 3. He's only P11 at the moment. Aikmans having lost 5 places, trying to make his way through and fighting back. But the trouble for the Belgian, Len Nys as well, doubling down the order and leaving that race, as well as Sky Rilla. So certainly, after the world title of Dries van Langenhoek, well, that's a disaster for some of his fellow countrymen, as Alex Powell makes his way through on Fiona McLaughlin. There you go, Powell on the podium of the World Championship after starting all the way down on this grid. Incredible sort of event. It was only P15, Alex Powell on that grid, and now finds his way through. He steps on the first step of the podium. Gomez is not too far behind, too far ahead.
This is going to be an amazing showcase. Where's Powell? Alex Powell's gone! Alex Powell's gone at turn 2! Oh my goodness! The dream has crushed for Alex Powell. Oh, he just got into 3rd position. It was only going to go forward from there. And I'm afraid Alex Powell is now out of the World Championship. So unfortunate. His final karting race, it all comes unstuck. We'll need to figure out what happened there. But it's now Kutskov who's in 3rd position in front of Kia Nakamura Berta and Finn McLaughlin. Lammers up to 6th, Tarvanichko to 7th ahead of Kolnagi, Cavalcin and Poulin. But Alex Powell, so many people's favourites coming into this World Championship, he has gone.
I was going to say just before, 1.5 seconds was up to its standards so early into that race. He could have given a chase to Gabriel Gomez. He won't have a chance at all. He was pushed out in his last qualifying heat, ran into so much trouble into the super heat, and now it's out and over for Alex Powell.
Right, here we go. This is the fight for the World Championship. As far as I'm concerned, these two men are going to disappear out in front, and they will duel for the World Championship crown like you've never seen before. Let's see what happened to Alex Powell. McLaughlin makes the bid on the inside line. Powell cuts across. It's just mistimed. And Alex Powell ends up skating off the road.
Incredible.
He's furious. He thinks McLaughlin's done it on purpose. It's just a miscommunication between the two of them. And Alex Powell goes off his championship bid in the World Championship. We've got a red flag after 12 laps. This is just to make sure, essentially, that Joe Turney is okay after the collision that saw him and Gabriel Gomez out of the World Championship. Look at the list of names that have gone from this World Championship after 12 laps. Coluccio, Olivieri, Bianco, Pavan, Rilliards, Stolchamanis, Kuman, Nyes, Powell, Tunion, Turney, Gomez. It reads like the playbook of the best drivers in the world, and 12 of them are already gone.
I do wonder who was the DPK driver actually who made that mistake on the inside line. Could it have been Nacho Tunano who went back into the pit? We're not sure yet, of course. We might need to see that again. But as a result, red flag on the World Championship final, ladies and gentlemen. And we're gonna need to catch our breath here. As,
look at Alex Powell.
Yeah.
Just devastating, just devastating. All these drivers that could have had the chance to go for the world title here, just devastating.
Luigi Coluccio as well. All the drivers waiting on the side, along with some of the members of the press. Let's have a look at what happened. This is the move.
This is how Gomez got into the lead on Joe Turney. This is the move we missed. Turney tried to come back at him, no doubt, and obviously decided against it. Then Joe Turney, now we can see the move that took them out of the World Championship, of course. Turney getting his bid to come back at Gomez, side by side. Turney tried, look, he's on the curbs, and then he's trying to move across to stop Gomez coming through. There's no room, and essentially they bang wheels, and that's it, game over.
Yeah, Joe Turney thought certainly they could have the upper hand on the outside, but what's more surprising is that he tried to squeeze him in on the entry to the next corner. Gomez, as you said, is uploading in frustration.
Both drivers blaming the other for it.
Yeah.
I mean, how do you call that one? Do you say, well, Gomez is entitled to go for the move on the inside line to defend his lead. Turney's allowed to cover his position. I mean, that's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other again, as far as I'm concerned. But obviously, we're now focusing our attentions on the red flag procedures. We've just got to let the officials do their bit. And we've got to let the marshals do their bit as well, so that we can restart. But look at, let's talk about the order as it currently is, because that's how we reset, that's how we refocus. In the lead of the race after all of that is Kirill Kutskov for the DPK Racing team. I mean, that is just extraordinary. You would never have put his name in the lead of this race.
And you know which team actually won last year's OK World Championship?
DPK.
DPK, indeed. What a turn of event that could be for the Spanish formation.
Well, Kirill Kutskov is currently leading. Second place is Kian Nakamura Berta, so the dream is not over at all for the Japanese driver. René Lammers is all of a sudden in third place. Finn McLaughlin is into fourth position now. In fifth place, we have currently got Enzo Tarnvanitschkel. He's not out of the contention for this World Championship either. Anatoly Kavalkin is there, sixth position. Seventh is Mathieu Kolnagi. Eighth is Arthur Poulain. Ninth is Ian Eichmans. 10th position is Dimitri Madfiv. Olin Galli in 11th place in front of Gilles Caranta, and then Maxime Verbruge ahead of Jan Petrovski and Miguel Costa. Louis Iglesias in 16th in front of Jimmy Elias and Marcos Seita. Oscar Pedersen in 19th in front of Nathan Tai. And then we have Mark Dubnitsky, Andrea Dube, Ene Frey, and David Walter. And that's all we've got. We've got 24 drivers left of the 36 that started at the halfway point. So a fascinating situation now. So we're now going to have a look at what's going on. Luigi Coluccio in conference with Sebastiano Pavan. Gabriel Gomez is there, of course, as well. He's got his helmet on. I don't think he wants to finish this, and nor does Alex Powell, of course. I don't think either of them can believe it. You know, they're competitors for the World Championship. They don't want this to be over. And with the red flags, well, we have to wait and see what the decision is going to be.
Yeah, that's all we need to do right now, is to wait before the decision of the officials. Mr. Nigel Edwards our race director in communication permanently with Gonzalo Planta, Jura Fact, and his deputy director, of course, Mr. Pasquale Lupoli. As everything's happening live at the moment, as we need to make sure that everybody is safe and sound before we get back to racing. As we speak now, Jordan is still being taken care of the track, as the drivers have to wait as well as much as we do, ladies and gentlemen, as hopefully we'll be back to racing mode in no time. We're still not even halfway through that race of the OK Final. We're about to conclude lap number 11 out of 24. It's going to certainly, of course, bring everybody back to a minimum gap.
I tell you what, I don't envy Nigel Edwards at this point, because this is already one of the most physically demanding, most brutal and ruthless finals we've ever seen in FIA karting history. Here's Kiya Nakamura-Berta, starting from second on the grid on the restart. He's obviously keeping an eye on proceedings as well, because he'll be just as interested as everybody else. Kirill Kutskov finds himself in the lead of the World Championship at the red flag. So what an opportunity this is for the DPK racing driver. All of a sudden, he knows he's going to have a restart where he'll be leading the field around in single file formation. He is now the man in the most prized position to win the World Championship. And can we remind everybody where he started the race from? 13th on the grid. So Kirill Kutskov, 13th on the starting grid for this one, is now the man leading the World Championship. Just astonishing. Nakamura-Berta and Finn McLaughlin are going to be next in position. So we're going to have to figure out where we are in terms of the relation to everything. But with Gomez and Turney out of the race, obviously it's going to be a very tough battle as they continue their way further forward. So I think they're just now re-gridding, because obviously we need to make sure that the grid is set in the correct position. So it's going to be Kirill Kutskov in front of Kiya Nakamura-Berta. Third is going to be René Lammers. So Lammers is going to be there in third position. Fourth place is going to be Finn McLaughlin, I do believe. Yes, indeed. Then it is going to be Enzo Tarnvanichkul, I do believe, in the number 11 next up. I think it goes back now to the next, to the last completed lap. So that's what it's going to be. So the last completed lap was lap 10, and without Gomez and Turney, who of course were the cause of the red flag, Kutskov goes into the lead, Nakamura-Berta to second, then Lammers, McLaughlin, Tarvanichkul, Kavalkin, Kolnagi and Poulain. So that's the order we're going to have on the restart. And look at the 5 drivers that go into the top 5 now, who could all be world champion. Now this is the incident between Powell and McLaughlin. Look, that's so easy to misread. But I should point out, that Alex Powell is going to look at that as I've been shoved off the racetrack. That's miscommunication from both of them, because McLaughlin already committed to the move halfway through turn 1 and went for the move and got a little bit up alongside, but not fully alongside. Now Powell has taken a defensive stance, but he hasn't driven into McLaughlin. McLaughlin hasn't really driven into Powell. It's a miscommunication between the two of them.
It's hard to say, isn't it? Because the door was half shut through the corner.
Yeah.
So
see, the difference is if McLaughlin had come from a million miles back to make the move, I would have said, yes, he's nudged him off the road.
It was
but
just
he
behind him.
hadn't. Not only was he just behind him, he was already making the move into turn 1. So it's a grey area. It's a very tricky one. Now, this is an interesting one to analyse again. Turney's on the curb trying to defend. Now, who's moved across? Watch the hands. Look, Turney's turning left. So is Gomez. So you can't really blame either of them again for that. That's a chain reaction. Turney's turning left. Gomez is turning left. Neither driver is being malicious there at all. Neither driver is forcing the other. It's all in the hand movement. Watch again on their steering wheels. Where are they turning? Look, Turney's going left. Gomez is going left. Neither of them has taken the other out. It's just one of those incidents. They're squeezing, but the wheels have nudged each other.
Yeah, squeezing each other on the way to the next turn. Fortunately for Gomez, I guess he had no other choice but to go left a little bit. Otherwise, he would have found himself into the grass and would have lost all the momentum. So, yeah, wrong decision certainly for any of the drivers who didn't have much of a choice. Coming together and really getting any of the title hopes through the flowers. Unfortunately, we're still under the red flag as the drivers have just been aligned as the classification on the lap before the neutralization. So we're going to have ourselves a very packed field for the restart of that final. We're still Kirill Kutskov under in the leadership that inherited after the big incident between Gomez and Joe Turney.
Right, I've just had a message through from a friend of mine down there on the track itself. One of the photographers has just messaged me and said, Gomez wants to go back into the restart, as does Alex Powell. Both of them think they should be allowed to go back into the restart. Now, this is going to be interesting because it all depends on how many laps back they're allowed to count this. Now, I'm not sure Alex Powell has a claim to go back into the restart because the race was red flagged after he had already retired. Gomez is out of the race on the red flag incident. So what is the assessment of the situation then? Who is going to be the one allowed to restart? If either of them are. I'm not entirely sure either of them would be. But it's interesting that both of the competitors there. There's Jeremy Iglesias, who is, of course, the world champion from 2020 and the uncle of Luis Iglesias. So he's going to go out and assess the situation. Or no, he's not. He's going to send Luis' mechanic out to assess the situation. They're getting an understanding of the situation for the drivers out there. That's Gabriel Gomez's mechanic, of course. No, my apologies. That is...
that's Andrea Tedusco from
that's
CRG.
Yeah, that's Andrea of CRG. He's obviously trying to get clarification. Can Gabriel Gomez start? I'm fairly sure the answer there was, no, he can't. So I think that clarifies the situation. But it's not exactly what Andrea wanted to hear. So very unfortunate indeed there. There is McLaughlin's move on Nakamura Berta. This is on the opening couple of laps. And McLaughlin squeezing his way through on Nakamura Berta, the smallest gap in history. And Joe Turney was able to move his way through. So, yeah, we just saw Andrea Tedesco having his conversation there with the officials. Here's McLaughlin again squeezing through on lap 2 to try and get through on the inside of Nakamura Berta. They both drift a little wide as a result. Joe Turney able to get the undercut maneuver and squeeze by. Beautifully done. So very nicely handled there by Joe Turney in the early stages of this one. So Nakamura Berta still giving himself plenty to do, isn't he? This is one of the things about Nakamura Berta. He just gets into hot water whenever someone gets near him to overtake. And it's something that somebody pointed out to me, is that if Nakamura Berta stays in front, he'll be fine. But if somebody gets him, he might go to pieces. And it's interesting because we've kind of seen that a couple of times. So unfortunate for Alex Powell, though. Look at the drive he put in the first 10 laps to work his way up into the top 5. And he got as high as 3rd. If he'd have been able to carry on, he would be the World Championship leader right now. He would be in front of everybody because Gomez and Turney took each other out. So actually, had it not been for that miscommunication between him and Finn McLaughlin, it would actually be Alex Powell leading the World Championship right now.
This must be certainly one of the craziest OK final that we've seen for the past few years, is the commitment of Powell on Finn McLaughlin early into that race on lap number 7 before the Irishman decided to switch positions. As you do, of course, he saw a gap half door open on the way to turn number 2, decided to go for the move. But unfortunately, as you said, misunderstanding between the two, resulting into the DNF of Alex Powell. Phil McLaughlin still very much in contention. Gabriel Gomez just realized that he won't be able to take part again in the World Championship final. He's been refused by the officials, unfortunately, to get back onto the track. And
Gabriel.
Nobody else from the press very kindly enough to comfort him.
Come on, mate. It's okay. It's going to be all right. Look, next year, there will be another shot. There will be another chance. You've got to feel for Gabriel Gomez. The amount of hard work these guys put themselves through to make this happen. It's so tough. You're under the microscope, so young. All these Formula One drivers that are under such intense pressure, they're in their 20s and 30s. You know, they've gone through this experience. They know how to deal with the pressure. These guys are dealing with it for the first time with the world's eyes on them. This is the mother of all pressure cookers. So now we're going to get ourselves under yellow flag conditions. So the drivers will get themselves up to speed. We need to allow the timing screen to update for a moment. This is not accurate yet, so don't panic, fans of Kirill Kutskov, fans of Nakamura Berta, Lammers, McLaughlin, Tarvanichkul. This will all get back to prominence. The mechanics have just had to push start them to get them back into the order again. The mechanics will return back to their stand. Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
how many emotions? How many emotions can you go through in one world final?
Yeah, that's a lot, isn't it? But stay with us, everybody. Take a breather, have a fresh drink, get some more popcorn, because we still have more than half a race to go through, and Gabriel Gomez devastated on the right side. Such a difficult image for everybody to see. And Gabriel Gomez, who will get back stronger, that's for sure, next year, as the mechanics have been back to the bridge. Still under full course yellow, as we're going to be going back to green in just a few moments.
These guys are the real heroes of this, of course. They're in the middle of a very tough job and a very tough situation, and they've been so stretched over the course of this week. Grazie ragazzi, grazie a tutti, to all of the marshals out there. They are the real heroes of the hour. We can go racing again, and it's going to be a very dramatic conclusion to the World Championship. Here we go. Kirill Kutskov leads Nakamura Berta, who's going for broke early. Surely he's not going to go right round the outside at 2 and 3. He certainly has to think about it. Kirill Nakamura Berta now thinks, right, some of my big rivals, some of the main protagonists are not going to be in this anymore. Now I can go for the title. Finn McLaughlin gets through around the outside of René Lammers. Brilliant run from the Irishman up into third position. So now it's Kutskov versus Nakamura Berta for the lead. Finn McLaughlin is giving it everything he's got to try and get in there. And watch for Enzo Tarvanichkul, the young man from Thailand in 5th. Could genuinely make this back-to-back world titles in junior and OK in consecutive years.
DPK against Suprema, against VDK, against Parolin, bringing on into the turn 13. As Tarvanichkul dropped the place to Phil McLaughlin. That's going to be a close one as well. Watch out as well, Kolnagi Pieces, Kavalkin, as the René Lammers get ahead of Enzo Tarvanichkul in the process as well. Phil McLaughlin being investigated, and that it's kind of logical compared to what we've seen. All the drivers coming together.
That is David Walter.
David Walter and the 53 coming together. Andrea Dupe.
So Dupe and Walter, and they're discussing the situation. So now they're out of it. So Nakamura Berta going after Kirill Kutskov. Kutskov, your race leader.
That's really a terrible turn of event for the Tony Kart factory, who has been losing driver after driver ever since the start of that race. Here's another one with David Walter, as we've lost already Kai Rilatz in the process for the earlier into that race, as well as Luigi Coluccio. Can you imagine that? Something that certainly they had not been expecting. As round inside goes Lammers on Tarvanichkul just behind. Kolnagi, Kavalkin, Arthur Poulain, Eijkmans picking up a 9th place from Only Gali. We're going to keep a close watch on the battle, not only for the title, but for the podium as well, because Lammers and McLaughlin still very close to each other. Tarvanichkul found himself all of a sudden in contention for a podium finish, or even more so, if he's able to get close to the rest of the protagonists. David Walter investigated. It won't be of much use. He's still DNF of this race, unfortunately. Won't have anything else to say. As Kutskov, Nakamura Berta split by 0.2 of a second into the turn number 11. This is lap number 14. There will be 10 more after that. A bit of dust spread onto the track on the corner of the picture.
Here comes Tarvanichkul. He's going to make his bid on the inside of McLaughlin, and he makes it look so easy.
Wow.
Dives through. I don't think Finn McLaughlin's in trouble. Finn McLaughlin's going to break down. No!
Incredible.
Oh, no way. Finn McLaughlin. Oh, and we've got more problems. That is Mark Dubnitsky, Miguel Costa, and Oscar Pedersen. They've gone together in the final corner. So a big problem there for those three. Big disappointments, and Finn McLaughlin absolutely enraged as mechanical failure robs him of a crack at the World Championship. So unfortunate.
So unfortunate, and I do wonder who set a curse on that OK Final, because we've lost so many drivers. Like Eijkmans under the pressure for the back of Mattia Kolnagi. This is a battle for P6. They're dropping like flies into that race as Kirill Kutskov, unaware of the drama, trying to shake off Kin Nakamura and Lammers. This is going to go down certainly on the wire between those three, as Tarvanichkul is trying to make his bid as well. He's a little bit further back. He's still missing 1.2 seconds to make the connection with the leader.
This is the Monaco Grand Prix 1982 all over again. This is the World Championship nobody wants to win. Kutskov leads Nakamura, Berta and Lammers. Tarvanichkul up to 4th, ahead of Poulain, Eijkmans and Kolnagi. So, big drama already. We're on lap 16. What else is going to happen in this World Championship final? Further back, we've got Caranta, Matviv, Kavalkin and Iglesias all dueling over 9th position, but we've only got 18 drivers still running the World Championship. That's half the field already out.
And still less than 9 laps to go.
There's the move from Lammers. Lammers gets through on Nakamura Berta. Here we go. Lammers is going to try and charge after Kutskov.
Beautifully executed from Lammers. Here we go for the battle shaping up. Kutskov is the common target between those two, but Lammers is taking the lead on that one. Taking as well Kin Nakamura Berta. Japanese British driver is going to have to stay behind working with Lammers if he wants to keep his title hopes alive. Kutskov, that's the only thing he's been expecting, of course.
Oh, poor Finn McLaughlin.
Another disaster for one of the protagonists that has been so strong, piling up qualifying heat win after qualifying heat win. But unfortunately for Phil McLaughlin, who was the strongest chance of victory for VDK Racing, well, It just all came down to nothing, unfortunately, due to the mechanical trouble. I was thinking when I saw actually the move on Phil McLaughlin by Taiwan and Vietnam, that it was looking way too easy just before the breaking point, and there's your reason, mechanical failure, unfortunately, for the Car Republic machine. As we are into lap number 18 out of 24. It's getting near to the conclusion already of this crazy OK final in Franciacorta. Kutskov, only 0.4 of a second. René Lammers, who pulled up the fastest lap in the race. The charge is on. René Lammers, crowned European champion this season in Cremona by the end of July, wants to make it 2 titles in a row. That could be fantastic double indeed. The first one since Lorenzo Torzanuto back in the day. But Lammers has Kutskov outside. He needs to shake off as well. Kinna Komorabeta being helped a little bit by Enzo Tavanishkul, trying to make the connection with his teammate at Prima Racing. Those two, if they be able to work together, can maybe try to switch position and put the pressure on both Lammers and Kutskov. We might find ourselves with a 4-driver battle. Arthur Paulin might join in as well from P8, P5, sorry. Still lacking a bit of pace further back. But whatever happens, that would be a great result for the Frenchman. As Tavanishkul, can you imagine, was only P17 on the grid and now is in contention for a podium finish.
6 laps to go in the World Championship at Franciacorta 2023, and Lammers and Nakamura Berta are trying to eat into the gap that Kirill Kutskov had built up. This is going to be a tough World Championship to win for any one of these three, and Enzo Tavanishkul in 4th place is waiting in the wings to pounce. This is going to be such an incredible race finish in what has already been one of the craziest races in history in FIA karting. Coluccio, Olivieri, Bianco, Pavan, Rilliard, Stolchamatis, Command, Nyes, Powell, Tunion, Turney, Gomez, Walter, Duke, Pedersen, Dubnitsky, Costa and McLaughlin, all out of this race. It is an incredible opportunity now, but the man who won the Trofeo dell'Industria 4 years ago, Kirill Kutskov, is the man currently leading the World Championship. But is René Lammers, the European champion, going to get his shot? Here's what happened to Finn McLaughlin. It was a little bit easy for Tavanishkul to get through, and then clunk, it's all gone wrong. Poor Finn McLaughlin. That's no way to lose a World Championship. No way to lose one. What a shame.
What a shame for Phil McLaughlin, who can only but to get to the marshals and to watch the end of this final on the sideline. And they will get back stronger, that's for sure. It's been so impressive throughout the course of that World Championship weekend.
How do you deal with that?
Yeah.
Seriously, how do you deal with that internally? There's so many drivers at the sidelines here who are going to need so much support after this one.
You have to let it soak in first, and then, of course, the help of the surroundings of the team, the friends, the parents, the family, the mechanics, everybody involved, of course, will try to comfort him as much as they can. But in the meantime, less than 0.3 of a second between those two. Kutskov, Lammers, Kinna Komorabeta with a golden opportunity to take another World Championship title. He was crowned 2 years ago in Campillos in the junior category. That could be his chance to seal the deal, to take another world title in OK this time around. Last year, this is on this very track that Kinna Komorabeta was crowned European champion already with Car Republic against Alex Powell. Can he make it another third FIA karting title in as many years? It remains to be seen. What he needs to do is to shake up René Lammers and try to get close to Kirill Kutskov. Same chassis, of course, different teams. Him on one side, DPK on the other. DPK, the winner of last year's World Championship, let me remind you. And with Kirill Kutskov, they have a great chance to make it 2 years in a row. Certainly not the way they had been expecting after that crazy ton of events. But René Lammers still very much keeping the pace on, is concentrated on the task at hand.
Lap 22, and I don't think we've seen the final chapter written in this world final yet. Kutskov, Lammers and Nakamura Berta are trading sector times. Finn McLaughlin just doing everything he can to take stock of the situation there at the sidelines. I really, really feel for him. He deserved so much more than this race delivered, but then you can say that about a dozen drivers in this field. What a crazy World Championship final, certainly the craziest I've ever seen in the OK categories. It kind of is reminiscent, really, of what we saw at Sano in Gearbox back in 2019 when we had the 2 title protagonists of the European Championship take each other out on lap 1, and then the next 2 in line took each other out on lap 2. Not since then, really, have we seen anything quite as crazy as this. Lammers is still pushing. 0.3 of a second to make up on Kirill Kutskov. Kavalkin sets the fastest lap. Tavanishkul in 4th from Poulin. Then Eichmanns, Kolnagi, Caranta, Galli and Kavalkin. Lammers isn't giving up on the dream of becoming world champion. He needs to dig deep and find something special here.
Tuli Kavalkin the fastest in this race, as the young driver is in P10 at the moment. We're going to go into the last lap. 1,300 meters to go for Kirill Kotskov. René Lammers in second for 0.4 of a second. He might not have the chance to go for the move as run inside over there, or was one of the previous moves. Oh, look at what happened there with one of the CRGs of the 78. Got tangled over there.
That's Maxence Verbruge and Jimmy Helias. So Helias is out of the race now as well. Maxence Verbruge dropping to 17th and last. I can't believe I'm saying that in the World Championship final, that 17th is last place. But here comes the battle. It's going to finish off as a stalemate by the look of it. Kirill Kutskov is doing everything he can to finish this up. René Lammers isn't done yet. He's going to try everything he can to close up. He won't be able to catch up, surely. Kutskov is going to be able to ride this out. He'll come out of the final turn. DPK Racing gets the win for the second year in a row. Kirill Kutskov is going to be the world champion. Second place for René Lammers. Third for Kier Nakamura-Berta. DPK Racing, the satellite team from Spain, become world champions with Kirill Kutskov.
What an achievement for Kirill Kutskov. And two of the drivers, the winners are Eichmanns.
Karanta and Eichmanns on the final lap.
Oh my God.
The party has started at DPK Racing, but there are so many broken hearts here in Franciacorta. However, at DPK Racing, the party can start now as Kirill Kutskov is world champion. What an unbelievable race.
And Jules Karanta and Ian Eichmanns coming together into the last lap of the race. It's about time, ladies and gentlemen, for this final of the OK class to come to an end, because otherwise, I don't know with how many drivers we would have seen the end of that crazy race. But only 14 drivers classified out of 36. We've lost 22 drivers in the course of 24 laps, almost one driver per lap in total, into what had been a very, I mean, this must have been one of the craziest finals we got the chance to commentate at this level in the World Championship. But in the end, Kirill Kutskov was there for the taking, climbing 12 places from 13 on the grid and offering not only to himself his first ever World Championship title, but keeping the crown into the DPK owning for the second year running after Matheus Morgado in Sarno. After Brazil, Kirill Kutskov gets the chance to become world champion in front of René Lammers, the European champion of 2023, vice world champion, another second place in as midi race for the Parolin Racing Kart operation. After Christian Costoya, René Lammers stepping on the second step of the podium from Kier Nakamura-Berta. Well done to the British-Japanese driver, finishing on a high. What has been a brilliant career in karting before making his way to the next step in Formula Cars next season. But this young man, Kirill Kutskov, is your new OK World Champion of 2023. And what an achievement it is for Kirill Kutskov. The Alonso Kart brand, the DPK Racing team in partnership with the Car Republic Factory. Incredible ton of event, incredible achievement, Kirill Kutskov. Well deserved, being able to resist the pressure from René Lammers and Kier Nakamura-Berta to seal the deal at the end of this crazy 24-lap final of the OK class. And as for Dries van Langendonk in the junior category, the emotions need to soak in slowly but firmly. He needs to enjoy these moments, Kirill Kutskov, realizing, I do hope he's realizing, but not quite just yet, the intensity of the moment, the size of the accomplishment from this young driver from DPK. Bearing the Alonso Kart colors on his chest. Jan Berezowski, a nice gesture for the Tony Kart driver. Jan Berezowski, who stepped on the podium last year in Sarno, but this time around made it to P10, climbing 4 places through the course of that race. Enzo Tavanishkol finishing in P4 from Arthur Poulain, Mattia Cornaghi, Anatoly Kavalkin in P7 from Louis Iglesias, the recoverer of the race. 23 places gained for Louis Iglesias in the end, from Dimitri Matveev, Jan Berezowski, Marcus Seite, Nathan Tai, Enea Frey, and Maxence Verbruge. And I can't believe I'm about to say this, but that's it. 14 drivers classified out of 36. This has been mayhem from start to finish, I'm afraid, for the OK competitors. But in the end, only one could win, and this young man, Kirill Kutskov, did the job the way he was supposed to, holding on to the lead in the second part of the race, not cracking under the pressure of René Lammers and Kier Nakamura-Berta. Split at the line by only half of a second into the last lap. Incredible ton of event. Arvanishko 7/10 shy on the winner from DPK. And the young Thai driver on his way to Formulas as well, finishing on a high a brilliant karting season and career as well for the young Thai who became last year's junior world champion. The list of retired drivers is endless, starting with Yannick Mans and Jules Caranta, the Belgian and the Frenchman, coming together into the last lap on the way to the checkered flag. We also lost Onling Gali, Jimmy Elias, Fian McCaughlin on mechanical failure, as well as Miguel Costa, Martin Dinsky, Oscar Pedersen, Andrea Dub, David Walter, Gabriel Gomez and Joe Tony coming together in the highlights that we're going to see right now. The start of the race with a strong getaway from Kinder Kumabeta from pole position. Fian McCaughlin from P3 taking second place as one of the first of many Tony Kart drivers being pushed out. The 101 of Kai Helaert, the Belgian, as a couple of drivers as well involved in the mix. The 25 of Sebastiano Pavan was as well pushed out of the race. The 17 of David Walter at first was kicked out. We fought for a moment before getting back onto the track, but in the end, David Walter had to admit defeat through the course of that final. Although what a crazy race it has been, as you keep the celebrations and the cheering up within the DPK family. Running inside the attack of Fian McCaughlin, but it was opening the door to the number 4 of Car Republic, making his way through, as it was the beginning of the fight for Joe Turney taking the lead of the World Championship. What a move that was, running inside of both Kinder Kumabeta and Fian McCaughlin. We thought for a moment that it could have been the move for the win for Joe Turney before everything came to a close, unfortunately, as Gabriel Gomez took third position from Kinder Kumabeta, trying to catch up with Fian McCaughlin. Alex Powell had found back his pace, didn't go according to plan in the Super Heat, but he was back into contention, getting ahead of both the 23rd of DPK as well as Kinder Kumabeta. Kutskov at this time of the race, making his bit on the Japanese-British. Powell running on inside turn number 11 of Fian McCaughlin, and at this point, the Jamaican was P3 provisionally in the World Championship before drama happened. And as Fian McCaughlin was trying to switch position, taking the position back into turn number 2, misjudgment on this side. Powell shutting the door as you do, and unfortunately those two coming together with Alex Powell being taken on the side by the marshals. Gabriel Gomez in the meantime kept pursuing Joe Turney, and took the advantage of the British driver before turn number 5 and the other big drama of that World Championship final. Turney on the inside, Gomez on the outside, squeeze a little bit those two, and then taking each other out. Unfortunately, Gomez going left, Turney going slightly right as well, wheel banging, and in the end, none of those two drivers were to see the checkered flag. And then we had a yellow flag as well after what happened to the unfortunate Joe Turney. I do hope that he's okay while trying to return onto the track. We went through yellow flag and then the neutralization red flag before being allowed to go racing again. And then Kutskov took the lead on Kinder Kumabeta as the Japanese-British driver was trying to shake him off a little bit with another kind of event, unfortunately, in the coming together of the number 17 of David Walter and Andrea Dub. As the celebrations in front of the podium for Kirill Kutskov as we finish off with the highlights of that crazy final. In the meantime, René Ramos making his bit and trying to get over Fian McCaughlin. Darvanishkul as well before, unfortunately for the Irish driver, his final came to a premature close on mechanical failure. It looked a little bit easy for Darvanishkul, and there's a reason to it, as the Car Republic enemy machine came to a premature end, unfortunately unable to fulfill his determination and target. 3 drivers coming together with the 22 as well from CRG. That was the young copy that we lost over there. No, Mike Magnitzky, my apologies, coming together as well. 2 other drivers involved in the number 3 in the mix, Oscar Pedersen as well as Miguel Costa coming together into that big incident. In the meantime, the chase was on with René Ramos taking advantage of Kinder Kumabeta around the inside on lap number 16. And for a second, those two working together to try to get close to Kirill Kutskov, as coming together as well. We had CRG's the 78 of Maxence Verbruge, unfortunately, who would see the checker flag in 14th and last position. But in the end, shaking the air with his fist in the joy, Kirill Kutskov, your new winner of the World Championship in the Oka class for 2023. We have a new world champion, Kirill Kutskov. René Ramos second, and Kinder Kumabeta third place of that crazy final. And the joys and the celebrations are only getting started within the DPK owning. DPK winner last year with the Chetra colors, in Sano with Matheus Mugato of the first ever World Championship title. And then now, thanks to Kirill Kutskov, they make it 2 in a row. Once again on Italian soil for the Car Republic factory. You can see René Lammers behind the trophies that are going to be awarded in just a moment for the top 3 finishers of the OK class. Kim Beta on the first step of the podium. René Lammers and Kirill Kutskov waiting as well for the celebration to begin, to conclude what has been an incredible season of racing at the top end of kart racing worldwide in the FIA Karting competition. This has been my pleasure as well. Myself, Guillaume Alvarez and Jake Sanson and the entire team of RGMMC to be at your side, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks again to Anthony Jordan, who joined us this year to cover up the FIA Karting competition all throughout the season. This has been a blast, and what a way to finish, what a race this has been, a roller coaster of emotions, as we are ready to celebrate the last podium of the FIA Karting season.
I think we're going to be talking about that World Final for a long, long time. What an unbelievable race. And we're going to welcome 3 very deserving drivers to the top of the rostrum here at the World Championship at Franciacorta. In 3rd position for Japan, Kian Nakamura-Berta. A great effort as he bows out of the sport, for the moment at least, on the rostrum where he so richly belongs. In 2nd position for the Netherlands, René Lammers. European champion and now vice champion of the world. It's been an amazing season for René Lammers. But your new world champion, Kirill Kutskov. An amazing moment as we've also welcomed the winning team manager to the podium, Pablo Rodriguez. So we have trophies to give out. We will ask our dignitaries to come forward to do so. So Massia Caldo is going to come forward to present the trophy for our 3rd position after a fabulous performance and an amazing situation for all of the contenders. But for Kian Nakamura-Berta in 3rd position, he thoroughly deserves his accolade. Ladies and gentlemen, Kian Nakamura-Berta! We now invite the Vice President of the CIK FIA Commission, John Ryan, to come forward to present the trophy for our man in 2nd position after a fabulous performance today, René Lammers. And now we ask the CIK FIA President, Mr. Akbar Ibrahim, to come forward to present the trophy in fantastic fashion for the new 2023 Karting World Champion, Kirill Kutskov! And last but by no means least, we ask Stefano Bonara, the organizer and owner of the Franciacorta circuit, Daniel Bonara, to come forward to present the winning trophy for the winning team manager for DPK Racing, Pablo Rodriguez. So an absolutely spectacular performance for all of our competitors after a sensational run. And we will, of course, have a fabulous garland to give to our winning driver as well as to our 2nd and 3rd place drivers. A fantastic result after one of the most sensational races we have ever seen in the Karting World Championship. So the garlands come over for our 3 drivers, and we can celebrate them on the rostrum after what has been the most monumental of World Championship finals. The 60th ever FIA Karting World Championship is won, and the 3 men on the podium get to soak up the spoils. Kian Nakamura-Berta, René Lammers, and your new world champion, Kirill Kutskov! So there is only one duty left to do in the FIA Karting World Championship 2023, and that is to allow the 3 drivers to soak up the moment in the time-honored motorsport tradition. It has been an absolutely fantastic week, a brilliant final, one of the most exciting and stupendous we have ever seen in the FIA Karting World Championship. And so now we will invite Kian Nakamura-Berta, René Lammers and the new karting world champion Kirill Kutskov to celebrate in the time-honored tradition started by Dan Gurney in the motorsport fraternity. Let's get busy with the fizzy! There is your conclusion to the most incredible week, the mondokart.com FIA Karting World Championship at Franciacorta Circuit, Daniel Banana. What an amazing spectacle for the 60th ever FIA Karting World Championship. Kia Nakamura and René Lammers join the new world champion, Kirill Kutskov, on the podium here in Franciacorta. And that is your conclusion to the 2023 FIA Karting season. We'll be back for more in 2024. Keep an eye on FIAkarting.com for all the latest news and the calendar, which will come soon. We cannot wait to join you again. From everybody here at Franciacorta, from the CIK FIA Karting Commission, from the RGMMC Group, from Guillaume Alvarez and myself, Jake Sanson, we are so grateful for your patronage. Let's give a hearty congratulations to end our week, and we say arrivederci and congratulations to Kia Nakamura, René Lammers, and the new world champion, Kirill Kutskov!
Ready, steady, go. Ooh, this is gonna be smooth.
3, 2, 1, dropping.